Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2491. Bai Sienna replied, Yuan Sage must have opened up a passageway to a certain battlefield and attracted the progenitor realm corpse monarch. Therefore, the progenitor realm corpse monarch didn't stay here for long and left the moment Elder Chan appeared. He had his own battlefield. Lu Yin and Old Chan heaved a sigh of relief when they heard this. They were afraid that a Yuan sage could contact the everlasting race at any time, which was the biggest threat to them. Lu Shaoxian, bring Xiaoshenji back, Bai Wang Yuan suddenly said as he stared at Lu Yin. Yuan Xing wasn't spouting nonsense. Xiaoshenji has left an impression on the Grand Empyrean. If the Grand Empyrean decides to act because of this, then no one will be able to protect you. Isn't that what you want to see? Lu Yin sneered. Bai Wang Yuan coldly said, We don't wish to attract a great Empyrean. Regardless of whether Yuan Sage came here on the Great Heavenly Venerate's orders or not, since he is here, he at least represents the intentions of the Sixth Direction Guild. The war with the eternal race is approaching. If the Great Ancestor doesn't return, we will lose a portion of our strength. Once we are defeated by the eternal race, you know what will happen to the human race. Furthermore, exiling the Great Ancestor won't be enough to avenge him. Lu Yin looked at her. Were you the one who lured the Yuan Sage here? Your half-ancestor origin tribulation should be in the main space, right? Bai Sienna didn't reply. Not long after, they left the fifth continent. A few days later, the Wang family's meditative forgetting technique was made public. Lu Yin found out that this was Wang Fan's handiwork. No one would be able to find out the truth about Gue Yuan leaking his secret art. Wang Fan would never admit it, and he couldn't find a scapegoat. After all, Bai Wang Yuan and the others weren't stupid, and Gue Zhu's identity had been exposed. The only thing Wang Fan could do was to announce the sit and forget art to appease the anger of the cold immortal sect and the divine martial heaven. If he had a choice, he wouldn't want to announce the meditative forgetting art. However, he knew that the meditative forgetting art couldn't be hidden from others. Instead of waiting for the frigid immortal sect to announce it, it would be better for the Wang clan to announce it themselves. As soon as the four-way scales came out, it replaced the Corpse King transformation. Those who wanted to rely on martial arts to embark on the path of revenge, or those who wanted to ascend to the heavens in a single bound, decisively gave up on the Corpse King transformation. They cultivated the divine martial qi, the art of forgetting, and the wind god battle technique of the cold immortal sect, causing the undying deity's plot to vanish. Lu Yin went to Shenwu continent once again and asked if it was possible for him to infiltrate the spacetime continuum of the three sovereigns. The answer he received was the same as before. He wanted to enter the Three Monarchs universe and make use of the Three Monarchs universe as a springboard to contact the Sixth Direction faction. If one didn't understand the Sixth Direction society, they would always be in a passive position. Even if he unified the fifth mainland and settled the four sides of the scale, it would still be meaningless against the existence of the main space. The attitude of Bai Wang Yuan and the Yuan sages had already explained everything. Fortunately, he had the time. He had cultivated for dozens of years on the fifth mainland to reach his current level. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to survive in the sixth mainland. Right now, the only opportunity to make contact with the Sixth Direction Society was the Shenwu continent. Half a month later, the monkey suddenly came looking for Lu Yin and told him that he had performed a meritorious deed. Lu Yin didn't understand why this fellow had stayed in the above-the-sky sect for so long. It's because of my contributions to the above-heaven sect. Seventh brother, this little Marquis noticed that during this period of time, there have been people sneaking around and asking if there are any outsiders in the above-heaven sect. At that time, this little Marquis felt that something was wrong, so he secretly followed them. Guess what? There really is a problem. That guy is looking for information about Wu Junshi. The monkey was very pleased with himself and explained the entire process in detail. Lu Yin was curious, asking about Wu Junshi. Bring along here. Soon, a woman was brought in front of Lu Yin. She had a petite figure and looked very weak. When she saw Lu Yin, she hurriedly knelt on the ground and trembled. Greetings, Path Master. Lu Yin looked at the monkey. The monkey said, Seventh brother, don't be fooled by her. This woman has wireless goo and void wanderer. Lu Yin looked at the woman again. Tell me. Since I brought you here, there's no need for any nonsense. Perhaps I can just kill you. And nobody like you won't be able to affect me in the slightest. The woman trembled, and her face went pale. Her fear was real. I was ordered to investigate the above heaven sect to see if there are any suspicious outsiders. What do you mean by outsiders? Someone who doesn't belong to this space-time. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Who told you to investigate? The frigid immortal sect, the woman replied. The monkey barked, do you think our seventh brother is stupid? If you say it so quickly, it must be fake. Tell me, who sent you here? The woman hurriedly replied, I'm telling the truth, and I don't dare to deceive you. The frigid immortal sect sent me here. I was recruited to serve in the above heaven sect a few years ago, and I was appointed by the frigid immortal sect. I don't dare lie to you. You're still quibbling. Men, come. The monkey shouted. Outside the main hall, the second Night King was speechless. Should he go or not? This damned monkey was threatening him with his master's power. Why should he listen to him? But if he didn't go, what would he do if the Path Master blamed him? The monkey continued to shout. Lu Yin waved his hand and looked at the woman. When did you receive this mission? She replied, half a month ago. Lu Yin waved his hand and had someone bring the woman out. Seventh brother, are we just going to let her go like this? The monkey was unwilling. Lu Yin was amused. Then what do you want to do? Interrogate her and find out everything about her ancestors. Even find out about her ancestor wetting the bed, the monkey said sternly. Lu Yin said, that's enough. What can a nobody do? I know why she's here to investigate Wu Junshi. He then let the monkey leave. The monkey felt that it was a pity. He had worked so hard to accomplish something, but it had ended so hastily. Lu Yin looked outside. He had been too careless. Half a month ago, Bai Wang Yuan and the others had mentioned the Six Direction Society many times, but he had not been surprised or asked about it. They must have guessed that he had long since known about the Six Direction Society, which was why they had sent this woman to investigate. It would be fine if they found out, but it did not matter if they did not, as they had not held out much hope in the first place. Ever since the above heaven sect had been established and connected to the cosmic tree realm, many people from the four direction scales had snuck in. Lu Yin knew about this, but he had never investigated it, just like how he had people from the four direction scales as well. Now, he was thinking about how to get in touch with the Six Direction Society. Could he really go to the three sovereign spacetime continuum through Shenwu continent? A few more days passed. On this day, Lu Yin was lost in thought as he looked at Zhao Ran's newly researched tea. Path Master, Zijing requests an audience, the second Night King reported. Bring her here, Lu Yin said. Zijing followed the second Night King to Lu Yin. Greetings, Path Master. Lu Yin gestured for her to sit. The scenery here is pretty good. Zijing nodded. It's a pity that it's been destroyed. Lu Yin asked, what business do you have with me? At that moment, Zhao Ran's tea arrived, and Zijing naturally took a sip. Her eyes lit up. Delicious. Thank you. She was pleasantly surprised. Zijing smiled and set down the teacup. She looked at Lu Yin. Does Path Master still remember your promise to me? Lu Yin grunted. Of course. As long as you don't betray humanity, I'll protect you. Zijing's expression was solemn. Please fulfill your promise, Path Master. Lu Yin swirled his teacup. He remembered that Zijing had asked for this promise as a reward for providing him with the battlefield navigation system. She had said that some things could wait until after the war, but he had forgotten about it ever since. Path Master, have you heard of transcendence? Zijing opened her mouth and said 3 words that shocked Lu Yin. Transcendence. Lu Yin stared at Zijing. Of course, he had heard of this name before. Transcendence was one of the 6 direction organizations, just like the 3 sovereigns universe. It seems like Path Master knows. Zijing wasn't surprised. Lu Yin set down his teacup. I don't know if the transcendence you speak of is the same as what I know. Zijing asked, then, what about the 6 direction organizations? Lu Yin nodded and smiled. Was everything destined by the heavens? Back when he had been short on money, the 4 direction scales had sent him the heavenly realm treasury. Now that he wanted to make contact with the 6 direction organizations, the opportunity had come. Speak. Since you've come to find me, does that mean you're in trouble? Is it related to transcendence? Lu Yin asked. Zijing was helpless. I've been located. Through Zijing, Lu Yin gradually understood transcendence. Transcendence was one of the 6 direction organizations and a very powerful parallel universe. Its development was completely different from that of the 5th mainland, and it leaned more towards the technocracy. However, the technocracy could not compare to it. The technocracy was just a backup plan left behind by the Hui ancestor to deal with the endless corpse kings of the Eternals, but transcendence was one of the main forces against the Eternals. Zijing unveiled transcendence's mysterious yet resplendent veil to Lu Yin. Transcendence's cultivation civilization is very low, and it can even be considered a cultivation desert. However, they have developed cultivation techniques that, as the name implies, use cultivation to drive technology. You can also see it as the cultivation world's technology. There are 2 cultivation techniques that have been researched to the extreme in transcendence. With these 2 techniques, transcendence has become one of the 6 direction organizations that are on par with the other 5 parallel universes. They are definitely not the weakest of the 6 direction organizations. One of these techniques is called energy source, and it can turn all material and non-material energy it comes into contact with into primal energy that can be supplied to the user. The other technique is called the feeding technique. Zijing paused and looked at Lu Yin. The Path Master is a lockbreaker, so he knows a lot about source boxes. The feeding technique is a lock-breaking technique that cultivators use to unlock a source box. It's purer than lock-breaking, as it directly extracts all of the material within a source box to create a countersupply of energy. Lu Yin thought that he had misheard. What did you say? Food. Extract. What do you mean? This was the first time that he had heard someone describe source boxes as food. Zijing explained, the universe is a grand existence, but parallel universes may not necessarily be the same. Some parallel universes are like what the Path Master has seen, which is just a small space. Some parallel universes are infinitely large, such as our 5th mainland. Path Master, if it's just a small space, with our abilities, can we analyze all of the material within that space? Lu Yin replied, of course. To hyperspace, their spacetime is a space that has already been completely analyzed. Source boxes that are formed in their spacetime can't possibly exceed the limits of spacetime itself. They can directly extract all matter and use it to create the attack power that they need, Zijing replied. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2492. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. How big is hyperspace? Zijing took a deep breath. Very big. It's not much smaller than the fifth mainland and the starry sky tree. Lu Yin was incredulous. They can analyze everything in such a large space. Jing replied, that's why hyperspace can remain one of the six direction associations even though it's a cultivation desert. I escaped from hyperspace to the fifth mainland by chance. After coming here, I thought that I would never be discovered by hyperspace, but as I learned more about the fifth mainland, I realized. Jing was helpless. This spacetime has a foundation beyond my imagination. As the Tao Lord becomes stronger, it's only a matter of time before it connects to hyperspace. That's why I took out the battlefield navigation system in exchange for Daylord's promise. Lu Yin listened quietly. I knew that this place would connect to hyperspace sooner or later, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. I don't know why, but I was suddenly located a few days ago. It's only a matter of time before hyperspace finds me. Once they do, they'll definitely think of a way to capture me. Tao Lord. Jing looked at Lu Yin, stood up, and bowed deeply. Formal introduction. I am Jing, the Vice Leader of Hyperspace Energy Research Team. Greetings. Lu Yin looked at Jing, who maintained her bow. Are you very important to them? Very important. Although my technology isn't top-notch, it's very crucial. Without me, they'll have to spend a very long time on this technology, and they might not be able to find a way to break through it. I was only able to break through that technology by luck. Lu Yin understood. The battlefield navigation system is hyperspace's technology. It's a technology that our energy research team inadvertently simulated and used in hyperspace. I'm also one of the developers. No wonder you came to the fifth mainland to find a way to connect to the internet. For someone like you, not being connected to the internet is like living in a remote mountain. Jing didn't speak and maintained her bow. Lu Yin suddenly drew in the void and drew the two youths who had followed Yuan Sage here. Look at them. Do you recognize them? Jing looked up and saw the man in the blue and white jacket. She exclaimed, "He Shu." Lu Yin exhaled. So they really did know each other. That made sense. It was impossible to locate Jing from countless parallel spacetimes unless one relied on luck. When Jing was suddenly located, Lu Yin could only think of Yuan Xing and the others, especially that young man. His attire and the device on his right eye were too eye-catching. It was almost identical to the battlefield navigation system and the combat strength detector. Therefore, Lu Yin had taken note of him. No wonder I was located. He Shu must have sensed that the fifth continent has a battlefield navigation system, so he confirmed that I am in this spacetime and targeted this spacetime, Jing said. Lu Yin was puzzled. Can hyperspace locate our spacetime? Jing replied, hyperspace has the ability to travel through spacetime, which is something that no other spacetime can compare to. However, it's only capable of locating a location. If you want to come over, you'll need coordinates, but that's not difficult for hyperspace. The six directional guilds all have their own coordinates, so they can come to our spacetime. The more he listened, the more interested he became. If Jing wasn't exaggerating, then the power of cultivation techniques in this dimension was similar to microarray technology, and it could transform humans. Half a day later, Lu Yin gripped his teacup tightly. Since I promised to protect you, I won't go back on my word. He looked at Jing and thought for a moment. What kind of punishment will you face if you return to hyperspace? Why did you escape in the first place? Jing saw through Lu Yin's thoughts. You want to go to hyperspace? Lu Yin's eyes lit up. We don't know anything about the six directional guilds, but they keep an eye on us. We're too passive. Jing muttered, if you really want to go to hyperspace, then you must be prepared. At the very least, you must be sure that you can return. Lu Yin replied, you don't have to worry about that. I have a plan. Eternal Kingdom Spatial Coordinate Seal could leave behind more than one aura. He could have someone from the fifth mainland leave behind their own aura and then use the seal to find Eternal Kingdom. Then, he could use that person to sense the fifth mainland space and return. What about you? What kind of punishment will you face if you return to hyperspace? Lu Yin asked. He didn't want Zijing to die. Zijing replied, imprisonment, coercion, and even intimidation. You won't die, right? No, they need me. For me, they'll do everything they can to come to this spacetime and take me away. Lu Yin nodded. You can actually find hyperspace in the vast parallel spacetime, right? Zijing replied, I can find it. How long will it take for someone from hyperspace to arrive? Very soon. Lu Yin had Zijing return to her own residence. If she stayed in the above-the-sky sect, then hyperspace might not dare to come looking for her. After making arrangements for Zijing, Lu Yin found Elder Chan and took him to Eternal Kingdom. He left his aura on the spatial coordinate seal and then found senior brother Qingping. He also left his aura and asked them to go to Eternal Kingdom every once in a while to confirm whether or not he had returned. Only 2 people would be safe. He then began to make arrangements for the fifth mainland. There was no need for him to announce that he was in seclusion, as doing so would only make him seem guilty. Before leaving, he also found Little Sapling, who was very happy and played with him for half a day. The cosmic tree realm was quiet for the time being. The 4 scales were definitely discussing how to take over the war against Eternal Kingdom. The 6 powers would definitely force them to do something, but this didn't bother Lu Yin for the time being. The Yuan sage's attitude didn't affect him either. His only worry was that something would happen to Shenwu continent. He was afraid that the 3 sovereigns would attack, and when that happened, Xiaoshenji would be there as well. Fortunately, Elder Chan and senior brother Mu Xia would provide support, which made him feel much more at ease. After everything was prepared, Lu Yin went to Zijing's residence, which was the Neoverse Starlink realm. There, he quietly waited for people from hyperspace to arrive. Starlink realm was still the same as before, and there hadn't been much change inside. When he arrived, Lu Yin suddenly thought of someone, Bai Qian. Where did Bai Qian go? Lu Yin asked. Zijing replied, first, she went to the cosmic tree realm, then to hyperspace. Lu Yin was surprised. She went to hyperspace. Why did she go there? That was her own choice, and it has something to do with you, Path Master, Zijing replied with admiration and nostalgia. It was fate that brought us together, and we're like sisters. She came from a small place like Earth, and although she wasn't dazzling, her path was more solid than anyone else's. However, she was overshadowed by your radiance. She seems calm on the surface, but I know that she won't admit defeat. She said that the cultivation system here isn't suitable for her, including the cosmic tree realm. She wants to find a more suitable cultivation system. The cosmic tree realm and hyperspace are very suitable for her. Lu Yin sighed. Although he hadn't met Bai Qian many times, there were legends of her on Earth. She was the one who had brought Night King Qingyu from Jupiter to Earth, bringing about the apocalypse and evolution of Earth. She herself had left Earth with Starsabil's invitation and was the first person to step onto the path of cultivation. In fact, Lu Yin hadn't been able to surpass her during his time in the Astral Combat Academy. The main reason he had been able to surpass her was because of his life and death experiences on Driftcharge Planet and because he had learned the arcane art of life and death. Otherwise, if he had cultivated normally, this woman might have surpassed him. She was an Earthling through and through, and she had left her mark in outer space. How is she doing in hyperspace? Lu Yin was curious. Zijing shook her head. I don't know. We're separated by parallel spacetime, so I can't confirm any news about her. Maybe we'll meet again in hyperspace, Lu Yin said. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. A total of 10 days passed by. Luin waited calmly. Finally, on the 12th day in the Astral Alliance realm, he opened his eyes. The ground of the Astral Alliance realm was covered in a dense forest, and animals ran past it from time to time. To these animals, this was the only place they would ever see. There was a crack as a metal-clad foot stepped on a tree branch and broke it, scaring the rabbit away. Sunlight shone through the tree branches, reflecting the light and illuminating a middle-aged man. The man raised his head and looked at the distant tower, the dark green lens on his right eye flashing with a red dot. Is she there? I've finally found her. His body suddenly vanished. It wasn't that he had traveled through the void, but rather that he had moved so quickly that he had caused ripples in space. In an instant, the man arrived at the bottom of the tower. He raised his foot and took a step forward, instantly appearing at the top of the tower behind Zijing, who was watering the flowers. The water in Zijing's watering head slowly decreased until it stopped flowing. Long time no see, Zijing, the middle-aged man said. Zijing didn't turn around. She put down the watering head and sighed. You guys still found me. It's all thanks to Lord Hishu. Otherwise, we would never have been able to find you. Your departure caused a lot of trouble and caused a lot of losses, the middle-aged man said slowly. Zijing turned around and looked at the man. I didn't want to either, but once the technology was broken, the disaster would be too severe. The middle-aged man's gaze turned cold. I don't care about the technology. All I know is that your departure caused the entire energy research team to disband and caused the deaths of more than 1,000 people. Now, come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and saw Luin walking out of the door. Who's there? The man frowned, and the lens on his right eye flashed with numbers before finally stopping. 270,000, that's equivalent to an enlighter in your spacetime. He raised his hand and pointed it at Luin. Zijing's expression changed. Stop. If you kill him, I'll die immediately. The middle-aged man frowned. Luin leaped forward and pulled out a long blade from his cosmic ring. Scram! He slashed down. The middle-aged man didn't move and allowed Lu Yin's blade to strike his face. A thin layer of metal instantly covered his face, and even though Lu Yin's blade could distort the void with his enlighter's power level, it couldn't harm the man at all. The middle-aged man grabbed the blade and exerted some strength, causing the blade to shatter with a bang. He then pointed at Lu Yin's forehead and stopped. Lu Yin was stunned and didn't dare to move. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2493. You're too weak compared to me. Humans need to know their limits, the man said slowly. Zijing grabbed Lu Yin's arm and pushed him away, glaring at the man. Kujian, let him go if you want me to live and return with you. The man named Kujian was puzzled. Why do you care about him? Zijing's face flushed red. He saved my life. Kujian looked at Luin. Do you have feelings for him? At that moment, the Starlink major world shook. Kujian looked up with a solemn expression. The half-ancestor powerhouse of this spacetime has discovered him. The pearl in his heart glowed white, and a wave of energy flowed from the pearl to his arm. Kujian waved his hand, tearing the void apart. He grabbed Zijing and Lu Yin and stepped into the spatial tear before disappearing. After he disappeared, Qingping walked out and looked at the empty top of the tower. Have a safe journey, junior brother. There were countless parallel spacetimes in the universe, and some people divided the universe into multiple dimensions. Time and space were the coordinates of these multiple dimensions, and they could be expanded infinitely. In the expanded star chart of the parallel universe, the larger the spacetime, the greater the resistance one would encounter when entering it. Even a small parallel spacetime like the Eternal Kingdom would not encounter much resistance. After Ku Jian tore through the void with Zi Jing and Lu Yin, a gust of power came out from the bright white pearl in his heart, isolating Zi Jing and Lu Yin outside the void. In an instant, the two of them appeared in an even brighter space from the bright space at the top of the tower. This space was filled with metal, and the bright light shone on Lu Yin's face from all directions as he and Zi Jing floated in midair. Ku Jian walked out from the top of the tower and knelt down on one knee. "I've brought you back." Lu Yin was astonished. No matter how strong Ku Jian was, the power he had displayed was definitely at the level of a half-ancestor. For him to be so respectful meant that he had to be facing a progenitor. There was no one in front of Ku Jian, and there was only a black pearl that emitted a dark light. A loud voice rang out. "Zi Jing, do you know your crimes? Zi Jing, do you know your crimes? Zi Jing, do you know your crimes?" Voices rang out one after another, but they were not echoes. Instead, they came from one person after another, filled with arrogance. Zi Jing's face paled, and she knelt down like Ku Jian. "Zi Jing, do you know your crimes? Why did you flee?" The loud sound was like the evening drum and morning bell, exploding in Zi Jing's ears. Zi Jing was caught off guard and spat out a mouthful of blood. Blood flowed from her ears, nostrils, and eyes. She knelt on the ground. "Zi Jing knows her wrongs. Let me ask you, why did you flee?" Another voice rang out. It was so strong that it was almost visible to the naked eye, and it pressed down on Zi Jing. However, because of the invisible force below her, Zi Jing had to bear the pressure of two forces at the same time, and she coughed up blood again. "Zi Jing, I'm sorry. Why did you flee? Why did you flee? Why did you flee?" A series of explosions rang out, causing Zi Jing to be constantly pressured. Her outer clothes were torn apart, revealing her snow-white skin. As the pressure of the sounds continued, her skin also began to crack, and blood seeped out. It was an extremely miserable sight. "Stop." Lu Yin couldn't take it anymore. Were these guys repeating themselves? They all said the same thing. Zi Jing's face was pale and she did not dare to raise her head. Ku Jian lowered his head to look at Lu Yin, as he had not expected the latter to speak up. He was currently using death mask to conceal his aura, and he had also changed his appearance slightly so that hyperspace would not recognize him. His cultivation level was also that of an enlighter, which made him a very ordinary cultivator. When he finished speaking, the entire area fell silent. A ray of light descended and swept over his body, and a number appeared in the void, 276,653. "Weakling, how dare you speak in this supreme place? Ku Jian, who is he?" The voice rang out, and a pressure slammed into Lu Yin's body. He was pressed to the ground, and this pressure was probably equivalent to a peak in lighters. Ku Jian lowered his head. Zi Jing has to keep him safe. The two of them are emotionally involved. Lu Yin lay on the ground and pretended to look up with difficulty. "Don't make things difficult for Zi Jing. She's already returned, and she knows her wrongs." "Impudence!" A stern voice barked, and the pressure increased. Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood just like Zi Jing, and his clothes were torn apart. "Since when did it become your turn to speak?" Zi Jing hissed, "Let him go. I'll do anything you want, but you can't hurt him." What a joke. We humans have long since abandoned our emotions, and lowly people like you don't have the right to do so. You'll eventually be dragged down by your emotions. "Zi Jing, are you going to protect him?" Zi Jing gritted her teeth, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. "Yes." "What if he dies?" "I'll die as well." "All right, we'll let him live." Suddenly, a black hole appeared behind Lu Yin, and his body was tossed into it. Lu Yin did not resist, and in fact, he could not have resisted in that place. Since Xi Jing was so important, the person who had captured her would definitely be one of the upper echelons of hyperspace. Hyperspace was one of the 6 directional associations, and they definitely had more than one progenitor. If Lu Yin was exposed, the consequences would not be good. Fortunately, hyperspace could not detect his true strength, which made sense. Even a progenitor could not detect his true strength. Although hyperspace had powerful cultivation techniques and had embarked on a different path of evolution for humans, it did not mean that this path could surpass that of a cultivation civilization. There was a thump as Lu Yin crashed to the ground. Endless cheers sounded from all around him, and a huge light shone on his body once more. He looked up and saw his surroundings. Where is this? Is this a coliseum? He's appeared. The 6th challenger has appeared. What kind of slaughtering feast will he present? Will he be torn to pieces to satisfy your revelry, or will he turn around and kill the astral beast to show off the strength of humans? Begin. A deafening voice boomed. Lu Yin slowly stood up, and behind him, a metal cage opened and a roar sounded out. He turned around and saw a strange creature that resembled a tiger and was more than 10 meters long. Its abdomen was covered in white bones, and there were flames burning around it as it stared at Lu Yin with savage eyes. Lu Yin looked at the beast's abdomen and saw chunks of flesh within the bones. He also saw more than one head. Was he the 6th challenger? So that's how it was. Xi Jing looked up and saw Lu Yin's position on the screen in front of her. Her face paled as she shouted, "You said you would let him go. Xi Jing, are you willing to be loyal to hyperspace?" A loud voice echoed through the arena. "I am," Xi Jing hurriedly replied. Within the Colosseum, the astral beast roared and charged out, leaving an afterimage in the air as it raised its sharp claws and slashed down. This beast's power level definitely exceeded 300,000, and Lu Yin would not be able to defeat it while he was still in disguise. He barely dodged, but the claws brushed past his arm and left a deep gash. "Xi Jing, let me ask you this. Are you willing to do your best to complete the mission given to you by spacetime?" "I am." Lu Yin continuously dodged the beast's attacks, leaving bloody wounds on his arms, legs, and even his abdomen. Countless people around him cheered as pieces of bloody flesh were thrown down from the stands, provoking the beast and causing its eyes to become even more cruel and its movements to become faster and faster. Lu Yin frowned and controlled his body, suppressing his breathing. According to his disguise, the next attack should have torn his abdomen apart. Just as he thought this, the beast swiped at him with its claws. Lu Yin raised his leg and used a battle technique to dodge, but blood flowed from his abdomen and dripped onto the ground. The wound was extremely serious. "Xi Jing, let us ask you, are you willing to give up on your laughable pity and serve hyperspace and dedicate yourself to hyperspace?" "I am," Xi Jing shouted. "Let him go." Within the Colosseum, Lu Yin stared at the beast in front of him. He would not be able to dodge the next attack. Blood dripped from the corners of his eyes, staining them red. The beast roared and raised its claws high before slashing down. Countless people cheered, eager to see blood. This was their goal in coming here, to let them roar and scream and show their cruel side. The beast's claws slammed down, causing the Colosseum to crack open. Everyone stared at the beast's claws, but there was no blood. Where was he? Lu Yin had been moved again, but this time he was in water. To be more precise, he was in water that could heal injuries. Separated by a barrier, a woman's gaze swept over his body. His injuries are very serious, and he almost died. The treatment will take 5 minutes. Take him for a test in 5 minutes. He should be able to pass with his constitution. Ku Jian was standing nearby. "Yes," the woman replied respectfully. She quickly left. Lu Yin looked at Ku Jian. Ku Jian walked in front of him, and only then did Lu Yin seriously size him up. Ku Jian did the same to Lu Yin. I admire your cultivation culture, it can complement our techniques very well. It's a pity that you're too weak to show me your strength, Ku Jian said. Lu Yin asked weakly, what about Zijing? Ku Jian replied coldly, she'll be put in an important position. After all, the technology she possesses is crucial. You'll also be put in an important position. If you perform well, you might even be accepted by us. From now on, she's one of my people. If anyone asks, just say that you're part of the energy research team's guards. He then looked deeply at Lu Yin. If Zijing's technology can really bring about a breakthrough, she'll become one of the higher-ups in hyperspace. As for you, you'll enjoy something you've never enjoyed in your civilization before. A half-ancestor. Even the progenitor realm isn't just a dream. Even a bug can wield the power of a progenitor. He then turned and left. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, he had passed. From now on, he would be considered a part of hyperspace, and it seemed like he even had a backer. The injuries in the Colosseum were all superficial, and Lu Yin had imitated the beast's attacks. Otherwise, the beast wouldn't have been able to harm him even if he had stood still. These injuries were healed in just a few minutes in the water, and Lu Yin was impressed by the healing abilities of this place. The woman checked Lu Yin's vitals and then had someone take him away. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2494. Ever since Lu Yin had been brought into the hyperspace, he had been constantly changing locations, and he still didn't know where he was. His domain couldn't be used carelessly either, as Zijing had warned him that the hyperspace could detect any form of energy. Domains were also considered to be invisible and could be discovered as well. Stand on top. Lu Yin followed the voice's instructions and stood in a circular device. If he wasn't mistaken, this was a transfer device similar to the ones in the Astral Combat Academy. The scene in front of him changed, and he appeared in a large, bright space. This space was much larger than the one that had interrogated him in Zijing. Above him was a blue sky and white clouds, but it seemed more like a simulation. The surroundings were lively, and there were people walking around everywhere. He looked to the side and saw a row of circular devices with no end in sight. People constantly appeared, walked out, and then another person appeared. Arrival confirmed, please leave. Arrival confirmed, please leave. Lu Yin lifted his foot and left the circular device. He looked back and saw another person appear. It was a woman, and she naturally wanted to leave. Lu Yin happened to block her path. She glared at him, get out of my way. Lu Yin took a few steps back, and she left. Lu Yin looked around and discovered a problem. There didn't seem to be any old people in the hyperspace, and everyone was very young. Ku Jian was the oldest person he had ever seen, but this space was mostly filled with young men and women. Some were in a hurry, while others stood in place and chatted with each other. Just as he was feeling lost, someone approached him and patted him on the shoulder. Lu Yin turned around and looked at the smiling face in confusion. Brother, you've been standing there for a long time. Why, don't you know where to go? It was a skinny man who wasn't very tall. He smiled, I'm Luo Lauer, what about you? Xian Qi, Lu Yin replied. Good name, Luo Lauer exclaimed. Lu Yin didn't know what was so good about this name. He had just thought of one for the sake of coming here. You don't seem to know where to go. Why, were you forced to come here as well? Luo Lauer asked. Lu Yin nodded. He had indeed been forced to come here. I understand. The people at the top are sometimes unreasonable, and they don't care if people are willing or not. They just force them to go to the battlefield. I heard that they don't have feelings. By the way, brother, which noble do you belong to? If you were forced to come here, your status must be quite high, Luo Lao inquired. I'm not a noble. Not a noble. Brother, you must be joking. Alright, I know you want to keep a low profile, so I won't ask. Luo Lao then pointed into the distance. There's a door at the end of this path. Go in, you can test your various indicators there, collect your energy source, and then wait for your departure. He then patted Lu Yin's shoulder again and smiled. Ask me if there's anything you don't understand. People call me philanthropist Luo, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. Haha. He then turned around and walked towards another person, doing the same thing as before, patting the person's shoulder. Lu Yin could not help but laugh. This was a very friendly person. He looked into the distance and walked in the direction that old second Luo had pointed out. Luo Lao rubbed his chin as he watched Lu Yin's back. Xian. I've never heard of him before, and he's hiding it. Seems like he's a high noble even among this group of people. Soon enough, Lu Yin arrived at the door and pushed it open. Coincidentally, someone was walking out with a distressed expression, muttering something under his breath. The word's energy source. He had chatted a lot with Zijing over the past few days, so he knew a few things about the hyperspace dimension. This person had passed the test and received a yellow energy source, which corresponded to a power level of 100,000 or less. In the hyperspace dimension, gray energy sources were the most common, which corresponded to a power level of 10,000 or less. Most soldiers in the hyperspace dimension had this type of energy source. Those with a slightly higher power level were yellow energy sources, which belonged to captains and the like. Beyond that, the energy source jumped straight to a power level of 500,000, which was a green energy source. This energy source allowed one to have power close to that of an emissary and was relatively rare in the hyperspace dimension. Above the green energy source was a blue energy source, which represented a power level of 1 million or less. Above that was a red energy source, which was enough to reach the peak of an emissary's power level of 1,200,000. Finally, there was a white energy source, which was the one that Kujian had used. It could display the power of a half-ancestor and could tear through the void and travel through parallel spacetime. According to the hyperspace dimension's calculations, this energy source had a power level of 2 million or so. The final color was black, which represented the power of a progenitor. The fifth mainland also had a power level detector, but it could only detect the power level of an emissary. It could not detect the power level of a half-ancestor, let alone a progenitor. However, in the hyperspace dimension, the power of a progenitor could also be digitized. This was the manifestation of a progenitor's power with a power level of 5 million or above. This data did not represent a person's true power level and was only a reference. As cultivation developed and civilizations developed, the data would be completely different. The blood progenitor's data could not be similar to Bai Wan Yuan's, but a primogenitor was still a progenitor, and his power level was boundless. To the hyperspace dimension, the digitization of progenitor's power could only be used as a reference. The person who had just obtained the yellow energy source could be considered an officer in the hyperspace dimension's army, but he had not been satisfied. This meant that this person's identity was definitely not ordinary. Thinking back to what Luo Lao had said, the people who appeared in this space most likely came from powerful families. The hyperspace dimension had a hierarchy of nobles. He pushed open the door and entered, seeing the series of testing instruments that Zijing had introduced to him. He had already prepared for them. He quickly went out as well, and the energy source he had obtained was green. His body constitution is pretty good. If one wants to use a higher grade energy source, apart from the physical requirements, they also need to adapt to the energy source's long lifespan. This person's combat prowess is extraordinary, so he is qualified to obtain a green energy source. Check which noble family he is from. I can't find out. As expected, only a great noble family can raise such a talent. Even I can't find out who he is, so it should be related to the decision-making team. Speaking of which, the decision-making team does have immediate family members who are coming. That's interesting. Perhaps one of them is a genius elite who can use a blue energy source. Luoyin walked out of the door and returned to the hyperspace dimension. Luo Lauer came over and asked, "Brother, what kind of energy source did you get?" Luoyin replied, "Green." Luo Lauer nodded. As expected, most of the children of great nobles can obtain green energy sources. Only a small number of geniuses nurtured by top nobles can obtain blue energy sources. You should have heard of He Shu, right? That guy obtained a red energy source. Luoyin thought back to the two youths standing behind Yuan Xing outside the hyperspace dimension. One of them was Master, and the other was He Shu. A red energy source. That represented the peak of an emissary. In the fifth mainland, even Chu Yuan, He Luo Mavis, and Skypierce Jalan had not reached that level. The place to obtain energy sources is over there. There are so many people lining up there, Luo Lauer told Luoyin. Luoyin thanked him and walked over. Luo Lauer was puzzled. That shouldn't be the case. I thought he could get a blue energy source, but green is average. Green is average. What color is yours, Luo Lauer? A crisp voice asked from behind him. Luo Lauer subconsciously replied, "If this great philanthropist is willing, I can directly take the blue one." After saying that, he turned around in a daze and saw a beautiful face full of vitality and liveliness. A pair of sly eyes looked at Luo Lauer. Blue. All right, let's go and take the test. Luo Lauer laughed dryly. Isn't this Sister Yu? Why are you here? The girl's lips curled up mischievously. I want to come. Who can stop me? Luo Lauer, let's go take the test together. Don't, Sister Yu. You know me. I have a stomachache. Stop pretending. Mudo said that you beat him up once. You're much stronger than him, and you're still shamelessly taking a green energy source. Come with me. Sister Yu, don't listen to that bastard. He's just taking revenge. Luoyin stood in the middle of the line and looked back. He saw Luo Lauer being dragged away by a pretty girl, and it reminded him of Fatty Huang. People like him were everywhere. A green energy source represented a peak in lighter, which was close to the power level of an emissary. There weren't many of these existences in the fifth mainland, and there weren't even a billionth of them in the population of the fifth mainland. If the Cosmic Tree Society was included, then there were even fewer of them. However, in the hyperspace universe, it was like waiting in line to get a number. This did not mean that the hyperspace universe had surpassed the fifth mainland in this aspect. It could only be said that different civilizations presented different situations. If one day, the hyperspace universe casually threw a green energy source on the ground for others to pick up, then Luoyin would be truly shocked. Suddenly, a hand pressed down on Luoyin's shoulder, and a large face leaned over with a sinister expression. Kid, you don't have a problem with me cutting in line, right? Luoyin blinked and looked at the sinister man in front of him. He then looked at the muscles on the man's arm. No problem. The man praised, smart. He then waved his hand, and a few people followed behind him. There were both men and women, and they all giggled as they stood in front of Luoyin. Many people behind Luoyin were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. They all glared at Luoyin. Useless thing. You don't even dare to say anything when someone cuts in line. Trash. Don't let me find a chance to beat you to death. Luoyin rolled his eyes. Not long after, he received a green energy source and played with it in his hand. This thing was transparent when not in use, and it was impossible to tell the color of someone's energy source. He couldn't even detect a trace of their power level. As for its hardness, Luoyin didn't dare to use too much strength for fear of crushing it. As long as he pressed this thing into his body, he could extract its power and use it. It was located in his heart. Lu Yin's heart still had a wound that hadn't healed yet. It had been deliberately left behind by that girl during her treatment in order to provide him with an energy source. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2495. There were cosmic rings in the hyperspace as well, and they weren't anything special. Lu Yin guessed that they had something to do with the fifth mainland, or rather, the Genesis space. Lu Yin stored the energy source in his cosmic ring, and not long after, Luo Lao walked out with a relaxed expression. Sister Yu, I told you, you can't get it, ha ha ha. The girl ground her teeth. Were you hiding it? Tell me the truth, brother Luo. Luo Lao rolled his eyes. You think too highly of me. Who do you think can hide it from the detection equipment? The girl replied, some powerful cultivators from the cultivation civilization can do it. You're the son of Lord Luo, so of course you can do it. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and he looked at Luo Lao. The son of Lord Luo. Could it be that Lord Luo of the three sovereigns? Luo Lao quickly shushed her. Sister Yu, don't talk nonsense about me. I was abandoned by Lord Luo a long time ago, and I don't have any status or ability. I'm afraid of you, Sister Yu. I'll do whatever you say, but I really can't get the blue energy source. The girl rolled her eyes again, but she didn't say anything else. After that, more and more people tried to get close to the girl, but she ignored them. It wasn't until a few youths with high status walked out that they joined the girl and Luo Lao's circle. The people who had tried to strike up a conversation with Luo Lao were chased away. As long as there were people, there would be differences in status. Luo Lao seemed ordinary, but he was in the same circle as the girl. If he really was the son of Lord Luo of the three sovereigns, then his status would be even more different, but that didn't seem to be the case. How could the son of Lord Luo be like this? 2 days later, no more people were sent over. More than 1,000 youths had gathered in this space, and they had all received the energy source. They found people they were familiar with to interact with, forming circles after circles. Luo Lao's circle was the subject of envious gazes. Lu Yin was also the subject of many people's curiosity, as he stood alone in a corner. Sister Yu, have you heard of the surname Xian? Luo Lao asked. The girl's name was Yu. Xian. Never heard of it. Is she from the three sovereign space? Xian. It can't be from the wood realm, right? It sounds like it, someone interrupted. Luo Lao pointed at Lu Yin. That guy calls himself Xian Qi, but I can't remember any noble with the surname Xian. Deliberately mystifying and pretentious, a man said disdainfully. Zui said, I remember that a few years ago, there was a small aristocrat with the surname Bai. It happened to be a few days after that person joined the decision-making team, and it attracted a lot of attention. Everyone thought that the person with the surname Bai was from the same family as that person in the decision-making team. Many people surrounded them, and even my grandfather asked around. In the end, he confirmed that the small aristocrat was just putting on an act. Luo Lao said, I remember now. That minor noble was very aloof in the beginning and didn't pay attention to anyone. Many people sent him gifts and resources, and I heard that someone even sent a white energy source to him. He was deceived quite miserably. Speaking to there, many people looked at the man who had said that he was deliberately mystifying things. His name was Mudo, and the one who had been tricked into giving the white energy source was from his family. When this was brought up, Mudo grew even more displeased, and he looked at Lu Yin with disgust as he walked over. Luo Lao blinked. He's not going to cause trouble for him, is he? Zui said, that minor noble who tricked the Mudo family escaped without a trace. The Mu family still hasn't recovered from the loss of a white energy source, and they've been ridiculed for many years now. Do you think it'll be troublesome? But what if he really is a great noble who's hiding his identity? Then he's just unlucky. The Mu family used all of their resources and has already been nominated for the next decision-making team. If nothing unexpected happens, there will definitely be someone from the Mu family on the next committee. Unless that person is related to the decision-making team, he can only accept his bad luck. Suddenly, Mudo looked back at Luo Lauer. What kind of energy source did he take? Luo Lauer raised his brows. This guy wasn't too arrogant after all. It was good that he knew how to ask, and it was good that he had probed that person's background. It was fine if he was deliberately mystifying things, but if he really did have a background, then the Mu family would be the unlucky ones. Green. Mudo's eyes flashed, and he coldly glanced at the crowd before looking at Lu Yin and walking over. Lu Yin had actually been keeping an eye on Luo Lauer's group, and he could glean quite a bit from their conversation. Of course, he had also heard their conversation, and he was speechless. Was this considered a scapegoat? Being a scapegoat was not his style was to shift the blame. As Mudo approached, Lu Yin suddenly stood up and walked over to a group of people. Time's up. The group looked at Lu Yin in confusion. It was the same group that had cut the queue. Muscleman was confused. What time? Lu Yin replied, you told me to stand in the corner and not move. Time's up, so can I leave now? Muscleman and the others looked at each other. When had he been told to stand in the corner and not move? Suiyu and the rest were stunned. There was actually such a reversal. They looked at Mudo. This was awkward. They had been about to cause trouble for him, but he was the one being punished. Mudo stood in the middle, not knowing if he should leave or not. The main thing was that the atmosphere was brewing, and it wouldn't be right if he didn't vent. Thus, he walked over to Muscleman's group. You were the one who cut the queue. Boss, did you punish him? Someone asked. The girl looked at him respectfully. Boss, he agreed to let us cut the queue, but you still punished him. What a man. Boss, you're amazing. You haven't even entered the battlefield and you're already taking in underlings. Boss, you're amazing. Muscleman stared blankly for a moment, but then he scratched the back of his head and laughed maniacally. This kid is quite pleasing to the eye. He'll be very obedient after some training, ha 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 ha. Lu Yin laughed. Then can I leave now? Muscleman patted Lu Yin's shoulder. Why are you leaving? Go stand there. Lu Yin grunted and obediently walked to the corner. Immediately, flattery flooded into Muscleman's ears, causing him to become even more arrogant. Lu Yin brushed past Mudo, but Mudo suddenly raised a hand and pressed down on Lu Yin's shoulder. Lu Yin stopped and looked at him in shock. Why did the people of this spacetime like to pat people's shoulders? Go, slap him, Mudo said. Lu Yin thought he had misheard. What? Mudo growled, slap him, I said so. He then exerted force and pushed Lu Yin towards Muscleman. Lu Yin couldn't control himself and bumped into Muscleman, who was enraged. You little brat, do you want to die? Lu Yin pointed at Mudo. He pushed me. Muscleman glared at Mudo. You dash. He was about to say something when he suddenly realized. You're Master Mudo. Mudo stared at Lu Yin. Slap him. Lu Yin gulped and hesitated. That's not good. I'll say it one last time. Slap him. Mudo barked in annoyance. Lu Yin hurriedly turned around and slapped Muscleman's face. The crisp sound of the slap attracted many people's attention. Thawed. Yu and the rest watched calmly. Transdimensional status was clear. With Mudo's status, he could even cripple that person, let alone slap him. Muscleman thought the same and didn't dare resist. Lu Yin's slap stunned him. Mudo was satisfied. Not bad, don't be so useless in the future. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Yes. He then slapped Muscleman again. Mudo was stunned. Why was it another slap? Muscleman stared blankly at Lu Yin. Why was he slapping him again? Who told you to slap me? Everyone looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin said, that's more like it. Muscleman was furious and his eyes flashed. In the distance, Luo Bro laughed. Yu Yu pursed her lips and smiled. Mudo sized Luin up and praised him, "Not bad, come and follow me." Luin hurried over, "Yes, my lord." The first slap had only been to vent Mudo's anger, but the second one had made him feel that Luin was a promising talent that could bring him face. Just like that, Luin, who should have been the target of trouble, suddenly joined Mudo's circle. Although his position was the lowest and he was ordered around, no one dared to offend him with Mudo's support. Luo Bro no longer paid any attention to him, but he still cared about the Xian surname. Just like that, 3 days later, a piece of news suddenly came. Their original destination had changed. They had changed to the drifting cloud space. Drifting cloud space. Isn't that a parallel universe? Why are we in the drifting cloud space? Yu Yu was puzzled. Mudo explained, the drifting cloud space isn't just a parallel universe, it's also one of the battlefields with the Eternals. It said that when we conquered the drifting cloud space, the Eternals interfered and turned the drifting cloud space into a battlefield. Luo Bro continued mysteriously, "Let me tell you a secret. It said that our change of destination has something to do with someone." "Who?" Yu Yu was curious. Everyone looked at Luo Bro as well. He always had a way to obtain confidential information. Luo Bro's voice was very soft, and only those in his circle could hear it. Everyone else was envious. Zijing. Zijing. Mudo, Yu Yu, and the others cried out. Luo Bro quickly shushed them, "Don't spread this news. I spent a lot of effort to find out, so don't let others hear it for nothing." Zijing. That traitor who caused a huge commotion. Mudo was shocked. Luo Bro replied, "She's not a traitor. She didn't betray the Transcendence universe, she just escaped. It said that one of their techniques can bring about unpredictable consequences." Yu Yu muttered, "I heard grandfather say that this woman is very important. Her disappearance caused one of our techniques to stagnate. If we can't find her, it will stagnate for a very long time. Now that she's back, that technique is about to break through. That's why the Council has shifted our battlefield to the drifting cloud space." "What does this have to do with the drifting cloud space? Is that sieging from the drifting cloud space?" Lu Yin interrupted. "Someone was unhappy, who are you to interrupt?" "Shut up." Mudo glared, "He's one of my people." "You're the one who should shut up." "Mudo, others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. My family was also nominated by the Council." "So what?" Yu Yu was annoyed. "All right, what are you arguing about?" "My grandfather is in the Council." The two immediately stopped talking. Lu Yin was speechless. This was a competition of background. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2496. Luo Bro continued, "I don't know the specifics, but this is the only big thing that happened recently." He suddenly flashed a wretched smile that made Suyu want to hit him. "I heard that Zijing brought a man back this time. Hee, I wonder what he looks like." Suyu was disgusted. "What does that have to do with you?" Luo Bro shouted, "If Zijing really does bring about a breakthrough in a certain technique, then even if she has a history of running away, it won't stop her from becoming a member of the Council in the future. You guys can think about who will marry her." Mudo's eyes lit up, and a few people around him subconsciously straightened their backs. That's right, although they didn't know what that technique was, it definitely wasn't simple for the Council to care so much about it. If she could take Zijing down, then regardless of whether or not she would join the Council in the future, she would definitely become one of the higher-ups. Brothers, it's time to live off a woman. Go and find out as much as you can. If you can take her down, then your ancestors will wake up laughing, Luo Bro said. Disgusting, one of the girls spat. Zhuyu looked down on them. If you're a man, then get ahead of yourself. Thinking about this all the time is disgusting. Find the man that Zijing brought here first, then beat him up and suppress him, Luo Bro shouted. Mudo was excited. Yes, find him and suppress him. Suppress. Suppress. Zijing is mine. 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 Soon, they all started arguing. Luo Bro was the most agitated, shouting that he wanted to join the council and show his father who was the real talent. Zhuyu and the other girls stood far away with looks of disdain. Luin pursed his lips. What were these guys shouting about? His identity wouldn't be exposed, right? He wanted to run further away. Xian Qi, what are you standing there for? Beat him up. If he dares, Mudo, I'll beat you up first. Luo Bro, you're from the Outlands, don't get involved. You're from the Outlands, your whole family is from the Outlands. My body and mind belong to the hyperspace, I'll stay here for the rest of my life. You've been abandoned. Your whole family has been abandoned. There were more than 1,000 people around, and they were all staring at these few people. Luin felt awkward. Finally, the laughter broke the quarrel. Everyone looked over and saw that the person who laughed was a middle-aged man. He was as tall and sturdy as Kujian. There were scars on his face, and his exposed arms were full of scars. One look and one could tell that he was not someone to be trifled with. You're very energetic. Good, time's up. Come with me and use your energy on the battlefield. Don't think about women all day. If anyone dares to mention women again, I'll make them stay on the battlefield for the rest of their lives. Ha! Luo Lao's mouth was wide open as he stared at the man with a dumbfounded expression. He then raised his hand and held his chin as he asked in a very low voice, "Why is he here?" Next to him, Mudwa said, "What's so surprising about that? Our itinerary has changed, so it's normal for the Flowing Cloud Space's commander to change." Qiu Zhan, known as the most belligerent commander, often rushed to the front alone in the war, so much so that in several big battles, the decision-making committee had to agree to give him a black energy source to protect himself. He is one of the few people in transdimensional who can use a black energy source, but I heard that he offended the decision-making committee, so the black energy source will never be given to him. Why was such a person sent to Flowing Cloud Space? Someone was puzzled. Maybe he can use the black energy source again, another person said with a fervent look in his eyes. Black energy sources were transdimensional's most powerful weapons. Once they were used, they could fight against progenitors. This was what Kujian had said, as long as they were willing, even a bug could fight against a progenitor. However, Luin did not believe such words. Using an energy source required one's own body. Although it did not have much to do with one's cultivation level, the requirements for certain aspects of one's body were even more perverse. He looked at the middle-aged man called Qiu Zhan. This person did not use an energy source, but he was able to exert pressure on the entire space. His strength should not be lower than an envoy's, but because his cultivation path was different, Luin did not know what kind of envoy's power level he could display. Not making any noise. Get over here. The closer you are to me, the better. Qiu Zhan barked. Everyone seemed to wake up from a dream, and they all looked at Qiu Zhan apprehensively. They did not know what to do, as the pressure that Qiu Zhan was exerting on them was too great. Even an enlighter could exert a great amount of pressure on a normal person, let alone someone with Qiu Zhan's strength. Zhuyu was the first to walk over, as she was not too far away from Qiu Zhan. Next, Mudo and the rest followed suit. It had to be said that although some people were born with a higher status than others, the training and education that they had received made them elites. There were very few who were truly useless and hedonistic. Luin followed Mudo over. Qiu Zhan's gaze swept across everyone's faces, and they all paled as they forcefully endured his pressure and advanced. In the end, over 1,000 people formed a circle around Qiu Zhan, but Qiu Zhan disdainfully said, "Come closer." Zuiyu gritted her teeth and approached Qiu Zhan. She was only 2 meters away from him, while Luo Lao was 5 meters away. Lu Yin, who was behind Mudo, was about 5 meters away as well. Xiao Bai actually needs me to personally lead you to a battlefield like this. It's all thanks to your ancestors, but on the battlefield, your ancestors won't be able to protect you. After speaking, a transparent energy source on Qiu Zhan's chest emitted a bright white light. It was similar to Ku Jian's, but there were some differences. Although they were both white, Qiu Zhan's was much more dazzling than Ku Jian's. It was also much purer and thicker. With a burst of energy, the white light enveloped everyone. Qiu Zhan took a step forward and brought everyone through the void. Lu Yin was flabbergasted. Was this how ultra spacetime used a half-progenitor's power? It was too crude, just like how a half-progenitor would directly use astral sources to coerce others. The people here did not have inner worlds. In a one-on-one battle, those who used white energy sources would find it difficult to defeat a half-progenitor from the fifth mainland. The scene in front of them changed, and they appeared in a starry sky that was completely different from ultra spacetimes. Lu Yin looked up and saw the materialized energy that flowed like dark clouds above, as well as the faintly discernible structure of a huge object in the distance. He stared into the distance. What was that? At this moment, Qiu Zhan was also staring at him. The others did not react, but Lu Yin was the first to look over after traveling through a parallel spacetime. This was not normal. After all, traveling through parallel spacetime was stressful, and the stronger the parallel spacetime, the greater the pressure. Although drifting cloud space was not a very powerful parallel space, it was still not something that these aristocratic elites could immediately react to. Lu Yin's performance had exceeded Zuiyu's expectations. Zuiyu stared at Lu Yin, the dark green lens in his right eye flashing continuously before finally stopping at 270,000. Zuiyu was astonished. 270,000 power level. Was this kid a cultivator? A civilized one. This is drifting cloud space. Zuiyu exclaimed. The others reacted as well, and they looked around. Qiu Zhan no longer paid attention to Lu Yin, as he did not find a cultivation civilization strange. Ultra spacetime had its own cultivation civilization, and most of the current Six Directions society were cultivators as well. Cultivators often came to ultra spacetime. What Qiu Zhan found strange was that someone from a cultivation civilization like Lu Yin had been sent to drifting cloud space. The white light from his chest blossomed once more, and he led everyone in the direction that Lu Yin was looking at while simultaneously investigating Lu Yin's identity. So that's how it is. Qiu Zhan glanced at Lu Yin again. With his status, he could naturally investigate Lu Yin's background, and it was no wonder that Lu Yin was Zijing's man. This meant that nothing could happen to Lu Yin on this battlefield. This was a mission given to him by the council, but Qiu Zhan did not care. There was no such thing as nothing could happen on the battlefield. Even he himself could not guarantee his own survival. If they wanted nothing to happen to Lu Yin, they should not have sent him to drifting cloud space. Since he was already here, his life and death depended on himself. Qiu Zhan did not care about the council's orders, nor did he care about Lu Yin. Up ahead, the huge structure was getting closer and closer. Lu Yin did not care about Qiu Zhan, as he kept staring at the huge structure in the distance. It was not much smaller than the sect above the heavens. What was that? Even though they were separated by quite a distance, Lu Yin felt a sense of danger as soon as he saw it. When Qiu Zhan brought everyone in front of the huge structure, many of them were shocked. Lu Yin was more shocked than anyone else. Others more or less understood what this thing was, as they were all from Transcendence, but this was Lu Yin's first time seeing it. This was the bestow technique. Zijing had explained before that the bestow technique was a technique that the universe offered to humanity. The universe sealed source boxes, and transcendence could extract and use all of the materials within the source box. This was equivalent to the power of the universe, which was why it was called the bestow technique. Lu Yin had never thought that source boxes could be used in such a way. He felt that the source box array's usage of source boxes was already very mysterious. It could only be said that the universe had developed for countless years, and humanity's ingenuity had become its greatest weapon. Look carefully. This is the largest bearer of the art of bestowment that we have ever developed. As long as we have enough source boxes, it won't be a dream to wipe out life forms with power levels in the millions. Your mission is to defend one of the components and keep it open. Use your power to become a small component. Do you understand? Qiu Zhan barked. Everyone replied, yes, sir. The bestow technique was a gigantic mechanical object that was close to the size of the sect above the heavens. Regardless of how complicated the internal structure was, there were countless weapons arranged around the carrier, and there were also many people patrolling the area. The carrier was protected like an iron bucket. There were even mechanical extensions in the distance, and countless people were walking on top of them. At first glance, it looked like a monster that was being used to carry the humans' attacks. There were also several large spheres on top of the bestow technique, and they looked like energy sources that had been magnified countless times. Everyone around him knew what those things were, and Lu Yin gradually understood what they were after listening to their discussions. Those were energy sources that could be extracted. Once they encountered an external attack, those energy sources could decompose the external attack and turn it into the most primitive form of energy that they could use. That was how the energy sources that they used were obtained. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2497. Hyperspace had two secret techniques, the art of gift and the energy source. Both of them had appeared on this giant vessel. These vessels rarely appear outside of hyperspace. The Council must care a lot about the drift cloud space to be able to transport something this big, Mudo sighed. Lu Yin replied, yeah, there aren't many of them. Mudo sneered, not many. That's called few, there aren't more than 10 of them in the entire hyperspace. The Reincarnation Spacetime Society wanted to borrow one, but the Council's conditions made them give up. This is our secret weapon, so how could we possibly bring it out? For it to appear here, Luo Lauer was right, something big must have happened, and it must have something to do with that woman, Zijing. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. Could Zijing's words be true? She wasn't sure herself. She clearly wasn't sure, and it was just a guess, but it had scared her into fleeing. If that cultivation technique was successful, then it would be terrifying. He had originally thought that the possibility wasn't high, but now it seemed that hyperspace had paid such a huge price, so it might be true. The group was brought to a corner of the Art of Gift by Qiu Zhan. Above them was a starry sky, and around them were platforms made of metal. Qiu Zhan pointed at a square protrusion not too far away. You don't need me to teach you, right? I want that thing to never protrude. That's an order. Even if all of you die, that thing is not allowed to protrude. Now, we'll start according to the order of receiving the energy source. A man walked out from the crowd and walked up to the protrusion. He took a deep breath and placed his hand on the protrusion. A green light blossomed from his chest as a wave of energy surged in. He exerted force and pushed the protrusion deep into the machine until half of his arm was inside. The platform seemed to activate as the green light spread out along the lines and connected in all directions. Lu Yin looked around and saw that there were many of these platforms. Some of them glowed brightly while others were completely dark. The colors of the platforms glowed differently, which probably had something to do with the user. Qiu Zhan said, remember, that thing cannot protrude, or you'll all be punished according to military orders. Commander, what if the enemy attacks? A girl asked softly. Qiu Zhan glared at her. Even if you die, you'll have to fulfill my orders. He then pointed at Luo Lao. He's your captain, so listen to him. Only after Qiu Zhan left did everyone heave a sigh of relief. Their expressions relaxed as they started to discuss. Luo Lao, on the other hand, stood rooted to the ground. What the hell? I'm the captain. Zuiyu, Mudwa and many others looked at Luo Lao. They did not expect that Luo Lao would be appointed as the captain. Captain, give us the order. What should we do? Mudo tequila. Zuiyu smiled and said, Captain, show us your blue energy source. Captain, does Commander Qiu know Lord Luo? Luo Lao wanted to cry but had no tears. He did not want to be a captain. What did it have to do with him? He just wanted to eat quietly and wait for death. At the same time, he also wanted to ask around for information. He couldn't bear this responsibility. He wanted to find Qiu Zhan, but how could he find him in such a huge vessel? Everyone, we're all brothers and sisters. Why don't we go home? At the same time, in hyperspace, Zijing was kneeling on the ground. In front of her was a staircase that extended from bottom to top. Beautiful flowers bloomed on the staircase, and strange palm-sized creatures danced happily, let out a beautiful laugh. Long time no see, Zijing, a pleasant voice said. Zijing was shocked. She raised her head and looked at the top of the stairs. There was a woman sitting there covered by 7 colored clouds. Although she couldn't see the woman's face clearly, she could feel the woman's flawless beauty in an instant. This was a perfect woman. There was no need to look at her face or anything else. Just a single glance was enough to confirm her perfection. Long time no see, Zijing said hoarsely. She looked down and saw that the staircase had turned into nothingness. The cute creatures, the cheerful laughter, and the beautiful flowers had all disappeared. There was an unimaginable gap between her and the woman on the staircase, and they would never be able to connect. Your escape put the council in a difficult position. Fortunately, it didn't last long, the woman on the staircase said. Her voice was very pleasant. I know I was wrong, Zijing said in a low voice. Look up, the woman said. Zijing subconsciously looked up and saw a picture appear in the air. It was a picture of Lu Yin standing on top of the art of bestowment. His eyes were blank. Look at him, he doesn't know anything. He only has a power level of around 200,000, and he's like an ant on the battlefield. He can be easily crushed. How can someone like him survive on the battlefield? The woman's voice grew gentler, but her words were chilling. Zijing's eyes widened. You promised not to make things difficult for him. Of course, we won't make things difficult for him. We'll even nurture him. I want him to live, as only then will he be valuable to you and us. However, the prerequisite is your loyalty. Zijing, I don't see any loyalty from you. The less loyal you are, the more confused he will be. Apprehension, fear, and despair. Humans are very interesting, aren't they? As their emotions are expressed, their gazes will change as well. I'm looking forward to seeing that in his eyes. Zijing lowered her head respectfully. I've already told the council that I will faithfully complete the mission given to me. I won't hesitate, and I won't run away. Never. All right, I see some loyalty. As a reward, I'll let you contact him or even bring him here. Thank you, Zijing said. Write down everything you know about the spacetime you escaped to. After all, it was the primordial space, so it's worth learning about it. Zijing nodded, understood. You may leave. Appearing on the battlefield meant that there would be war. On the 6th day after Lu Yin and the others were assigned to the battlefield, war arrived. Countless corpse kings appeared and attacked the art of bestowment. The machinery extended from the bearer of the feed, Technique slaughtered the corpse kings in a frenzy, like a giant standing in the starry sky slaughtering without restraint. This scene lasted for more than 10 days, and as the extended machinery was damaged, the corpse kings began to approach the carrier. Luin watched calmly. How many corpse kings had this giant carrier killed in 10 days? This included emissary-level corpse kings, which were worthy of being called killing machines. If only the fifth mainland had such a carrier. So far, not a single member of Transdimensional had been injured. When the extended machinery was destroyed and the corpse kings approached, all kinds of weapons were fired from the carrier. Countless people rushed out, and they looked very strange as they had horns on their heads. Those are native creatures of the drifting cloud space. I saw them when I was studying, someone exclaimed. Someone else asked, yes. Who hasn't seen them before? The drifting cloud space is the largest parallel space under Transdimensional. Everyone knows the situation here. Luin wanted to say that he didn't know. No one would explain it to him. Everyone watched as the countless native creatures of the drifting cloud space rushed into space. These creatures all used gray energy sources and had the ability to wander through space. To Transdimensional, these creatures were qualified cannon fodder. These creatures looked almost the same as humans, except that they had horns on their heads. To Transdimensional, these creatures could not be called humans, but rather creatures. At that moment, Luin saw a rather powerful corpse king carve out a bloody path towards the carrier of the art of bestowment. When it was within a certain range, the corpse king attacked with a punch. The wind from the punch suddenly disappeared, and the corpse king was killed by a weapon. Luin's eyes flashed. The corpse king's attack had been broken down by the absorption of the energy source. The battle ended very quickly, and the transdimensional people on the carrier did not even get close to the corpse king. The carrier trembled and then began to move forward. They're trying to take over the entire drifting cloud space, Luo Lao said as he stroked his chin. I'm almost out of energy, a woman said from within the cube. Half of her arm was stuck into the cube, and the light from the energy source on her chest was growing weaker. Luo Lao waved, next. Many people looked at Mudo. It was his turn. Mudo shouted, Xian Qi, you go. Luin was calm and did not refuse. He stepped forward, curious about this as well. He went to the woman's side, and she asked, ready? Luin nodded. The woman suddenly stopped, and Luin pressed his hand against the cube. It was cold to the touch and had a metallic texture. He immediately activated the energy source in his chest, and its power instantly spread throughout his body. This was an external power that could also be used. At this moment, Luin finally understood what it was like for someone from Transdimensional to use an energy source. This was completely different from cultivation, but it could still be used freely. As the green light extended, no one paid any attention to it. Mudo, don't tell me you're not doing anything, Suyu said. Mudo said, let Xian Qi take my place, it's just a matter of making 2 more trips. Everyone had to replenish their energy source after activating the cube. The distance was rather far, and a round trip would take a day. Mudo had Luin take his place, which meant that while everyone else had to make 1 trip, he had to make 2 trips. However, he did not mind. Luin himself did not have any objections, and the others did not either. Mudo's background was quite deep. Of course, in Mudo's own words, he was just following Luin. Otherwise, Luin would have been bullied to death by Musselman's group. It's that kid's fortune to be able to help me. Many people would beg for it, Mudo said proudly. He was right, many people around wanted to help Mudo's circle as long as they could join. Unfortunately, not everyone was qualified. Suyu chose someone to replace her, and everyone else in the circle did the same. Only Luo Lao was an exception. Although he was the captain, he was from the 3 Monarchs universe, so flattery was useless. Luo Lao was depressed. As the captain, he actually had to do it himself. It was too embarrassing. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2498. The green energy source could last for about 4 hours, and after that, someone replaced Lu Yin. He then followed the instructions and went to the replenishment area. He had wanted to ask around, but he couldn't understand anything. He decided to just wait until he had the chance to steal the entire thing and hand it over to the technocracy for research. How big was the drifting cloud space? Lu Yin didn't ask, but since Luo Lauer had said that the Hyperspace Society wanted to completely reclaim it, that meant that the area couldn't be too big. Otherwise, with the speed at which the carrier was advancing, how long would it take to reclaim it? A few days later, the Eternals appeared again. This time, there were even more Corpse Kings than before, and they were clearly much more powerful. More Corpse Kings approached the carrier, and the carrier absorbed their energy. The battle was won, and the carrier continued to advance. One day, an incomparably huge Corpse King appeared, and everyone's expressions changed. Although this Corpse King was far smaller than the carrier, it wasn't too weak either, and it was strong enough to shatter a planet. Luo Lauer was shocked. Such a huge monster. Where did it come from? Cui Yu's face paled. Legends say that a giant appeared in a certain spacetime, and the largest one was large enough to cause stars to revolve around it. One hand could cover the heavens, and even the carrier of the feeding technique might not be able to withstand a single punch. That's strong. Luo Lauer cried out. The giant Corpse King punched the carrier. This was just physical strength, and there was nothing worth converting into an energy source. Qiu Zhan shouted, "Good timing." A bright white light illuminated the heavens as he faced the giant Corpse King's punch without fear and punched back. The difference in size was like the difference between heaven and earth, but their strength was equally matched. There was a loud bang, and the heavens exploded as countless spatial cracks spread out, devouring the Corpse King and tearing apart the carrier of the feeding technique. The giant Corpse King looked up and punched out again. Qiu Zhan attacked again, but at this moment, a cold voice rang out in Lu Yin's ears from behind. Feeding slaughter, 3 segments. Fire. A dark beam of light appeared, giving the Corpse King no time to dodge. It pierced through its body and extended for an unknown distance. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This was the power of a half-progenitor. This was definitely the power of a half-progenitor. Was this the feeding technique? Countless people from the Hyperspace Society cheered. Cui Yu's eyes lit up. This is the power of the Hyperspace Society. So what if it's the Eternals? They'll still be obliterated. Mudo clenched his fists. He had to join the council to be able to control such terrifying power, otherwise, even if he trained for his entire life, he would not be able to do so. The black light slowly dissipated. Qiu Zhan was dissatisfied. Who fired it? I haven't had enough yet. Cheers rang out. Everyone thought the Corpse King was dead for sure. The giant Corpse King's body swayed, and its arms drooped down powerlessly, falling forward. Lu Yin's gaze suddenly turned cold. He wasn't dead. The zombie king's fallen body suddenly rushed out. He was not far away from the carrier of the art of feeding. He used all his strength to push Qiu Zhan away. With a loud bang, the carrier was hit. Luo Lauer lost his balance and fell. Many people fell down. Lu Yin looked up and saw the giant Corpse King raise its left arm, clenching it into a fist and smashing it down. Qiu Zhan was infuriated. His eyes turned red as he instantly appeared behind the Corpse King and kicked his arm. Under the bright white light, a powerful force was unleashed wantonly, lifting the Corpse King to the left. Qiu Zhan still wasn't satisfied. His body landed on the Corpse King's head. Die! There was another loud bang as the carrier exploded. This time, the Corpse King was completely dead, but cracks had appeared on the carrier, and many of its energy sources had been extinguished. Countless scarlet eyes appeared in all directions, and at the same time, more giant Corpse Kings walked out and charged at the carrier. Fire! Qiu Zhan roared. Beams of black light shot out, but compared to the previous one, they were much weaker. The giant carrier of the art of feeding had more than one gift emitter, and the power of each beam varied depending on the size of the source box. Lu Yin looked up at the beams of black light that streaked across the sky. The cloud-like power caused the void to shatter. In contrast, countless Corpse Kings surged forward. Just as the others had said, Qiu Zhan was the commander, and he charged at the front. The bright white light was incomparably dazzling. The local creatures of the drifting cloud space charged into space, and Lu Yin did not know how many of them there were. Some of them were strong, while others were weak. He saw a half-ancestor powerhouse among them. The horns on their heads directly absorbed the cloud-like power and then unleashed all sorts of attacks. These creatures were almost the same as humans, and they were also from a cultivation civilization. Rain fell from the sky as corpses fell from the sky. There were creatures from the drifting cloud space, Corpse Kings from the Eternals, and even people from beyond the space-time continuum. The carrier of the art of feeding had a huge energy source that could absorb the energy of any nearby creature and convert it into attack power. This also caused the Eternals to constantly approach and try to destroy the energy source. However, until now, the closest to it was that giant half-ancestor Corpse King. No one else could get close. Are you stunned? Luo Lao shouted. When he saw that many people were looking at him, he raised his head and said, "I've seen this kind of battle before, and more than once." "You won't die if you don't brag," Zhuyi said with his back to him. Luo Lao giggled, "Sister Yu, I've seen it before in our space-time continuum. After all, I have an older brother who died on the battlefield." Zhuyi was stunned and turned to look at Luo Lao with a strange expression. Mudo and many others looked at Luo Lao strangely. Was this something worth bragging about? Luo Lao puffed out his chest and said, "For us from the Three Monarch space-time continuum, dying on the battlefield is glorious." He then changed the topic. "Of course, I'm from beyond the space-time continuum now, so the Three Monarch space-time continuum has nothing to do with me." "Of course," Shimu replied. Even Lu Yin wanted to say something along the lines of nonsense. The periphery of the bestow technique was filled with eternal Corpse Kings, and no one knew how many of them there were. They only knew that if these Corpse Kings were not dealt with, the war would not end. Everyone had thought that it would be a war of attrition, but when the first Corpse King appeared on one of the platforms and slaughtered everyone from beyond the space-time continuum, their expressions changed. "Kill, kill, they're killing their way in," someone shouted in fear. Luo Lao hurriedly covered that person's mouth. "Don't speak, you're courting death." Mudo's face paled. That Corpse King had forcefully charged over. It was not that this Corpse King was stronger than a half-martial ancestor, but that it had dodged the black light beam and used its physical strength to prevent it from being absorbed by the energy source. It was impossible for the bestow technique to have so many Corpse Kings, and there had to be some that had been missed. The Corpse King's goal was the platforms, and they knew that these platforms were working for the energy source. They wanted to kill everyone on the platforms. Whenever the first Corpse King charged over, a second would follow. Powerhouses from drifting cloud and beyond continuously attacked, and the platforms were destroyed one after another. Every time a platform was destroyed, the energy source's ability and range to absorb energy would decrease. Lu Yin's platform was completely silent, and no one dared to speak to attract the Corpse King's attention. However, in the end, none of them managed to escape. A man stared blankly at the Corpse King that was climbing up from behind the platform, and his pupils shrank as he screamed. His right eye's lens constantly flickered with light, guiding him to escape. This was a battlefield navigation system that was identical to the one that Xi Jing had created. Even with the battlefield navigation system, it could not make up for the difference. The man did not even have time to use his energy source before the Corpse King waved its hand and pierced through his head. The Corpse King then leaped over the platform and attacked Mudo, who was the closest to it. Mudo's energy source glowed with a green light that wrapped around his arm. He raised his palm and the green light swept forward, but the Corpse King easily avoided it. Mudo's attack had the strength of a pekin lighter, but since the Corpse King was able to reach the platform, it definitely had the power of an emissary. Mudo was not scared silly, and it was already quite impressive that he had been able to attack, but it was meaningless. The Corpse King took a step forward, and its scarlet eyes reflected Mudo's terrified and despairing expression. He had never felt death so close before. Was he going to die? Was he really going to die? He was from the Mu family, and the Mu family was one of the upper echelons of transdimensional. He should not die here. The Corpse King's palm descended, and layers of ripples appeared in the void beneath its palm. This attack not only wanted to kill Mudo, but it also wanted to destroy the platform. At the critical moment, another green light lashed out with a long whip that swept up Mudo. There was a loud bang as the platform trembled and cracked open. Mudo was flung to the side by the whip, as Suiyu had made his move. Attack together, or else none of us will survive. Suiyu barked. The rest of the people attacked as well. Most of them used blue energy, but almost everyone in Suiyu's circle used green energy. A total of 6 pekin lighters attacked the Corpse King in a single manner, but there were so many of them that Luin was astonished. Was this Transdimensional's battle style? Although their individual power levels were boosted by their energy sources to the point where they could rival cultivators of the same realm, they were still far from being able to fight a cultivator in a one-on-one battle. What Transdimensional truly relied on was the feed technique and its energy sources. No matter how many enlighters they had, it was useless against an emissary, let alone a Corpse King. Corpse Kings were already stronger than cultivators of the same realm. The palm attack did not destroy the platform, and the Corpse King ignored everyone's attacks. It looked at the person who had activated the platform, which was a woman. Even now, the woman still had not pulled her arm out of the cube. She did not dare, or rather, she had been scared silly. When the Corpse King's scarlet eyes looked over, the woman's face went pale, and her entire body trembled. Suiyu gritted his teeth. Luo Air, aren't you from the Three Sovereigns universe? You're from a cultivation civilization. Attack! Luo Air was bitter. There are strong cultivators and weak cultivators. I'm just an attendant, and I'm not as strong as you guys. The Corpse King attacked and casually waved its hand. At this moment, Luin made his move. He used his footwork battle technique to rapidly approach the Corpse King. His palm struck the back of the Corpse King's head, and a green energy was released from his chest. Even if the Corpse King was an emissary, it would still be unlucky to unleash the strength of a pekin lighter at such close range. No one had expected Luin to make a move, and his movement technique was so fast that it was almost invisible. They all thought that Lu Yin's attack would succeed, but the Corpse King was even faster and easily dodged the attack. Instead, it appeared behind Lu Yin and raised its arm high before striking down. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2499. Lu Yin didn't even move. At the critical moment, a black beam streaked past his head, brushing past his scalp as it struck the Corpse King and shattered its head, causing its body to slowly fall to the ground. It was the feed technique. Lu Yin looked up. Hyperspace wouldn't allow him to be in danger, or what would happen to Zijing. However, he had to show that he was different from the rest, at least something that hyperspace could accept. The black beam destroyed the Corpse King, and on the platform, Lu Yin patted his chest and looked at the frightened girl. I'll do it. She seemed to wake up from a dream, withdrawing her arm with reddened eyes. She hid in a corner, not daring to let anyone see her cry. She was truly frightened. Nobody laughed at him. These nobles had never experienced something like this before. This platform was filled with noble disciples. They should have gone to other battlefields, the kind where the strongest enemy was the emissaries. With their strength, they should be able to protect themselves. It was not here, where any corpse king could sweep them away. Luin pressed his arm against the square and wiped his forehead. Zuiyu and the rest looked at him. Who are you? Lu Yin's movement technique was definitely not ordinary. At least, they couldn't do it. They could only borrow the power of the energy source to release their attacks, but their bodies were far from being as strong as the energy source. They couldn't do what Lu Yin had done, nor could they learn it. A cultivator, Luo Lao answered. The rest were shocked. A cultivator? Yes, he should be a cultivator. He's a cultivator. Which civilization is he from? Xian. Never heard of that name. Mudo stepped forward and stared at Lu Yin. Who are you? Even an idiot would know that Muscleman wouldn't be able to bully Lu Yin with his movement technique. It was already good enough that he didn't bully others. There was a loud explosion as the platform close to them shattered, sending countless fragments flying in all directions. Lu Yin said, "We'll talk about it after this battle ends." Mudo looked at him deeply. You better give me an explanation. He then turned and left. Zuiyu and the rest looked at Lu Yin, but their attention was quickly drawn to the battle, afraid that another powerful corpse king would appear. Fortunately, the battle ended a few days later, and no more corpse kings rushed to their platforms. The closest ones had been destroyed by the feed technique, as if their platforms had been taken care of. Seeing that the starry sky was filled with floating corpses, the originally dark starry sky turned red. The bearer of the art of feeding began to move, continuing to head south. The various platforms began to be repaired, and the casualties were counted. Most of Transdimensional's losses were from these resources, but there were also many casualties. Lu Yin was surrounded by the crowd, and everyone was looking at him. Brother, tell me, what's your background? Luo Lao asked. Mudo growled, speak. Zuiyu held the whip in his hand and sized up Lu Yin. In the distance, Muscle Man's group of people craned their necks to watch. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Let me formally introduce myself. This is Xian Qi, and he came here with Zijing less than a month ago. Everyone's jaws dropped, especially Luo Lao's. His jaws were so wide that one could stuff an energy source into them. You're the man that Zijing cares about. Lu Yin looked at him and smiled. It's me. Luo Lao blinked. Many people felt strange. Before coming to the drifting cloud space, they had discussed this matter quite a lot. They had all said that they wanted to find that person and snatch Zijing away. Who would have thought that that person was right next to them? Zuiyu was speechless. Why didn't you say so from the start? Lu Yin replied, I'm not familiar with them, and I was captured. To Transdimensional, I'm considered half an enemy. Mudo gritted his teeth, you've been messing with me this whole time. Lu Yin seriously replied, of course not. I'm unfamiliar with Transdimensional, so I don't dare to casually provoke others. It's true that I was bullied. He then smiled, it's also true that you saved me. Those 2 slaps were very satisfying. Thank you. Zuiyu's eyes narrowed. She didn't know why, but when she saw Lu Yin smile, she felt that this guy wasn't as pure as he seemed. Is that the only reason? Mudo didn't believe it. Lu Yin nodded, who likes to be bullied? Mudo thought about it and agreed. What's your strength? Luo Lao asked. This was the question that everyone was more interested in, as they were curious about the cultivation civilizations. There were too many civilizations in the universe, and their cultivation civilizations were the most common ones. There were more than 1 or 2 civilizations in the Six Direction Association, and it was impossible for them all to learn about them. Luo Lao had been able to join their circle because he was from a cultivation civilization, which piqued their curiosity. Lu Yin's current situation had piqued their curiosity as well. These people didn't do anything because Lu Yin had concealed his identity. After all, no one would expose themselves in an unfamiliar place, and Lu Yin had just saved them. Qiu Zhan had clearly ordered that the platform had to be activated. If not for Lu Yin stalling for time and saving that girl, the platform would have been extinguished, which meant that they had violated military orders. Just this point alone was enough for Lu Yin to be accepted. Brother, you're too cautious. Transdimensional is quite open to accepting extraterrestrial civilizations. Even if you're from a cultivation civilization, they might accept you as long as you surrender, Luo Lao said as he patted Lu Yin's shoulder. Mudo snorted and turned to leave. He was still unhappy that he had been tricked. If they really fought, he definitely wouldn't be Lu Yin's match. Zui Yu was very curious, and she kept asking Lu Yin which cultivation civilization he was from. Lu Yin's strength was not enough for her to understand certain things, such as the Genesis space. With his strength as an enlighter, he shouldn't have been able to understand it. Thus, he only told Zui Yu some very basic information. Even this information was enough to excite Zui Yu. She had heard about the top 100 rankings, the 10 arbiters, the supreme tournament, and all sorts of hot-blooded battles that could only be found in cultivation civilizations. This was something that ultra spacetime lacked. Humans were hot-blooded, and Qiu Zhan had charged into the battlefield alone. This was his passion. As Lu Yin spoke, Mudo perked up his ears to listen. The more he listened, the tighter his fists became. He also wanted to fight for a place in the top 100 rankings and become the leader of the younger generation, becoming one of the 10 arbiters. Luo Lao cried out, "Brother, your transdimensional space is too passionate. What's it called?" Mudo and the rest looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was confused. "I don't know." Luo Lao wanted to say something else, but a figure landed on the platform and shook it. Everyone instinctively dodged, but they relaxed when they saw that it was Qiu Zhan. How many died? Qiu Zhan's gaze swept across the crowd before finally landing on Luo Lao. Luo Lao's smile faded as he muttered, "1." Qiu Zhan looked at the man whose head had been smashed by the corpse king. "Only 1 died, not bad. How was your experience?" "Very satisfying, right?" Ha ha ha. Everyone fell silent. Death had been close at hand, and they wanted to listen to Lu Yin's story because they wanted to lessen the fear in their hearts. Qiu Zhan looked at Zui Yu. "You're not bad. You took the initiative to save someone." Zui Yu's face was still pale. "It's what I should do." Qiu Zhan looked at Lu Yin. "I heard what you said." He then looked at the others. "You don't know, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. When you reach a higher level one day and see more people, you'll know that what he said isn't strange at all. Listen up, I'll repeat myself, the platform must be activated. This is a military order, and it cannot be changed. This is a mission for all of you, and you must complete it even if you die. Do you hear me?" "Yes," they all replied. Qiu Zhan sneered. "A bunch of women. Answer me again, do you hear me?" "Yes, sir." They all shouted. Qiu Zhan left, and the feed techniques carrier continued south. All sorts of metal equipment were transported over and installed on the carrier. Ever since Lu Yin had made his move, Mudo no longer allowed him to replace him in activating the platform, instead starting it himself. Zui Yu seemed to have set his sights on Lu Yin, and he kept asking about the cultivation civilization and even wanted to spar with him. Lu Yin had finally gotten rid of Zui Yu, but Luo Lao was staring at him again. "Brother, what kind of technique has Zijing grasped? Tell me." Luoyin sat on the ground quietly. I don't know. Luo Lao replied, how could you not know? You're her man. Luoyin looked at Luo Lao with a solemn expression. Tell me about the three sovereigns' realms. I'm very curious. Luo Lao pouted. What's there to talk about? Curious. In exchange, I'll ask you a question, and you'll ask me a question. Sure, I'll go first. Luo Lao said, go ahead. Luoyin thought about it. Between the three sovereigns' realms and hyperspace, which one is stronger? Luo Lao rolled his eyes. Let me put it this way, I'm a hostage placed in hyperspace by the three sovereigns, but hyperspace doesn't place any hostages in the three sovereigns' realms. Luoyin understood. It's my turn. What kind of technique has Zijing grasped? Why is hyperspace so concerned about it? If I'm not wrong, the reason why she used the bestowal technique in the previous battle was to protect you. Under Commander Qiu Zhan's command, such a thing has never happened before. Even the decision-makers wouldn't protect you. Luoyin smiled. I don't know. Luo Lao was stunned. Brother, that's not very nice of you. I'm not hiding anything. Luoyin was very calm. I'm not hiding anything either, but I really don't know what technique she grasped. More accurately, I don't understand. Luo Lao felt his teeth ache. Can you at least repeat what she said to me? Luoyin thought about it. Commander Qiu Zhan heard our conversation, which means that this platform is being monitored. Something might happen if you ask that. Luo Lao's face twitched. He had asked too hastily. A hostage asking about a technique that even hyperspace cared about could be a big deal. He immediately laughed and patted Luoyin's shoulder. I'm just joking. Why are you so nervous? Do you think I'll harm you? Ha ha ha, don't make wild guesses. I'm just curious. Luoyin replied, I really don't know. I'll help you ask Zijing the next time I see her. No need, I'll change the question. It's my turn. You didn't answer. I did. I don't know. That counts. Then forget it. No. So does it or not? Luo Lao gritted his teeth. Yes. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2500. Luoyin continued, what's the relationship between the three sovereigns? Luo Bro was confused, husband and wife, everyone knows that. I'm asking about their personalities, Luoyin reminded him. Luo Bro was confused, you're curious about that. Don't tell me your spacetime is connected to the three sovereign spacetime. Then you're done for. Luoyin's expression changed, but his expression remained calm. What do you mean? Are they really connected? Luo Bro's eyes widened in schadenfreude, let me tell you. He suddenly paused, wait, it's my turn to ask. What's your relationship with Zijing? Luoyin naturally answered, friends. Luo Bro was confused, not husband and wife. Not yet, Luoyin said. He and Zijing were indeed friends, but as for husband and wife, they really hadn't and couldn't be. Of course, he left out the last part. Luo Bro moved closer, if I want to pursue Zijing, you won't have a problem, right? Luoyin was confused, you'll get beaten up if you talk like that. Luo Bro's face turned bitter, brother, please understand. I don't have a choice, as a hostage, it's my instinct to protect myself. Luoyin looked away, I can have Zijing acknowledge you as her younger brother. Luo Bro was surprised, that works too, ha ha ha, alright, brother-in-law. Zuiyu was passing by and heard Luo Bro's address, so he came over, what brother-in-law? Luo Bro, he's your brother-in-law. Isn't he Zijing's man? Luo Bro replied loudly, I'm Zijing's younger brother. Bullshit, Mudo also heard, you're a pitiful worm abandoned by the three sovereigns. You're the pitiful one, your whole family is pitiful. I'm Zijing's younger brother, and this is my brother-in-law, Luo Bro shamelessly admitted. Lu Yin was speechless and faced everyone's gazes, family misfortune. Luo Bro's face twitched, brother-in-law, don't talk nonsense, I'm your pride. Suiyu glared at Lu Yin, when did Zijing acknowledge him as her younger brother? Luo Bro smiled, can't I acknowledge him as my brother-in-law? Bro, you're asking for a beating. Suiyu took out his whip. After finally coaxing Suiyu and the others away, Lu Yin brought up the topic again. Earlier, you said that it would be bad luck if you were connected to one of the three sovereigns. What did you mean? Luo Lao sighed. Brother-in-law, since you're my brother-in-law now, I won't hide it from you. That old man of mine is a selfish and controlling bastard. Do you know what his favorite collection is? When he saw Lu Yin's confused expression, Luo Lao answered seriously, eternal coordinates. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. What coordinates? Luo Lao said, brother-in-law, you still need to improve your knowledge. If you have the time, you should read more books. Tearing through the void allows you to go to a parallel universe, and you can return to the parallel universe you were born in at any time. However, if you want to go to another parallel universe, you need to have the coordinates. Otherwise, it's just a matter of luck. My father likes to steal the coordinates of the Eternals and then open up a parallel universe. Once he finds the coordinates that he likes, he can go there at any time. The purpose is very simple. He calls himself a monarch, and his cultivation realms are categorized as servant, monarch, and so on. What do you think he will do when he controls space-time? Actually, the drifting cloud space is a parallel universe controlled by the hyperspace. Here are the coordinates of the hyperspace. Look at how miserable the creatures in the drifting cloud space are. Send them to their deaths, and the hyperspace will take all the benefits. I'm not afraid of General Qiu Zhan and the others hearing this. They don't care at all. Luo Lao said a lot. It was unknown whether he really recognized Lu Yin as his brother-in-law or something else, but he made a mess of the three monarchs spacetime and almost said that he was the second Eternals. As for his father, Lord Luo, he was directly scolded. He's your father, Lu Yin reminded him. Luo Lao angrily rebuked, father my ass. He doesn't care about us at all. He only cares about the son he had with Mu Jun. Do you know how many sons he has now? 125 of them. I'm the second oldest. Many years ago, I was treated as a hostage and left in hyperspace. Fortunately, other than the son he had with Mu Jun, most of the others died. I said before that my brother died on the battlefield because he forced him. In his eyes, we're just tools. Do the people in the three monarchs spacetime understand Lord Luo? Lu Yin asked. Luo Lao replied, as long as they reach a certain level, they do. Lu Yin nodded. This was probably why Gyu had sealed off the passage. If Lord Luo was really as Luo Lao had said, then allowing him to enter the fifth mainland was definitely not a good thing. At that time, the fifth mainland had only had a half-ancestor, and the strongest had been Elder Chan. He would not have been able to fight back against Lord Luo. Even if they had opened a path to the cosmic tree, Lord Luo and the other two could deal with one of the seven sky gods. Brother-in-law, is your spacetime really connected to the three monarchs spacetime? Luo Lao asked. Lu Yin shook his head, no. Then why are you asking so many questions? I'm just curious. I'm really curious. If I'd known, I wouldn't have said all that. It's a waste of saliva. Right, when can I meet my sister? Lu Yin looked at the sky, we'll talk about it when we get back alive. Hee hee, you'll definitely be able to return alive. My sister is too important. As for me, I should be able to do it too since I'm a hostage. The others might not be able to do it, Luo Lao gloated. Mudwa shouted, Luo Lao, are you cursing us to not be able to return? Luo Lao cried out, Mudwa, don't spout nonsense. I'm not cursing you. Ask my brother-in-law if you don't believe me. Lu Yin understood, this Luo Lao was indeed asking for a beating. The Eternals in the drifting cloud space seemed to have been wiped out, and no Eternals appeared for the next half a month. During this time, Luo Lao had gotten used to calling Lu Yin brother-in-law and was more intimate than anyone else. However, whenever Lu Yin asked about the three monarch space, Luo Lao would try to find a way to get some information from Lu Yin. This gave Lu Yin the feeling that Luo Lao was not at a disadvantage, even if it was a trivial matter. Brother-in-law, I feel like something's wrong, Luo Lao whispered to Lu Yin. Lu Yin was used to Luo Lao's sudden outbursts, and during this time, Luo Lao had been trying to worm his way into Lu Yin's good books. What's wrong now? It's too quiet, Luo Lao said solemnly. Lu Yin frowned, as he felt the same way. Based on his understanding of the Eternals, they wouldn't be so quiet unless they found that giant scarlet iron drove them out. I've seen the battle records of the drifting cloud space, Luo Lao sat down beside Lu Yin and whispered, the more hyperspace reinforcements the drifting cloud space, the faster the Eternals attack, and the stronger their attacks. However, more than one Commander Qiu Zhan died in the previous battle. The Eternals haven't made a move yet, so there must be something wrong. I'm guessing that we might encounter the strongest Corpse King next. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, a Corpse King that can rival a black energy source. Luo Lao nodded, using the three monarch spaces standard of classification, it's a monarch that can rival my father. Has such a Corpse King appeared in the drifting cloud space before? Lu Yin asked. Luo Lao shook his head, there's no record of it. Also, Commander Qiu Zhan only used a white energy source. Although he offended the council, if a monster of that level had appeared in this space, the council wouldn't have given the commander a black energy source just because he offended them. Maybe the commander has a black energy source, but you don't know about it, Lu Yin said. Luo Lao pondered, that's possible. Some of the elders in the council are quite sinister. They purposely send a commander who didn't get along with them to make the Eternals think that Commander Qiu Zhan doesn't have a black energy source. If the Eternals send a monarch Corpse King over, they'll definitely be beaten senseless. Lu Yin sighed, you'd better pray that there isn't a Corpse King of that level. In a duel, you and I both come from a cultivation civilization, so we know very well that we won't be a match for a cultivator of the same realm with just a black energy source. Luo Lao rolled his eyes, brother-in-law, look, it's been so long. Why don't we try to contact my sister? Take us out of here. Lu Yin glanced at him, this was the guy's true goal. He wanted to get close to Zijing and escape from this battlefield. You seem to be especially afraid of the drifting cloud space. Lu Yin was puzzled. Luo Lao smiled, I'm afraid of all battlefields. If I can avoid them, I won't. As a hostage, it's unlikely that you'll enter the battlefield. Why are you here? Lu Yin had been curious about this for a long time. Who would send a hostage to the battlefield? If a hostage died, it would aggravate the conflict between the two spacetimes. Luo Lao's eyes flashed and he laughed dryly, it wasn't supposed to be this battlefield, and since you're here as well, it should be safe here. Lu Yin stood up, it's my turn. He was going to activate the cube. Not long after, Lu Yin retracted his hand, and it was Mudo's turn. Lu Yin followed the corridor beside the platform and walked towards the interior of the vessel. He had already walked this path several times in order to replenish his energy. It was quite a distance from the platform to the place where he replenished his energy, and he saw quite a few people replenishing their energy along the way. Some were walking forward while others were returning. Suddenly, Luin stopped and slowly turned his head to look at the metal wall beside him. The wall was made of metal, and all sorts of lights flowed within it. He stared at one of the lights and a strange look flashed through his eyes. What a unique innate gift. The moment he spoke, a light shot out from the golden wall towards Lu Yin's head. Lu Yin easily dodged it, but the light changed direction and turned into a blade that slashed downwards. The dark green lens in his right eye continuously flashed with numbers, and Lu Yin retreated step by step. At the same time, he took off his glasses, and a blurry figure appeared in front of him. This person was hiding within the light, which reminded Lu Yin of someone from the radiant realm. The scion of light's innate gift was light, and he could see but not touch. He had fought with the scion of light before, but that had been a long time ago. After he had become a Tao disciple of the above heaven sect, the radiant realm had given him a grain of fate's and that had belonged to the scion of light. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2501. The figure kept changing positions, hiding within the light as she tried to attack Lu Yin. However, no matter what she did, it was useless. She couldn't even touch the corner of Lu Yin's clothes. Lu Yin took action and grabbed the figure. His body flickered as he entered the corner of the wall. This was a blind spot, and the only way out was blocked by Lu Yin. It was also difficult for the people outside to see this place. At this moment, the figure became clear. It was a woman wearing the battle uniform of someone from spacetime. She stared at Lu Yin nervously and fearfully. The reason why Lu Yin had pulled her here was because she had horns on her head. She was from the drifting cloud space. "Let go," she barked. Lu Yin released her. "Don't try to attack me. You won't be able to bear the consequences." The woman retreated until she reached the edge of the wall. She could no longer retreat, and she looked at Lu Yin without saying anything. "You're from the drifting cloud space?" Lu Yin was curious. She sized him up. "You're not from spacetime." "Why not?" Lu Yin was astonished. She replied, "If I were from spacetime, I would have been captured by now." Lu Yin nodded. "I'm just curious. If you're from the drifting cloud space, why are you hiding in the wall? Don't you guys fight here as well? Which spacetime do you come from?" she asked. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as an invisible pressure descended. It was as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was collapsing, causing the entire space to shatter. The woman was shocked, and at that moment, she felt a sense of despair that she had never experienced before. It was as if a god had descended upon this world, causing her mind to go blank. Her body slowly collapsed as she lost control. However, it only lasted for an instant. By the time Lu Yin retracted his aura, the woman was already on the verge of collapsing. She reflexively twisted her body to prevent herself from falling, but when she looked up again, her eyes filled with fear. You. She was in disbelief. She had never experienced such might before, and she was completely at a loss for words. Lu Yin looked at her with interest. "Do you still want to ask me questions?" She lowered her head. "No, I wouldn't dare." Lu Yin's interest had been piqued the moment he'd arrived in this spacetime. The power that flowed through the starry sky like water had caught his attention, and some of the cultivators from the drifting cloud space weren't weak. In the previous battle, he'd seen a powerhouse from the drifting cloud space take action, and that powerhouse could rival a half-ancestor. This was an authentic cultivation civilization. However, this civilization was conquered by hyperspace. He wanted to see transdimensional's foundation through this civilization and understand transdimensional as much as possible. Since the drifting cloud spacetime could produce a half-step ancestor, it shouldn't be too weak. He wanted to know if there were any ancestor realm powerhouses in the drifting cloud spacetime. At the same time, back in hyperspace, a melodious voice came from the staircase with blooming flowers. How's your progress? At the bottom of the stairs, 3 people were half kneeling, 2 men and 1 woman. Their heads were lowered, and their expressions were pious. Your Excellency, everything went smoothly. We definitely won't let you down. Yes, whether it's the cultivation civilization or the virtual god civilization, there's value in learning. If you're always immersed in our own civilization, you'll be surpassed by others sooner or later. I hope that you can bring a craze of cultivation to everyone in hyperspace and show those people in the council that integrating civilizations is the future. A pleasant voice with a perfect aura was heard. The 3 of them were excited. Yes, sir. Go to the drifting cloud space and use what you've learned there. If you can attract Qiu Zhan's interest, he'll become my lackey. We pledge our lives to you, sir. Back in the drifting cloud space, Lu Yin looked at the woman in front of him with deep shock. If what she said was true, then the drifting cloud space had been greatly damaged by the drifting cloud space. He thought of Guyu again, and how wise she had been to not allow the 3 sovereigns to connect to the 5th mainland. The 5th mainland could not follow in the footsteps of the drifting cloud space. To us, perhaps being transformed into a corpse king isn't unacceptable. It's better than being tortured day after day by the drifting cloud space. They don't have any emotions, and we're not living beings in their eyes. We're just tools. Who's the most powerful person in the drifting cloud space? Lu Yin asked. The woman replied, Lord Drifting Cloud. Lord Drifting Cloud. This space is named after him. Lu Yin was astonished. The woman nodded. Before Lord Drifting Cloud appeared, very few people in our space cultivated, and the heavens weren't like this either. It was Lord Drifting Cloud who changed the heavens and allowed the water-like power to wrap around the stars, allowing us to cultivate. The horns on our heads were also born from cultivating Lord Drifting Cloud's power. It's to make it easier for us to cultivate this power. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. This Lord Drifting Cloud was definitely a progenitor and had the power to change the heavens and the earth. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to affect the entire space and change the form of life. Suddenly, an alarm sounded. Lu Yin's expression changed. The Eternals are attacking. He turned around and left. As for the woman, she stood there in a daze. She had been spared. Lu Yin wasn't worried that she would expose him. So what if she did? He wasn't from the drifting cloud space, and he didn't care about the grudges between the 2. Countless scarlet vertical eyes appeared outside the host's body and charged towards it. Lu Yin sped up to replenish his energy, and by the time he returned to the platform, more than a day had passed. Brother-in-law, it's even more intense this time. Be careful. Luo Lao shouted out a warning. Lu Yin looked up into space and saw black beams of light forming a grid that covered the sky. Countless corpse kings roared as they charged over, and some of them had already reached the platform. Many of the platforms had already been destroyed. After the previous battle, the aristocratic disciples were much calmer this time. Of course, they were still afraid. Countless cultivators from the drifting cloud space rushed out and fought to the death. Lu Yin looked at the cultivators from the drifting cloud space again, and his gaze changed. They weren't just facing the fate of being defeated. Over the next few days, intense battles continued. There's a corpse king. Someone shouted. Several beams of light swept across the area, and a corpse king emerged from the metal corridor and charged towards the platform. Zui Yu and the others worked together to attack it. However, the corpse king had the power of an emissary and wasn't something that the people on the platform could resist. Luo Lao wailed, again. Why are we always the unlucky ones? Zui Yu gritted his teeth. As the corpse king approached, it brought with it the aura of death. It was so oppressive that they wanted to flee, but they didn't dare. With a boom, the Corpse King crashed onto the platform. It looked up, and its scarlet vertical eyes made everyone despair. They had already faced this Corpse King once, and they knew that even if they all attacked together, they would only be slaughtered. Zuiyu let out a long breath and removed the green energy source from his heart before replacing it with a new one. The Corpse King moved and punched out. In this place, no one could use energy to attack, otherwise it would be absorbed by the energy source. It would be absorbed by the energy source, and the Corpse King could only use its physical strength. A ray of blue light flashed past, and the Corpse King suddenly stopped. It turned around, and its scarlet vertical eyes saw a long whip that pierced through the void and whipped its body into pieces. Pfft! Zuiyu spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to one knee. She clutched at her heart, her face pale. Lu Yin stood beside her and quickly went to support her. She had forcefully used the blue energy source, and her power level had exceeded 800,000 in an instant. Her body had almost collapsed. "I'm fine," Zuiyu's voice was hoarse as she slowly sat on the ground and pulled out the blue energy source. Luo Lauer patted his chest. "I almost died." Thank goodness, thank goodness." Mudo was shocked. "You can use a blue energy source." Zuiyu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. "I use it once and rest for half a month." "That's not bad," Mudo envied. Luo Lauer asked, "Why don't you use it too?" "You have it anyway." Someone immediately agreed, "That's right, Mudo. You use it too, we have high hopes for you." "Use it, who knows if more Corpse Kings will come," someone else said. This time, it was the muscular man who had spoken. A shriek came from the platform beside them. Everyone looked over, and at some point, a Corpse King had appeared on that platform and was slaughtering its way through. Blood flowed like a river. Everyone was stunned. What were they talking about? Zuiyu clenched her fists. She could no longer use the blue energy source, so she took it out and tossed it to Mudo. "Hurry up and use it." Mudo caught it and looked up. Coincidentally, the Corpse King on the platform had looked over and suddenly charged out. This distance was only an instant for the Corpse King. He hurriedly took out the energy source from his heart and replaced it with the blue one. When the blue light lit up, the expected scene of him killing the Corpse King did not happen. Mudo also coughed up blood and collapsed. He could not use it at all. "Luo Lauer, use it," Mudo said with difficulty. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and he looked extremely miserable. Luo Lauer was afraid and looked at Lu Yin bitterly. "Brother-in-law." Lu Yin decisively grabbed the blue energy source. At this moment, the Corpse King landed on the platform. They did not notice that there were people approaching from the other side as well. When the Corpse King landed on their platform, a woman also landed. She was one of the three kneeling at the bottom of the stairs. Everyone's attention was on the Corpse King, and no one noticed her. Only Lu Yin noticed her. She looked curiously at the blue energy source in Lu Yin's hand. She had not expected that there would be someone on this platform who could use it. The Corpse King attacked, waving its arms in front of it. Anyone who was touched by it would die without a doubt. "Brother-in-law, hurry!" Luo Lauer cried out. Lu Yin pretended to grit his teeth. "I'm going all out." He then took out the green energy source from his heart. The woman had underestimated him, but it turned out that he was going all out. She pulled out the sword at her waist and stabbed out. The blue light blossomed and attracted the Corpse King's attention. The sword landed in the Corpse King's palm, and she lifted it up. The blue energy tore through the void and slashed diagonally at the Corpse King. The Corpse King's arm was immediately severed and sent flying. The woman's sword was biting cold as she pressed down. Her movements were clean and efficient, and there were no superfluous moves. Lu Yin sighed in admiration, as this woman's swordsmanship was comparable to Li Zimo's when he had first joined the sword sect. Her swordsmanship was at the level of an enlighter, but with the support of the energy source, she could display the power of a fourth or even fifth tribulation origin tribulation cultivator. Coupled with her swordsmanship, killing the corpse king was very easy. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2502. The sword slashed into the corpse king's body, but it did not kill it. The corpse king's right arm had been cut off, and it grabbed the sword with its left hand. It looked up and its gray eyes transformed, increasing its physical strength by 10 times. The woman was shocked. Corpse king transformation. With a bang, the sword cracked, and the corpse king stabbed at the woman with the broken sword. A blue light appeared in front of her, and she used pure energy to blast the corpse king away. He was sent flying. The corpse king had used its corpse king transformation to block the woman's sword, but that only meant that its physical strength was powerful. The woman's blue energy source had unleashed 4 or 5 origin tribulations, which was not something that the corpse king could block. The corpse king, after retreating, the woman gripped the broken sword's hilt and took a step forward. Her figure disappeared, and the broken sword stabbed out at a strange angle. The corpse king reached out to grab it, but it was unable to do so. The sword went past the corpse king's arm and stabbed into its forehead. When the sword pierced through the corpse king's forehead, the woman's figure appeared as well. She paused, straightened up, and threw the corpse king off the platform. The corpse king no longer had any signs of life. On the platform, everyone stared blankly at the woman. "Sister Hong." Cui Yu cried out. The woman looked at Cui Yu and smiled. "Little Yu, we meet again." Cui Yu was pleasantly surprised. "Sister Hong, didn't you disappear?" The woman smiled and scanned the crowd. "Are you all right?" Mu Duo coughed a few times. "Sister Hong, I have something to do. It's just a physical injury. It's nothing serious. Just rest for half a month like little Yu." Luo Yu shouted, "Sister Hong, I'm here. It's me. Do you remember Sister Hong?" The woman looked at him. "Of course I do. You're very well informed." "Hee, Sister Hong, where have you been these past few years?" Luo Yu asked. The woman looked up. "We'll talk later. This war won't be easy." She then leapt up, covered in blue energy, and flew off into the distance. Another corpse king climbed onto the platform. Her last attack had been pretty good, and it had allowed her to unleash the power of an envoy. It was comparable to a sword-sex sword technique. Did Ultra also have such a sword technique? "She's sure Hong, that genius." Some people whispered. "That's her. I've seen her once." Apparently, she was able to withstand a yellow energy source when she was 10 and green at 13. She's pretty amazing. She's quite a genius. Didn't they say she disappeared? I didn't think that you'd suddenly appear, and that you were using a cultivator's battle skill, right? Many peoples, as they were, they didn't know much about battle techniques. Hyperspace cared more about the feed technique and the energy source. Suiyu, Mudwa, and the rest all looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin replied, "We'll talk about that after the battle ends. Pay attention to your surroundings, and don't get ambushed by the corpse kings." If he didn't say anything, everyone would think that he was embarrassed. It was obvious that he felt that Shi Hong's battle technique surpassed his, or that he couldn't tell whether she was powerful or not. Blue light continuously flickered on the platform. Apart from Shi Hong, there were 2 other men who used battle skills to continuously destroy the corpse kings that appeared one after another, causing countless people to exclaim in admiration. A few days later, Shi Hong returned to Lu Yin's platform, only to find that there were no more corpse kings that had managed to charge in. "Sister Hong, you're amazing!" Cui Yu exclaimed. Shi Hong smiled, "You're not bad yourself. I saw a corpse king die." You were the one who used the blue energy source, right? Suiyu was embarrassed. I'm far from being as good as you. I had to use it once to ambush a corpse king, and it was the most ordinary one at that. Even then, I had to rest for half a month. Shi Hong smiled. Don't worry, you'll be like me soon. Like what? Suiyu didn't understand. Shi Hong looked behind her and saw Luo Yu approaching. She pricked up her ears to listen. She was annoyed. Come over if you want to listen. You're sneaking around like before. Luo Yu laughed dryly. Sister Hong, I'm just afraid of disturbing you. Shi Hong said, there are some things that you'll find out soon. Some changes are happening, so we're opening the way for you. A man came to the platform. Sister Hong, it's clean. Shi Hong nodded. Get ready. We'll pay a visit to Commander Qiu Zhan after the war. He should be very satisfied with our performance. Of course, we wiped out more than 10 corpse kings, the man said proudly. Lu Yin listened quietly. Shi Hong and this man both showed signs of cultivating battle techniques, and they had both reached the Enlighter realm. This was not simple, and Lu Yin was becoming more and more curious. Just as everyone thought that the war was about to end, a vast power shook the planet, causing the bearer of the bestow technique to stop abruptly. Even the energy source's light dimmed. Everyone looked up into the distance and felt an incomparably majestic and terrifying power. Lu Yin's face changed. It was a progenitor realm corpse king. On the bearer, Qiu Zhan's pupils shrank, and the number on the dark green lens in his right eye flickered. His eyes widened. This is trouble. To those who had transcended spacetime, a certain level of cultivator only existed in legends. It was a power that could change the heavens and change the earth, a power that they could not comprehend. That was the progenitor realm. Many cultivation civilizations had various names for this realm, but the only constant was that this realm was the final point of cultivation. Above the platform, the cracked earth continued to tremble and fly out under the terrifying pressure. The enormous bearer of the bestow technique was collapsing. Activate all platforms. I repeat, activate all platforms. Qiu Zhan roared. The next moment, a figure suddenly appeared very close to the bearer of the bestow technique. It was so close that it could touch it. Everyone stared blankly. Under the energy source's protection, even traveling through the void was a delusion. Traveling through the void required an exchange of energy, and any energy produced would be absorbed by the energy source. This was why the Eternals could not get close to the bearer. But this figure appeared just like that, without any warning. Qiu Zhan licked his lips and twisted his arms. It's time to go all out. The figure's hair was disheveled, and it was dressed in tattered clothes. It slowly raised its hand. Qiu Zhan's eyes went wide. Attack. A black beam shot out from the side. The war was like an unstoppable tsunami that drowned out everything in the blink of an eye. Whether it was in space, the carriers, the platforms, or even the corridors within the carriers, corpse kings rushed in. This was the first time that the Eternals had truly killed their way in since Lu Yin had arrived in this space. He had long since gotten used to it, as he had experienced too many battles with the Eternals. However, the people of spacetime were clearly not used to it, as they had never engaged in close combat with the Eternals. This led to the slaughter that followed the start of the war. One spacetime person after another fell, and fresh blood flowed out of the carriers into space. One platform after another was extinguished, and countless cries for help and frantic shouts rang out everywhere. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2503. Lu Yin grabbed the Corpse King's shoulder, and a green light flashed from his palm as he shattered half of the Corpse King's body. He watched as the Corpse King's body fell to the ground. He looked around and saw that the platform was constantly flashing with blue light. Shi Hong and the two men were guarding the three sides of the platform, making it impregnable. However, because of their strength, they attracted even more corpse kings. One corpse king after another fell, and in the blink of an eye, another corpse king rushed over. The adjacent platforms were all dead silent, and fresh blood stained the ground. Sister Hong, we can't do this, it'll only attract more monsters. If a monster with a power level of over 1,000,000 charges over, we won't be able to stop it, one of the men said. Shi Hong's face darkened. We'll take turns. You attack with the blue energy source first, and we'll switch to the green one. We'll wait until you've used up all your energy, then we'll attack again. Okay. When only one of the three blue energy sources remained, the number of corpse kings attacking the platform decreased noticeably. Lu Yin and the others weren't idle either, and they quickly filled in the area that they hadn't defended. There were also many corpse kings charging over from that direction, but fortunately, none of them were envoys yet. Previously, only envoys had been able to break through the blockade of the energy source and the carrier weapons, but now, all the corpse kings were charging over. Most of them weren't very strong, and their corpses piled up like a mountain. Brother-in-law, slow down and use it sparingly. Otherwise, the energy will run out, Luo Lao reminded him. At some point, a palm-sized armor had appeared in front of his chest. It glowed with vibrant colors and looked very beautiful. Did you use the spatial power of the three sovereigns to simulate this armor? Lu Yin glanced at it. Luo Lao was shocked, you can even tell. As expected of a cultivation civilization, no one else can tell. Lu Yin looked at the armor again, it can be used on weapons. Not bad. Alright, brother-in-law, now's not the time to talk about this. They're coming, kill them. Luo Lao shouted. Lu Yin waved his hand, he already had a staff in his hand, and he swung it at the corpse king, sending it flying. One corpse king after another rushed over. If one looked from afar, they would see that the entire carrier was filled with corpse kings. It's over. Although there are many platforms, they are extinguishing one by one. Once less than half of the platforms are extinguished, we won't have the power to fight against the most terrifying monster. When that time comes, we'll all die, Luo Lao wailed. He was considering tearing the void to return to the three sovereign space. He could do it anyway, but it would be troublesome if he went back. He would definitely be sent to the hyperspace. This was also the reason why the people on the platform did not escape. It was not that they did not want to escape, but that they did not dare to. If they escaped, they would definitely die. Even if they had a background like Suiyu, they would definitely not be able to survive. The decision-making team would not let any deserters live. If they did not escape, perhaps they would not die and would still have a chance to live. This was the most torturous thing for them. To them, there was a path they could avoid before they died, but that path would still lead them to death. It was just that the time taken would be prolonged. Sometimes, waiting for death was more torturous than dying. Lu Yin retreated, and someone else took his place. They were also allocating the energy usage time. Unless the user of the black energy source appears, we're all dead, Mudo said as he looked at the progenitor realm corpse king in the distance. Suiyu looked at Lu Yin, actually, you can leave. Lu Yin's gaze shifted, meeting the gazes of Suiyu, Mudo, and the rest. You're not from the hyperspace era, and neither is Zi Jing. You have the stain of a deserter. If you escape, no one will say anything. Besides, you need Zi Jing's help, so the decision-making team might not hold you accountable for your desertion, Suiyu continued. Mudo fell silent. Comparatively speaking, Lu Yin was luckier than the rest. Even if he had become a deserter, he still had a chance to survive as long as Zi Jing displayed enough value. Brother-in-law, take me with you, Luo Lao begged. Lu Yin replied, "If I take you with me, you'll become a deserter. It's fine, just say that you kidnapped me and couldn't bear to see me die in battle. I definitely didn't want to leave and would rather die with everyone else, but I couldn't beat you and was kidnapped by you in the end," Luo Lao excitedly told Lu Yin after finding an excuse. Time passed, and more than half of the platforms were extinguished. Qiu Zhan panted heavily and looked at the progenitor corpse king, who was calmly standing in place. When Qiu Zhan looked over, it also looked up with a strange smirk on its face. There was a boom as the platform exploded and several platforms were extinguished. A corpse king walked out from the center of the explosion, its entire body burning with blade-like flames. It took a step forward and appeared on the next platform. In the blink of an eye, the platform was engulfed in flames and exploded under the blade's attack. This corpse king had a power level of over 1,000,000, and with Qiu Zhan and the rest holding back the corpse king, it was practically invincible. Platforms were destroyed one after another, and it soon approached Lu Yin's platform. Shi Hong stared in that direction. It was getting closer and closer. "Sister Hong, let's retreat, we're not their match," one of the men said. Another man added, "Sister Hong, we can't just throw our lives away. Sir has spent too much energy on us, and the dojo." "I know," Shi Hong was irritated, but she clenched her fists as she saw another platform being destroyed. "Let's go." The two men were delighted. No one else could hear their conversation, but Lu Yin could. They actually wanted to escape. Lu Yin raised his brows. This wouldn't do. If they escaped, how were they supposed to defend this platform? He looked up into space. Even if Zijing wanted to protect him, Lu Yin wouldn't be able to do so. Normally, he would definitely die, and if he didn't die, then there would be a problem, and if there was a problem, then it would be very likely that it would be discovered. Lu Yin didn't want to leave right after arriving at the hyperspace. "Let's go," Shi Hong growled and raised a hand to tear through the void and return to the hyperspace. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The formless void had been isolated. Under the void god's domain, how could they break through the void? Shi Hong waved her hand, but the void didn't react. She felt strange and tried again, but it was still useless. "Sister Hong, let's go." "It's coming," one of the men grew anxious. The flaming corpse king was already looking at them. Shi Hong's face flushed red, and blue energy flickered. She waved her hand, but the void didn't move at all. She was in disbelief. "Why is this happening?" "Sister Hong!" the other man shouted. Shi Hong was furious. "We can't leave. The void has been frozen." The man was shocked and hurriedly moved, but the result was the same. The void didn't move at all, and they couldn't escape. "It's over." That was the only word that appeared in their minds. The flaming corpse king suddenly charged over and raised its hand, causing endless flames to descend. These flames far surpassed the blazing mist flowzone's flame battle techniques and the karmic flame sword. They were on a completely different level. In comparison, the karmic flame sword was just a small flame. In the face of these flames, Zui Yu and the others felt their scalps go numb. They couldn't even escape. Shi Hong and the others could only go all out, and they frantically released their blue energy to resist the flames. Unexpectedly, the flames actually managed to block them. Shi Hong and the others weren't the only ones who were surprised. The corpse king was just as surprised. The blue energy shouldn't have been able to block its flames. The corpse king suddenly appeared in front of Shi Hong and the others. It stretched out its palms and instantly absorbed the flames, transforming them into two suns that pressed down on Shi Hong and the others. These suns illuminated half of the platform, and the high temperature alone was enough to melt the metal. The moment it touched them, the entire platform would disappear. Void God. Shi Hong gritted her teeth. She didn't know what the three of them did, but a whale skeleton, a meteorite, and a giant shield appeared on the platform and collided with the corpse king. The extreme heat collided with the three enormous objects, melting the shield and meteorite in the blink of an eye. The whale skeleton melted as well, and there was a loud cracking sound as it was enveloped by the blue light. The blue light forcefully pushed the corpse king away into outer space. Luin was stunned. What was that? The power of the void god civilization. Luo Lao cried out. The others were dumbfounded, as those three objects had appeared too suddenly. Where had they come from? After pushing the corpse king away, Shi Hong continuously retreated. Her entire body was covered in burn marks, but the two men were in an even worse state. They were barely alive and had collapsed onto the ground, unable to even stand up. Their all-out attacks had only managed to push the corpse king away. The corpse king's retreating body suddenly stopped. The power of the void god. The flames ignited once more. And the corpse king raised its hand, and a blazing light appeared in its palm, blinding everyone. Shi Hong felt bitter. It was useless. The power of a void god could not harm him at all. The two men despaired. If they had known this would happen, they would not have come. Suddenly, the blazing light in the corpse king's palm dimmed and disappeared. Its scarlet eyes glazed over, and it slowly lowered its head. At some point in time, a deep scar had appeared on its chest. It looked like it had been struck by the whale skeleton, and there was a crack there. Then, it shattered into pieces. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone, and even Qiu Zhan, who was fighting the corpse king in outer space, was astonished. He looked deeply at Shi Hong. Was that the power of a void god? The combined power of the Six Directions Society was actually this strong. No one had expected the corpse king to die just like that. They stared at the empty space, unable to react. Luo Lao was the first to react. Sister Hong, you're amazing. I love you. Shi Hong was stunned. Was she the one who had done this? Could the power of a void god and a blue energy source be this strong? She was at a loss. The two men lay down. Sir is right. Civilizations complementing each other is the way out. Only then can we defeat the Eternals. Sir is truly farsighted. Sister Hong, the void god you chose is too powerful. It's a pity that it's gone. Shi Hong retracted her gaze. I'll choose another one when we get back. She frowned and looked at her hands. She was well aware of the power of a void god, and it was far from enough to kill the corpse king. Why had this happened? Not too far away, Luin was watching Shi Hong and the others. He had naturally killed the corpse king, and while it had been pushed away by those strange things, he had blamed them for its death. But what exactly were those things? Luo Lao, what kind of power was that? Luin asked. That power had surpassed their own power level. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2504. Luo Lao was excited. Brother-in-law, that's the power of the faux god civilization. It's a very mystical civilization, and everyone can control a faux god through cultivation. A faux god can control any living or non-living thing. As long as you can control it, it will be yours. Sister Hong's whale skeleton is a nihility god. The other two are also using nihility god techniques. Luin was shocked. There was such a power. Control. Wasn't that the same as having possession on his die? That's amazing. No wonder the faux god civilization is called the Shield of the Hexagon Society. They don't even need to fight for their lives, they just need to control the faux god to charge forward. Even a faux god is so powerful. Why didn't Dad send me to the faux god civilization? Cui Yu was shocked. That's the faux god civilization. Mudo answered, we've interacted with the faux god civilization before. Back then, someone from that civilization came here for an exchange. You should have seen it. Zhuyu replied, every time I see it, I'm shocked. But how does Sister Hong and the others know the faux god civilization's power? Luo Lao exclaimed, that's right. How does Sister Hong know the faux god civilization's power? She's from a different dimension. He immediately ran towards Shi Hong and the others. However, this was a battlefield, and shocking changes could happen at any time. Just as Luo Lao ran towards Shi Hong's group, everyone turned to look at them as well. Behind them, a corpse king appeared outside the metal wall and casually attacked a few people whose backs were facing it. Midway through the attack, a green light shot out and separated the corpse king from these people. Lu Yin had made his move, as he could not allow these people to be killed. This corpse king only had the strength of an enlighter, so it was still within Lu Yin's ability to deal with it. Those people turned around in shock, and when they saw the scarlet eye, they were almost frightened to death. This is a battlefield, Lu Yin said in a low voice as he held the green energy in his hand. He raised his palm and used overlaying stacks to strike the corpse king's forehead, sending it flying and shattering half of its head. Shi Hong was shocked. A cultivation civilization. She stared at Lu Yin. You're from a cultivation civilization? More corpse kings approached them. Let's deal with these monsters first. I think we should retreat. The platform is too conspicuous, someone suggested, but it was quickly rejected. Leaving the platform would also be seen as deserters. Let's all go together. I don't believe that anyone can convict us, someone said loudly, her eyes filled with fear. She had had enough. She had thought that the battlefield she was participating in wouldn't be dangerous, but who would have thought that danger would constantly appear? There were originally close to 1,000 people on this platform, but a third of them had already died. And this was with Shi Hong and the others taking action. If it weren't for them, this platform would have been gone. Lu Yin looked around and saw that most of these people were already on the verge of collapse. There was a limit to how much a person could endure, and these people were especially affected by the energy source's support, which meant that they were enduring an unbearable amount of pressure. There were both good and bad energy sources. The good thing was that these people, who had not even reached the enlightened realm, possessed power that was close to that of an emissary, allowing them to traverse the heavens and surpass mortals. The bad thing was that these people had not experienced the step-by-step cultivation process of becoming an emissary, which made it difficult for them to withstand the pressure that came with such a breakthrough. It was like a child holding a divine weapon. He might be able to reach a certain height, but a child was still a child. In Lu Yin's eyes, these people were like children. When he saw the fear and despair in their eyes, Lu Yin's fervent desire for the energy source immediately dissipated. This thing could be used, and it was very useful, but it had to be used carefully. Do you think that there are many of us here? Do you think that we have influence in the decision-making team? Tell us. I'm telling you, as soon as we leave the platform, Commander Qiu Zhan can kill us without anyone's permission, Mudo said. Luo Lao was bitter. If I could leave, would have done so long ago. Why would I wait for you? We're definitely going to lose this war. Let's leave first. Commander Qiu Zhan and the others might not survive, someone else said with a trembling voice. His words caused many people's expressions to change. Some were tempted, while others were furious. Zhuyu glared at the person who had spoken. Shut up. You're shameless. You actually want us to lose this war. Is your life worth more than the victory of this war? Mudo and many others looked over coldly. Even Luo Lao was disdainful. This guy is even more afraid of death than I am. The person who had spoken shouted, we didn't come to this battlefield in the first place, so what does it have to do with us? We shouldn't die. Do you want to die? Look around and see an endless number of corpse kings climbing up. Look at the platforms, half of them have already been extinguished. Who can stop them? Who can resist these monsters? I don't want to die, I want to go back. With that, a yellow light flickered as he tried to return to the parallel universe. At that moment, a figure appeared behind him. It was tall and emitted an unpleasant stench, and its shadow enveloped the person. The person stopped moving and gulped. He slowly turned around and saw a corpse king. Save! There was a soft thump as the person's body exploded into bits of flesh and blood that scattered in all directions. This was an emissary-level corpse king. It had appeared without any warning, and from Lu Yin's perspective, it seemed to have been attracted by that person's voice. Only those who did not fear death were worthy of living. Lu Yin had no intention of saving that person. Even if he did not die, he would be the first to betray humanity in the future. No one cared about that person's life or death anymore. Everyone was staring at the emissary-level corpse king that had suddenly appeared. Who could resist it? Shi Hong stood up with difficulty, the blue light spreading towards her hand. The corpse king's gaze swept across the platform and landed on Shi Hong. Its eyes widened and its body transformed, appearing directly in front of her. It pressed down with one hand. Shi Hong's current body was unable to use the power of the blue energy source. There was no one on the platform who could save her. She had never thought that she would actually die here. She was clearly a genius who had been entrusted with high hopes by the hyperspace organization. She was clearly very outstanding there, but at this moment, a blue light flashed in front of her. Blue. Who could save her? Those two should be in a worse state than she was. Near Lu Yin's heart, the energy source flickered with a blue light. He had finally used it. Shi Hong and the two men were in lighters, and if they could use it, then so could Lu Yin. It would not arouse any suspicion. The blue light represented a power level above the emissary level, and it could display a power level of 1 million. The corpse king in front of him had a power level of 600,000 at most. Lu Yin used his footwork battle technique and blocked in front of Shi Hong, clashing with the corpse king with one hand. Bang! His overlaying stacks continued to exert pressure, and the corpse king began to break apart inch by inch starting from its palm. Finally, its entire arm was torn apart, and it retreated a few steps. Lu Yin stepped forward and crossed paths with the corpse king, a sword appearing in his hand at some point. The corpse king's body collapsed, killed by the blue sword. Everyone on the platform watched in shock. Luo Lao was not surprised, as there were many people from the cultivation civilization who used blue energy sources. Shi Hong was not surprised either, as this person's battle techniques were very powerful and his sword techniques were very high. Lu Yin put down his sword and touched his heart. I can use it. Not bad. Brother-in-law, you really can use a blue energy source. Luo Lao cheered. Everyone else heaved a sigh of relief, as another blue energy source had appeared. This was great, as only a blue energy source could protect this platform. Lu Yin protected the platform, and in the following time, 2 more emissary-level corpse kings charged over, but they were all dealt with by him. Using the blue energy source to drive his battle technique, he was not able to kill as easily as Shi Hong and the others. His movements were shaky, but he was still able to protect the platform. However, protecting one platform was useless, as more than half of the platforms on the Art of Gift had been extinguished. When half of the platforms had been extinguished, the progenitor realm corpse king moved. The energy source that covered a 10-meter radius around him dissipated, and the moment it did so, he attacked. The massacre that everyone expected did not happen, nor did the destruction of the Art of Gift. Qiu Zhan stood in front of the progenitor realm corpse king, and the energy source in his heart was black. The black energy source was the highest level of energy sources, and its corresponding battle strength could be 2 to 5 million, which was equivalent to the power of a progenitor. Everyone thought that Qiu Zhan did not have a black energy source, but they did not expect him to have one. Qiu Zhan appeared in front of the progenitor realm corpse king. Black light filled his long blade, and he slashed out. The progenitor realm corpse king raised his hand, and his body was pushed out by the power of the long blade. Along the way, the void was destroyed, and the starry sky was split into two. The ripples that were created continued to devour the starry sky, turning into a majestic pressure that swept across. The art of gift trembled, and everyone was pressed down, finding it difficult to breathe. Lu Yin was the same. He looked at the starry sky and looked at Qiu Zhan. This was an attack that was purely based on strength. There was no progenitor realm power, no progenitor realm world. There was only the power of an progenitor realm that had been transformed into the most primitive energy. Where did this power come from? Although a clash of pure progenitor realm power was not as dazzling as a battle technique or innate gift, it still displayed the most primitive instincts of a creature. Hyperspace could convert all kinds of energy into the primitive energy that they needed and raise their strength to the progenitor realm. The Eternal Corpse Kings were even more adept at physical combat, especially these progenitor realm corpse kings. They rarely used their ancestral worlds, and no one knew if they even had one. This resulted in a tit-for-tat. One was pure energy, while the other was pure physical strength. They exploded in the dark starry sky, resulting in a battle that shocked countless people. This kind of battle was very crude for Lu Yin, who was used to battle techniques and other powers, but to others, it was impossible to tell whether it was good or bad. To the people of hyperspace, energy strength represented everything. Even someone like Luo Lauer, who also came from a cultivation civilization, might not have been able to see a battle between progenitors, so he had no understanding of the progenitor realm battlefield. Now, all they could see were bursts of explosions in the starry sky and endless darkness being torn apart. They did not know if they were lucky or unlucky. The energy source had caused them to bear a weight that they should not have. The battle between progenitors was also displayed in front of them. Regardless of whether they could see it clearly or not, at least they could feel the pressure of a natural disaster. This kind of power was enough to overturn the starry sky. Perhaps some people were full of expectations for the future and yearned to achieve that power, but most people would be discouraged. Many people had some understanding of themselves, and most people could not compare to geniuses and elites. Feeling the absolute power of humans too early would only cause them to be discouraged. Today is New Year's Day. In the new year, I wish my brothers good health and great wealth. Update at 2 p.m. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2505. Can you see it? Shi Hong asked Lu Yin. Everyone on the platform was looking up at the sky, but they couldn't see the battle between Qiu Zhan and the progenitor realm corpse king. They could only look in the direction of the shattered space. Only Lu Yin was different, as he was always looking in a certain direction. Shi Hong had observed that many times, he had looked in that direction right before the space shattered, and only then did the others look in that direction. He was one step ahead of everyone else. Lu Yin replied, I can't see it. This is the peak of human strength. Shi Hong was puzzled. You saw it before all of us. Lu Yin looked at her. Instinct. Instinct. Shi Hong was puzzled. Zui Yu and the rest looked over as well. Lu Yin explained, a cultivation civilization, although it's called a civilization, is actually just a process of competing for resources and finding ways to improve oneself. That process is filled with slaughter, danger, and schemes. If you're not careful, you'll die. I've experienced a war like this more than once, which is why I was able to detect it before you guys. Brother-in-law, you've experienced a war like this before. Luo Lao was shocked. Perhaps because he felt that he couldn't explain it clearly, he pointed above him. A war where such monsters exist? Lu Yin looked up with a melancholy expression. I have. Actually, you're all lucky. If not for the protection of the bearer of the bestow technique, a single shockwave from such a battle between powerhouses would have been enough to make everyone disappear. Lu Yin was very clear about his origins and that he was from the Genesis space, so there was no need for him to hide some of his experiences. He completely treated himself as a low-level cultivator, and what he said was something that low-level cultivators would know. As for the words, Genesis space, as an enlighter, he definitely shouldn't have known about it. However, not everyone believed his words. Someone retorted, do you know what kind of power the two sides have? That's the peak of human strength, so how could it be so easy to see them? Mudwa replied, that's right. We've studied many parallel universes, and most of them don't even have a creature with a power level of 1,000,000. Only a small number can give birth to a creature with a power level of more than 1,000,000, let alone a powerhouse like this. What's the name of your universe? Brother-in-law, which universe are you from? Are you famous? Luo Lao was curious. Lu Yin shrugged. I don't know. A universe is a universe, and it's my home. As for what you call it, I'm not sure. Didn't the decision-making team say anything? Shi Hong was puzzled. Lu Yin shook his head. Sister Hong, he's Xi Jing's man, Suiyu said softly. Shi Hong was surprised. Xi Jing's man. Is it him? After she finished speaking, she looked at Lu Yin with a completely different gaze. The starry sky kept exploding, and cracks kept spreading. Fortunately, there was less than half of the platform on the bearer of the art of feeding that could support the operation of the energy source, helping them to resist some of the aftershocks. Everyone was originally looking at the starry sky, but as time passed, all they saw was the scene of the starry sky exploding. Although it was spectacular, they couldn't see anything else, so they stopped looking. Only Lu Yin was watching. That Ancestor Realm Corpse King was really on par with Qiu Zhan. One didn't use any combat skills and relied on physical attacks, while the other probably didn't know much about combat skills and relied on energy attacks. If they continued fighting like this, there wouldn't be a result even after a few months. However, he had underestimated Qiu Zhan. From the beginning, Qiu Zhan clearly had the black energy source, but he didn't use it. He only used it after the platform was extinguished, which meant that he had his own plan, and this plan was finally used. The huge black beam of light pierced through the starry sky, as if it had connected the dark starry sky with a passageway. This black beam of light was several times larger than any other beam of light they had ever seen. Everyone looked up and stared blankly. The black beam of light caused the starry sky to tremble, and the metal supporting it continuously fell off. It was difficult for the beam to withstand, and it brushed past Qiu Zhan before ruthlessly striking the Ancestor Realm Corpse King. This time, the Ancestor Realm Corpse King was unable to catch the beam of light, and its body was sent flying into the distant starry sky. Qiu Zhan immediately chased after it. The starry sky fell silent, and only the huge black beam of light gradually shrank. At this moment, everyone realized that they had suddenly lost their hearing and couldn't hear anything. They only recovered when the black beam of light completely disappeared. Was that destruction? Everyone looked solemn. Shi Hong looked up, her eyes filled with fanaticism and reverence. Destruction, the final stage of the bestowal technique. It can kill powerhouses with power levels in the millions. There really is one hidden here. Lu Yin looked into the distance. When the black beam of light had struck the Corpse King, the Corpse King's body had been continuously torn apart. The power contained within that beam of light was extremely powerful. Could the bestowal technique achieve this? Using cultivation techniques to make up for the difference in realms was something that the current microarray technology could not do. Although they both used sourceboxes, microarray technology was far inferior to the bestowal technique. It was hard to say what the future would hold, but at least for now, the power that the bestowal technique displayed was constantly refreshing Lu Yin's knowledge. That monster is finished. Mudo sighed. Suiyu said, it was hit by destruction head-on. It's dead for sure. Dead for sure. Lu Yin looked into the distance in a daze. Not necessarily, as progenitors did not only possess physical strength, but also all sorts of strange techniques and even external objects. However, since they were so certain, it meant that this power had killed a progenitor before. This was probably why hyperspace was one of the 6 direction societies. When destruction hit the corpse king head-on, everyone's expressions relaxed. Luo Lao began to display his gossipy nature and continuously asked Shi Hong about the cultivation civilization of void gods. Sui Yu and the rest listened attentively. However, Shi Hong did not say much. Instead, she was curious about Lu Yin's cultivation civilization, and she even suggested a spar. Lu Yin was helpless. The war isn't over yet. It's not a good time to spar. There were still corpse kings that had yet to be destroyed. Shi Hong did not mind. Commander Qiu Zhan deliberately hid the black energy source and even had everyone face those monsters head-on. He was waiting for destruction's attack. Now that destruction has been successfully unleashed, these monsters will soon be wiped out. Just wait. Just as Shi Hong had said, Lu Yin watched as a tattered layer on the surface of the feed technique broke off. Following that, a black beam of light swept out, not only targeting outer space but also the interior. Cultivators from the drifting cloud space walked up to the various platforms and began to operate the energy source. One platform after another was activated, and in the blink of an eye, more than half of the platforms had been activated. The energy source was constantly replenished, and the corpse kings that had climbed up the platform were instantly restricted and slaughtered. This war will end soon, Shi Hong said. Her life had been on the line, and it had given her a new perspective. The battlefield was what changed people the most. She looked at Lu Yin. Try out your sword techniques. Just a few moves will do. Luo Lao was excited. Brother-in-law, try it with Sister Hong. Her sword techniques are too cool. Let's try. Let's broaden our horizons. Which one is stronger between the cultivation civilization sword techniques and our hyperspace sword techniques? Shi Hong raised a hand and silenced everyone. She then said seriously, my sword techniques do not belong to hyperspace. As for where they come from, you'll find out in the future. She then looked at Lu Yin and raised her sword. Please. Lu Yin really didn't want to compete with these kids. Your injuries haven't healed yet. It's not fair. Shi Hong replied, it's just sword techniques. There's no energy involved. If Lu Yin had known this would happen, he wouldn't have used his sword. He casually brandished his sword. Alright, let's do it. Shi Hong raised her brows. Did this attitude mean that he didn't like her? The 2 men who had followed Shi Hong were leaning against the metal wall. Their injuries were so severe that they couldn't even stand up, but they were still displeased by Lu Yin's attitude. The people around them moved aside. Lu Yin and Shi Hong faced each other. Shi Hong gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. You're welcome. She then stepped forward and stabbed out. The hilt trembled, causing the blade to vibrate and emit a strange sound. Lu Yin was astonished. This attack was different from the previous one, and he easily dodged it. Shi Hong's sword missed and brushed past Lu Yin's ear. She wasn't surprised, but she suddenly released her grip and pushed out with her palm. The sword twisted and spun around her body as if it had a mind of its own, enveloping Lu Yin at the same time. Everyone cheered when they saw this move. The sword spun and the light reflected off the blade, following the trajectory of the rotation to form a swimming dragon. One of Shi Hong's companions was breathing rapidly. Swimming dragon flash. I can't learn this no matter what. I'm amazed every time I see it. How many people in the entire dojo can learn it? It's a good thing that Sister Hong learned it a few days ago. This move is too beautiful. Maybe she can challenge that person. Suddenly, the two men's expressions froze, and the cheers of the crowd stopped abruptly as they stared blankly at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was holding Shi Hong's sword between his left index and middle fingers. He didn't even raise the sword in his right hand as he stared at her. Shi Hong stared blankly at him, unable to react. You, like flying swords? Lu Yin asked. Shi Hong looked at Lu Yin in confusion. Swimming dragon flash was one of the top sword techniques in the dojo. It was a powerful technique from the main space, but it had been broken just like that. It's not a good idea to let go of the hilt, it's easy to get caught. Lu Yin loosened his grip, and the sword fell to the ground with a thump. The sound startled Shi Hong and everyone else. Shi Hong stared at the sword on the ground. Would it be easy to get caught if I let go? That made sense, but this was swimming dragon flash. How could it be so easy to get caught? She looked up at Lu Yin. You? Lu Yin smiled. I've already said that I've survived many battles like this. I rely on my eyes to survive. He pointed at his own eyes. I'm very good at finding openings. He picked up the sword from the ground and handed it to Shi Hong. Don't let go of the hilt so easily in the future. Shi Hong took the sword, feeling that something was wrong. However, this person was right. If she let go of the hilt, it would naturally be caught. She really wanted to say that it was swimming dragon flash. This battle was a little strange. The crowd didn't understand, but Shi Hong did. However, the more she understood, the more confused she became. Even the two men felt like they had seen a fake swimming dragon flash. How could someone catch the swimming dragon flash? They had never heard of such a thing. Sister Hong, what's going on? One of the men asked, glancing at Lu Yin in confusion. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2506. Shi Hong looked up at Lu Yin, who was leaning against the wall. She did not know either, perhaps it was just as this person had said, that he was very good at finding openings, which was why he had been able to survive so many battles. Sister Hong, the swimming dragon flash shouldn't be like that. Don't give up, the other man couldn't help but say. He had always wanted to learn this technique, but he had never been able to. He had cut off his own fingers many times and admired this technique. How could it be so easily broken? Shi Hong took a deep breath. Of course I won't give up. I used it incorrectly and underestimated my opponent. I'll continue studying it when I return to the training hall. On the other side, Lu Yin pressed his sword against the ground with his fingers on the hilt and rotated it at will. The edge of the sword spun continuously, and the light reflected off the sword formed a line. That girl's swordsmanship was actually not bad. The real killing move was not in the rotating blade, but in the light spots. Those reflected light spots combined to form a swimming dragon, and this swimming dragon was the killing move. The person who created this swordsmanship was very skilled in swordsmanship. This move was probably created casually. It was fancy, but it was also filled with killing intent. The person in the hyperspace system did not train in battle techniques, so he looked up and looked into the distance. This was getting more and more interesting. Brother-in-law, you're amazing, but aside from being pretty, I don't see anything good about that sword technique. Sister Hong seems to have suffered quite a blow, Luo Lauer said as he came over. Lu Yin asked, how does the Void God civilization compare to the three sovereigns' realms? Luo Lao was speechless. Brother-in-law, can you not compare everything to the three sovereigns' realms? The three sovereigns' realms are at the bottom of the hexagon association. Lu Yin raised a brow. At the bottom. That's right, we're definitely at the bottom. Once we discover a powerful parallel universe, the three sovereigns' realms will immediately be eliminated. Otherwise, why do you think I, the son of Lord Luo, am a hostage in a parallel universe? Luo Lao said, but his tone did not seem to care. The hexagon association is formed by the 6 most powerful parallel universes. Each parallel universe has its own system, and there is only one requirement to join the hexagon association. He lowered his voice. This is also what my father told me, which is to fight against the 7 heavenly gods. Lu Yin was curious, what's the 7 sky gods? Brother-in-law, you don't know about the 7 sky gods. I think I've heard of them, but I don't know. Well, I don't know either. All you need to know is that they are the 7 most powerful monsters of the Eternals. Did you see the destruction just now? Even if Commander Qiu Zhan used the black energy source, he wouldn't be able to block destruction's direct attack, but the 7 heavenly gods can. Any one of the 7 heavenly gods is terrifying. My father and the others had to work together to barely block one of the 7 heavenly gods, which was why they were able to squeeze into the 6-direction society. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been qualified to join. Lu Yin had never thought that dealing with one of the 7 sky gods would be the requirement to join the 6-direction society. This standard was quite high. Even though there were many ancestor realm experts in the starry sky tree, who could guarantee that they could fight against one of the 7 sky gods in a one-on-one battle. The undying god had directly passed through the sovereign realm and arrived at the starry sky tree. Bai Wangyuan and the others couldn't stop him, but in terms of overall strength, if the progenitor realm experts worked together, the starry sky tree would definitely be able to deal with more than one of the 7 celestial heavens. The 6 Paths Guild's attitude towards the primordial space wasn't very friendly. The war was finally over. When Qiu Zhan returned, he didn't tell Lu Yin and the others about the results. After this battle, the carrier of the art of gift no longer moved. From afar, the carrier of the art of gift had shrunk by 1/3. Not long after, Shi Hong and the others left and returned to the hyperspace. A few more days passed, and on this day, Lu Yin and the others received a notification that they could return to the hyperspace. This notification made everyone go wild with joy. Although they hadn't been in the drifting cloud space for long, the life and death battles they had experienced had left an unforgettable impression on them. Compared to when they had first arrived, everyone had changed. Whether it was those who feared death or those who wanted to desert, they all had a different temperament than when they had first arrived. This temperament could only be cultivated on the battlefield. However, Luo Lao was still the same, and he kept calling Lu Yin brother-in-law, which gave Lu Yin a headache. The scene in front of them changed, and the group returned to the hyperspace and appeared in the giant space that they had come from. It was the same scene, but in less than 2 months, the number of people had decreased by 1/3. The remaining people looked around once more, and their state of mind was completely different. "We're finally back," a woman cried with joy. What she had experienced during this time had been a nightmare. "It's good that we're back alive. I'm never going back to that damned battlefield again. We almost died. Hurry up and contact father, he almost didn't get to see his son. It's you. When the Corpse King appeared, you pushed me out." "I'll kill you," said one man, glaring fiercely at another. On the platform, everyone had different reactions when faced with life and death. Some people wanted to trade other people's lives for theirs, but on the platform, everyone had to endure. That was a battlefield, a world of barbaric slaughter. Here, many things could be resolved here. "Don't spout nonsense, you're the one who's stupid. What does running have to do with me?" Another man said. He had a scar on his face from the aftermath of the battle. Scram, I need to get treated. You almost killed me, and you still want to run. I won't let you off, the man roared. The man with the scar sneered, a mere child of a small noble dares to act so impudently in front of me. Ignore him, we'll leave first. A woman walked out and pulled the man with the scar away. Quite a few people scolded them, and Mudo walked out and stared at the two, especially the woman. I remember you. You were the one who said that you wanted everyone to leave together. You wanted to be a deserter. The woman's face alternated between green and white, but she didn't dare refute Mudo. Her family's status was far from the Mu family's. The man with the scar stared at Mudo. It has nothing to do with you. No one wanted to die in that situation. Don't think that you're a good person, Mudo. What you did wasn't honorable. At least I didn't want to be a deserter, Mudo retorted. Luo Lauer stood beside Luin with a look of disdain. What's there to argue about? Being afraid of death is an instinct, and not being afraid of death is a result of ambition. Anyway, I'm afraid of death. When will you meet my sister, brother-in-law? At this moment, screens appeared in the sky, and everyone looked up. The screens showed the scenes of the battle on the platform, and everyone could clearly see what they had done. Luin had long since noticed that the bearer of the bestow technique was watching all the platforms. This was the only way to ensure that it understood the state of the energy source and knew which platforms had been activated and which had been deactivated. The man with the scar was suddenly pulled up by a powerful force, and a loud voice resounded, framing a comrade in battle. You are guilty. The man was terrified. No, I didn't. He was stupid. It has nothing to do with me. I didn't do it. No matter what the man said, it was useless, and he was taken away in the blink of an eye. The woman beside him paled, and her body was similarly lifted into the air, bewitching and shaking the morale of the army. You are guilty. Let me go. I didn't. Soon after, a third person was pulled up, and then a fourth. Their performance on the battlefield had been recorded, and none of them could escape. In the end, more than 100 people were taken away. These people all had various problems, but some were serious, while others were not. Luo Lauer sighed. Why? Since you're on the battlefield, you must have some methods to monitor us. Am I right, brother-in-law? He turned around, but there was no one there. Luin had disappeared. Brother-in-law. Luo Lauer cried out, attracting the attention of Zuiyu and the rest, but no one could find Luin. Luin left through a teleportation device, as he had just received a message to meet with Zijing. After arriving in the hyperspace, he constantly changed his location. The drifting cloud space was the place where he had spent the most time, and he had gained a better understanding of the hyperspace. The next time he saw Zijing, they were floating in the air in a place that resembled a garden. Zijing was pleasantly surprised when she saw Luin. Are you all right? Luin replied, I'm fine. What about you? I'm fine as well. Did you go to the battlefield? Luin was bitter. I almost died. The battle was too intense, and I was only an enlighter, but I encountered an emissary-level corpse king. If I hadn't been lucky, 3 of them just happened to appear, and we wouldn't have met. Zijing felt strange, as she had not expected the Path Master to be so good at acting. Emissary. Even a progenitor could not kill him. It's good that you're fine. Don't worry, I won't let you go to such dangerous places in the future. Where am I? Luin was curious and looked around. He turned around and saw a flight of stairs not too far away that led to a very high place covered by white clouds. Flowers bloomed beside the stairs, and many strange creatures flew about, bringing with them laughter. This place was like a pure land that was filled with purity. Zijing whispered, this is the most respected place in the hyperspace dimension. It cannot be desecrated. Desecrated? Luin glanced at Zijing. Was she hinting that he was about to meet a truly important person? Zijing, is this the person you chose? A pleasant voice sounded from above, and the moment it appeared, it was like a clear spring that flowed into Lu Yin's heart. It was very comfortable. Lu Yin subconsciously looked up. Whose voice could be so pleasant to the ears? His gaze pierced through the clouds, and he saw a pair of legs that were dazzlingly white. They were perfect to the extreme, and they were barefoot as they stepped on the flowers. A white stream of air swirled around them, and he could faintly make out a woman in a long white dress. She had a pair of beautiful, flawless eyes that sparkled like stars. In that moment, he actually forgot to look at the woman's face, as only those eyes filled his mind. Beautiful, flawless, and indescribably perfect. How dare you? Clouds covered the woman, blocking Lu Yin's view. Zijing was shocked and hurriedly knelt down. Please forgive him, my lord. He doesn't know the rules here. Please forgive him. Lu Yin was confused. What's wrong? Raising your head to look at me is a great honor. You dare to look at me like that? You've committed a grave sin. A pleasant voice rang out, accompanied by an indescribable pressure. It was as if a pair of eyes were looking over. Lu Yin's expression changed. A progenitor. There was definitely a progenitor watching this place. Looking up. Wasn't it just a glance? Was there a need for that? Thank you, brothers, for your support. A new year has begun, and the Wind Follower Association will continue to provide exciting stories. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2507. Zijing opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but she didn't know what to say. Lu Yin was the ruler of the Fifth Mainland, and he was a Tao master. She could kneel and beg for mercy, but she couldn't do the same for Lu Yin. She couldn't reprimand him either. She had specifically reminded him not to blaspheme, but she had been afraid that something like this would happen. Kneel, a pleasant voice reprimanded. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Zijing's face paled. Sir, he doesn't know the rules, and he's not from space-time. Please give him another chance. Please, sir. At this moment, another voice came from the side. It was cold and arrogant. What made Sister He so angry? Lu Yin turned around and looked at the newcomer in surprise. Bai Qian. The person who had suddenly appeared was Bai Qian, the first person to leave Earth. She was a legendary woman who was considered perfect on Earth. Ever since Lu Yin had stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had walked far too far, and even half-ancestors had to look up to him. However, he could never forget Bai Qian. She was like a mark that was deeply imprinted in his memory. Even if he had only seen her once or twice, this memory would never fade. With Bai Qian's arrival, a frigid air froze the ground and spread towards the stairs. Even the flowers were frozen, and the creatures that were playing around screamed and fled. Bai Qian, what are you doing here? A pleasant voice sounded out, and everything returned to normal. Bai Qian's expression was cold, and although her gaze was gentle, it couldn't hide the chill that came from the bottom of her heart. She was like an iceberg that couldn't be melted and would only freeze everything around her. Your people did well in the battlefield of Drifting Cloud, and I saw it. Qiu Zhan is frantically requesting the council to increase the number of people sent to the Hexagon training grounds. Whether it's from the aristocratic families or the military, your strategy is correct. Of course. As someone from spacetime, I see things much more clearly than you. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Bai Qian looked up at the stairs. Have you ever thought about going to the Hexagon training ground yourself? Bai Qian, recognize your position. Although you can't beat me, we're on the same level as each other. Don't do lowly things and stay with those filthy mortals. You're not only embarrassing yourself, but you'll also blaspheme space-time. Bai Qian looked away. The more you say that, the more I want to go. No sound came from the stairs. Bai Qian looked at Zi Jing, who was kneeling on the ground. She is Zi Jing. It has nothing to do with you. The melodious voice sounded again. Bai Qian looked at Lu Yin curiously. Why isn't he kneeling? Looks like sister he likes him a lot. You can go now, the melodious voice said. The corners of Bai Qian's mouth curled up. Even though it was a smile, it still looked exceptionally cold. What's your name? She was asking Lu Yin. Lu Yin met her gaze but did not reply. Bai Qian asked again, what's your name? Lu Yin still didn't answer. Although he had used death mask to change his appearance, it hadn't changed much. With Bai Qian's intelligence, she would be able to guess his identity with a little analysis. Now that she had asked this question, coupled with her conversation with the person above, Lu Yin knew what to do. It's none of your business, Lu Yin replied. Suddenly, laughter rang out from the staircase. It was very pleasant to the ears, and it melted Lu Yin's heart. He resisted the urge to look up, as that woman's appearance had piqued his curiosity. He had been so focused on his eyes that he hadn't noticed. Now that he had a clear view of her appearance. Bai Qian, you can go now. I won't tell you, the voice said with a smile. Bai Qian looked deeply at Lu Yin. Do you know who I am? Lu Yin remained calm. Bai Qian turned to look at the staircase. This time, her expression was completely cold and emotionless. Your people don't know the rules, she said before turning to leave. After she left, Zi Jing continued to plead, My lord, please forgive Xian Qi on account of his ignorance. I beg of you, my lord. Xian Qi, do you know who that person is? The voice asked. Lu Yin lowered his head. No, and I don't want to know. Why? I belong to you, my lord. Ah, you're very smart, much smarter than most people here. Many people are trying to win, but they don't know that no matter who wins, we'll have to deal with them in the end. I can guarantee that she'll definitely lose. He paused. But before that happens, she might take your life. She's a veteran of the battlefield, and she's more ruthless than anyone. Zi Jing was shocked. My lord, please save Xian Qi. Don't worry, Zi Jing. Xian Qi is smart, and I'm waiting for him to work for me. How about this, you can go to the hexagon training hall. She won't be able to affect anything there. Lu Yin was confused. The hexagon training hall. Uncle Mo, please take Xian Qi there. Without your protection, he'll probably die once he leaves this place. Not far away, a man walked out of the void. Got it. Lu Yin looked at the man, the one who had been staring at him. He stared at the man's heart, where the black energy source was. In the hyperspace continuum, this person was equivalent to a progenitor. A person protected by an ancestor realm expert? What was this woman's status? What was she competing with Bai Qian for? Uncle Mo placed a hand on Lu Yin's shoulder, and Lu Yin almost resisted. Let's go, he said, tearing through the void and vanishing with Lu Yin. Zi Jing heaved a sigh of relief. The blasphemy had been ignored because of Bai Qian's appearance. If not for her, she didn't know what would have happened today. This Xian Qi is interesting. No wonder you like him, a voice said. Zi Jing respectfully replied, Thank you for letting him go, sir. Ha, I didn't let him go. He fought for it himself. If he had dared to curry favor with Bai Qian back then, he would be nothing but a shell now. Zi Jing felt a chill run down her spine. Fortunately, Bai Qian had appeared, or things would have been troublesome. How could that be? The most likely possibility was that Xian-Chi had captured Xian-Chi and taken him to the fifth mainland. However, if that happened, the hyperspace continuum and the fifth mainland would definitely go to war. She rejoiced that she had sent Bai Qian to the hyperspace continuum. Elsewhere, Lu Yin had been brought to a desolate planet by Uncle Mo. There were many large spacecraft around the planet. This was his first time seeing a hyperspace spacecraft. The overall appearance was not much different from the fifth mainlands, but it was filled with the hyperspace continuum style. Every spacecraft had an energy source that formed a protective zone. Uncle Mo took a step forward and brought Lu Yin into one of the spacecraft. Within the spacecraft's command room, several people were arguing about something. When Uncle Mo appeared, they were startled and quickly bowed. Greetings, Uncle Mo, greetings, Uncle Mo, greetings, Uncle Mo. Uncle Mo released Lu Yin. His name is Xian-Chi. Take him directly to the hexagon training ground. He then disappeared. The others bowed again. Yes, Uncle Mo. They all looked up and curiously sized up Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at them as well. Little brother, come and have a seat. One of them was very enthusiastic. The others looked on. Lu Yin walked over naturally and sat down. Do you have tea? Yes. The person beside him immediately had someone bring tea over. Lu Yin nodded. You guys continue. Don't worry about me. They all looked at each other and guessed what each other was thinking. This person was definitely a big shot, and if Uncle Mo was personally escorting him, could he be one of that person's people? The more natural Lu Yin acted, the more they thought that he was a big shot. However, Lu Yin was not deliberately acting natural, he really did not care. He was the fifth mainland's Tao Lord and someone who could fight against a progenitor. If not for Bai Qian's appearance, he might have already captured that woman. He wanted to see what kind of person was so delicate that even looking at her was blasphemous. Sooner or later, he would capture her. What are you guys doing? Lu Yin asked curiously as he listened to their discussion. A middle-aged woman smiled. We're devising a challenge. Some people will be sent to the 6 directional training rites while others will be eliminated. Oh. Is that so? Are there a lot of people going to the 6 directional training rites? Lu Yin asked. The middle-aged woman replied, quite a few. News of Shi Hong's performance has spread throughout the universe, and many aristocratic families want to send their children over. Qiu Zhan also sent over 1,000 people to the 6 directional training rites, but there's a limit to the number of people who can go. Someone has to be eliminated. Since General Qiu Zhan is so enthusiastic, how many people are participating? No less than 100,000. That many? There's no other way. We're not stupid, and we can see that our civilizations are merging and complementing each other. This is the future, and no one wants to be left behind. Lu Yin said, yes, that's why I'm being forced to go to the 6 directional training rites. They all looked at each other. Forced. How many people wanted to go but could not? This person was indeed a big shot. Not long after, the spacecraft landed on the planet, and the advancement process began. These people were the judges who had been selected to enter the 6 directional training rites. They gathered together and watched the screens, watching everyone's performance. Lu Yin was watching as well. No one chased him away, and he could go wherever he wanted. Through the screens, he saw Zuiyu, Luo Lauer, and Mudo. Most of the people who had been fighting on the platform in the drifting cloud space had arrived, including that muscular man. The elimination process naturally could not use energy sources, and these people were too weak, so the difficulty was not high. In the 5th mainland, these people would only be able to participate in the Astral Combat Academy's trials. The competition between more than 100,000 people was very interesting. These people fought against each other, but they also formed small circles that supported each other. They survived day and night on this desolate planet as they constantly approached the spacecraft. 2 days later, someone arrived outside the spacecraft. He was the first to complete the selection process, and he was a rather tall man. He was an explorer and stood out from the rest of the group. His strength as an explorer was purely based on his physical strength, as the people from the 6 directional training rites did not cultivate. There were not many explorers in this group, so they were naturally the first to arrive, followed by the second, third, and so on. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2508. After 12 days, the selection process ended. Out of more than 100,000 people, 1,700 passed and were allowed to enter the Hexagon training grounds. Lu Yin leisurely sipped his tea until he was notified that someone was coming to pick them up. Only then did he leave. What the? Brother-in-law! Luo Lao exclaimed. Zuiyu, Mudwa, and the rest stared blankly at Lu Yin as he walked out of the spacecraft. None of them had expected Lu Yin to be here. Lu Yin smiled and greeted them. Why are you here, brother-in-law? Luo Lao asked. Lu Yin found it strange. How can a hostage like you go to the Hexagon training grounds? You've been here for a long time. Zuiyu was surprised. Many people looked over, but most of them did not recognize Lu Yin. When they saw him walk out of the spacecraft, they were all unhappy. They had gone through so much to get here, but this guy had actually gotten in through the back door. However, despite their displeasure, no one dared to cause trouble for Lu Yin. Being able to get in through the back door represented his background and status. They were not stupid, and no one dared to casually make enemies. There were some who wanted to befriend him, but Lu Yin was not interested. Right now, he wanted to know more about the Hexagon training grounds, and he could just ask Luo Lao about it. Although Luo Lao had only just obtained the right to go, he was quite good at gathering information. Furthermore, as a hostage, he was actually able to enter the Hexagon training grounds. Brother-in-law, you don't know anything about the Hexagon training grounds. Luo Lao and Lu Yin stood in a corner, waiting for someone to pick them up. Lu Yin replied, I feel like it's a place where the Hexagon training grounds exchange information about their civilizations. That's right, Luo Lao said softly. The Hexagon training grounds has always been difficult to deal with the Eternals, and they've always been on the defensive. However, after the 7 sky gods mysteriously left a few years ago, the Hexagon training grounds gained an absolute advantage and continuously regained their lost territory. They even had the opportunity to cooperate with each other, which opened the door to a fusion of civilizations. The Transcendents do not cultivate. Once their energy source runs out, they'll be finished. Thus, they want to cultivate, not only to protect themselves, but also to adapt to a stronger energy source. Reality has proven that it's very effective, and their battle techniques can better utilize energy. The Void God civilization's power is also a weapon for self-preservation. Lu Yin interrupted, how many years ago did you say? Luo Lao replied, that's right. The Hexagon Association has always been on the defensive when dealing with the Eternals, and the Eternals have even occupied many parallel universes that the Hexagon Association can use. This has resulted in the Hexagon Association being unable to join forces even if they wanted to. However, several years ago, the 7 sky gods left one by one, and the Hexagon Association took the opportunity to reclaim some of the parallel universes. The Hexagon Training Hall is located in one of these parallel universes. A few years ago, wasn't that the time when they had besieged the Undying God? It seemed that he had helped them in the end. Brother-in-law, you joined in advance because of my sister, right? Luo Lao was curious. Before Lu Yin could reply, old second Luo pitted him, then you're in trouble. Lu Yin raised a brow. What do you mean? Luo Lao looked around sneakily and said in a low voice, do you know how many people will come at the intersection of civilizations? How many geniuses will there be? There are too many. According to the information I gathered, it's not just the hyperspace society that's joining, but also the various universes. The number of people has increased by more than 10 times since Sister Hong's generation. It's said that there will be a second expansion, and it won't be just the Hexagon Association spacetime that will join, but many other universes that can communicate with the Hexagon Association will join as well. There are all sorts of civilizations, and the hyperspace society is still considered normal. Some of them even call themselves gods. Think about it, wouldn't it be great to find a goddess to be your wife? The main space, the wood realm, the void god space, and so on. Any one of them would make you rich. Unfortunately, you won't have that chance. Right, brother-in-law, which academy do you want to join? Luo Lao asked. Lu Yin didn't understand. What do you mean? Luo Lao was speechless. My sister didn't tell you. I also didn't tell Zijing that I helped her take in a younger brother, Lu Yin said. Luo Lao wailed, brother-in-law, you can't do this. I've already called you brother-in-law so many times. You have to get my sister to accept me. I don't plan on returning to the three sovereign space for the rest of my life. I'm definitely going to follow my sister. Brother-in-law, you can't go back on your word. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. Tell me what that academy is first. Luo Lao cleared his throat. The Hexagon Training Grounds have a total of 6 academies, each representing the Hexagon Association. Anyone who joins the Hexagon Training Grounds has to choose an academy to join, and after successfully learning the civilization's power from that academy, they can join the next academy. Don't think that joining the Hexagon Training Grounds will be easy. 1 year. If you can learn the power of a civilization other than your own within a year, you can stay in the training grounds and continue learning. If you can't learn it, you'll be eliminated. Lu Yin was puzzled. Where did you hear all this from? Why are you so detailed? Luo Lao replied, everyone knows that the Hexagon Training Grounds aren't a secret anymore. Otherwise, why do you think so many people are begging to join? Lu Yin looked around and saw that more than 1,000 people were discussing amongst themselves, and he could vaguely make out the names of academies and training grounds. He had gone to Zijing's side after retreating from the battlefield, and then been thrown here. He had no chance to learn about the outside world at all. Although the hyperspace civilization was close to a technological civilization and was connected to the internet, Lu Yin had yet to connect to this place's network, so he couldn't learn anything from it. Brother-in-law, which academy do you want to join? Luo Lao asked curiously. Lu Yin's eyes twinkled. The Hexagon Association was made up of 6 civilizations, and the leading one was the main space, also known as the reincarnation universe. Below them were the hyperspace civilization, the 3 sovereign space, the wood realm, the void god space, and the lost clan. Wu Junshi had first told Lu Yin about the Hexagon Association, but with Wu Junqi's status, he didn't know much. It was only after Zijing's explanation that Lu Yin gained a better understanding of the development of human civilization. The main space was a standard cultivation civilization, led by the Grand Celestial. Below him were the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages, all of whom had once been progenitors. As for whether there were still any progenitors left, or how many half-ancestors and envoys there were, Lu Yin didn't know. The 3 sovereign space consisted of Lord Luo, Lord Mu, and Lord Taixian. If they worked together, they could resist the forgetful ruins god. As for their power system, Wu Junshi had said that it belonged to the monarch aura, which was more suitable for weapons. In the wood realm, all life could be woodified. This was Zijing's introduction to the wood realm, which was also a cultivation civilization. The difference was that the cultivators of the wood realm could obtain the power of the trees through woodification. To put it bluntly, every cultivator of the wood realm had an innate gift of all sorts. How many cultivators in the fifth mainland had such innate gifts? Anyone with such innate gifts could join the 10 Arbiters' Council unconditionally. From this, one could see how rare innate gifts were. The wood realm had all kinds of cultivators, and it was extremely prosperous. Zijing did not know much about the void god spacetime, which was why Lu Yin had been so confused when he had seen Shi Hong and the others use the void god spacetime in the drifting cloud space. Zijing's description of the void god spacetime was that it was similar to puppets, but Luo Lao's introduction made Lu Yin feel that it was not puppets, but rather control. It was a very strange civilization. There was no need to talk about the void god spacetime, he already knew a lot about it. The last one was the Lost Clan. Zijing did not know much about the Lost Clan either, but there was a phrase that she had memorized very well. It was also the Six Direction Society's greatest understanding of the Lost Clan. Every Lost Clan warrior would plan a meticulous assassination that was most suitable for them. Lu Yin did not understand the meaning of this phrase, so he was especially curious about the Lost Clan. Which academy do you want to join? Lu Yin asked. Luo Lao replied, the Void God Academy. Why? The Void God spacetime is best at protecting itself, and it's always at the back of the battlefield. It's relatively safe. Lu Yin asked, the Void God realm. That's amazing. I'll join the Void God Academy as well. That's great. Brother-in-law, let's fight side by side in the Six Direction training halls, snatch goddesses, and fight against elites. We'll dominate the Six Direction Society. Many people looked over with strange gazes. Lu Yin quickly distanced himself from him, regretting speaking to him. Half a day later, a person appeared and coldly scanned the crowd. With a wave of his hand, a white energy enveloped everyone and brought them away through spacetime. Ever since he had come to the hyperspace, Lu Yin felt that the word distance had changed. In the fifth mainland, distance could be measured, and it represented space. Now, however, distance not only represented space, but also dimensions. It represented positions that humans could not measure, and this universe had expanded countless times. No matter how humans developed, they could not escape the universe. Even if they reached the progenitor realm, there were still parallel spacetimes waiting to be explored. No one could explore all of them in their lifetime. The astral wilderness, the parallel spacetimes, everything reminded them of how vast the universe was and how insignificant life forms were. In such a short time, Lu Yin had already gone from the fifth mainland to the hyperspace and the drifting cloud space. This was the fourth parallel spacetime. No matter how many parallel spacetimes they entered, the universe was the same. It was dark, deep, and filled with all sorts of rotating planets and constellations. However, when they arrived at this spacetime, Lu Yin was astonished. It was such a pure place. This spacetime is called Tai, and it means that it has not been modified by any power. It is the most primitive spacetime. The person who had brought them here looked at the sky. Many spacetimes have changed because of the appearance of extreme powerhouses, forming a unique civilization system, technology, cultivation techniques, or even various strange constellations. However, this spacetime is different. It does not have any unique power system, and it is very clean. That is why it is suitable for the Six Direction training halls. With that, the person led the group and instantly appeared at the peak of the clouds. The clouds formed a ring that headed towards the sky, like a door that was connected to the darkness. Outside of the clouds and the sky, they could not see anything else. This peak rises steeply from the ground, but it stands at the edge of the sky. This is the Six Direction Training Hall's ASXS. You entered from here, and in the future, you will dream of leaving from here. Unfortunately, there are too few people who can actually do that. The group did not understand. Enter from here and leave from here. The person did not explain too much. With a wave of his hand, 6 screens of light appeared in the void. The enormous screens covered almost all directions and attracted the group's attention. There were people fighting on each screen. Each screen represents a civilization. Choose the civilization that you wish to study, and that will represent the academy that you will enter. Let me remind you that if you cannot successfully enter the academy within a year, the civilization that you choose will be eliminated and will never be able to enter the 6 direction training halls again. This is your only chance. The group stared at the 6 screens. Choice, opportunity. This was entering the academy. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2509. Lu Yin looked straight ahead, where a woman stood in space against an eternal corpse king. The corpse king attacked, shattering planets, and a casual wave of its hand caused the void to split open, extending far into the distance. Lu Yin looked up and saw a scarlet vertical eye that sent chills down his spine. The woman's face was obscured, but she spread her arms wide and released a green radiance that gradually covered the heavens. The green radiance then transformed into a towering tree filled with holiness. The tree's branches intertwined to form a giant palm that grabbed at the corpse king. The corpse king opened its mouth and roared as it charged forward. Its scarlet vertical eye constantly changed from gray, green, and finally red. Its physical body was strengthened to the limit, and even through the screen, Lu Yin could feel its strength. However, even such a powerful corpse king was caught by the palm formed from the tree branches. The palm clenched tightly, and the corpse king was crushed to pieces. The tree branches turned into green motes of light that drifted through space, creating a beautiful and dreamy scene. Lu Yin was stunned. It was crushed to death with a single palm. Are all the women from the wood realm this strong? Don't look for them, don't look for them. Luo Lao also looked at the screen and saw the corpse king being crushed to death. He was terrified and hurriedly looked away. Look, brother-in-law, that's ultra space. Lu Yin looked over and saw that ultra space was displaying the feed technique. A black beam of light directly pierced through the corpse king, but the visual effect was not as shocking as the one from the wood realm. Lu Yin looked over and saw that a stone plate had appeared on the screen behind him. It was growing larger and larger, and the screen continued to expand until he could clearly see the entire stone plate. The stone plate enveloped the heavens, growing larger and larger until it surpassed the stars and everything that could be seen. It replaced the dome of the sky and viciously pressed down. The stars shattered like peas, and the void continued to distort, unable to withstand the might of the stone plate. Below the stone plate, there were countless corpse kings, and those scarlet vertical eyes all disappeared after the stone plate descended. A single stone plate had obliterated an entire battlefield. Lu Yin was shocked by this scene, as he had never seen such a large stone plate before. It should be considered a weapon, but it had actually obliterated an entire battlefield. He just didn't know if there were any powerful corpse kings on that battlefield. At that moment, the image replayed, and a giant scarlet vertical eye appeared in outer space. Lu Yin took a step forward. This was the Eternal's portal that allowed them to travel through space. With the appearance of the eye, corpse kings surged out one after another, gradually spreading out into the heavens. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance, and one could vaguely see that person standing on the stone plate. In the endless tide of corpse kings rushed out one after another. Their attacks shattered the void, ignoring space and distance. They were at least emissary-level corpse kings. In the distance, the stone plate beneath the man's feet struck out across the sky, shattering all the incoming corpse kings. At this moment, a gigantic corpse king walked out from the gigantic crimson vertical eye. Following its appearance, the entire starry sky trembled. It could destroy a planet in a single breath, and its strength was no less than the red-eyed corpse king that the woman from the wood realm had just faced. The corpse kings and the corpse kings lose. The stone plate collided with the fist. The fist was shattered, and then the head was crushed by the stone plate without any resistance. The giant corpse king's body fell down. In the next moment, one giant corpse king after another walked out. For this battle, all I know, someone cried out. It's Su-yi from the Void God universe. This is his final battle. Su-yi. The one whose Void God is the astral martial stone plate. Someone else asked. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. The astral martial stone plate. Wu Tian. Yes, that's him. He delayed the Eternals on his own, but he was killed by millions of corpse kings who came out of the astral door. After he died, a strong cultivator appeared in the virtual God universe, but he only managed to take back the heavenly martial stone disc. What a pity. It's such a pity. I want to join the Void Tao Academy and find the strongest Void God that suits me. I want to join the Void Tao Academy as well. Lu Yin stared at the image, constantly looking at the stone plate. The astral martial stone plate. This couldn't be a coincidence, right? Wu Tian was one of the 6 Daos of the 3 realms, someone who was on par with the Grim Reaper. Why would this name appear in the Void God universe? In the 5th mainland, Destiny was an elusive figure, but he was quite famous. The Starsabil sect had made divination public knowledge, leaving behind the Book of Destiny, Fate's Anne, and so on. With the appearance of the Lady of Fate and the others from the realm of heaven, everyone knew about Destiny. Regardless of whether they believed in divination or not, Destiny was regarded as an absolute powerhouse from the realm of heaven. The Death God had long since been known by countless people, and the Spectre clan was the best inheritor. Lu Yin's Death God transformation during the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament had made the Death God a household name, and his fame was even greater than Fate's. Compared to them, Wu Tian, who was also from the 3 realms, was rarely mentioned. Wu Tian had created a way to use weapons and left behind a sword steel. This was the only record of him and the existence of the undying deity, Wu Xing. Aside from that, there was no other record of him. Wu Tian had not left behind any battle techniques, nor had he left behind any shocking deeds. He was as low-key as the desolate ancestor of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Lu Yin would never have dreamed that he would actually hear Wu Tian's name in this parallel universe. Did this stone plate have anything to do with Wu Tian? Brother-in-law, look at how the Lost Clan fights. It's really strange. No wonder it's said to be the most suitable for them, Luo Lauer came over and said. Lu Yin followed his gaze and saw a strange scene on a screen. It was a desert with a corpse king standing in the middle. Lu Yin looked around, but he couldn't find anyone. The scorching sun was high in the sky, and even the air was burning. It was truly burning as it burned through the entire desert. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the ground, gathering sand to form a sword that slashed at the corpse king. The corpse king was extremely powerful, and its palm shattered the sand sword while simultaneously piercing through the figure. However, the figure turned into sand and fell to the ground. The sand stuck to the corpse king's body, and under the high temperature, the sand exploded one by one until the corpse king was finally killed. After the corpse king was killed, the desert space distorted and finally turned into a card that was caught by a hand. It was a man who casually put the card away, and only his back could be seen on the screen. As for that card, Lu Yin couldn't see anything special about it. That's how the Lost Clan fights. They carve the most suitable battlefield into the card, and once they're trapped in the card, they can't escape unless there's a huge difference in power. Otherwise, they'll be tortured to death. In the war between the Six Direction Association and the Eternal Clan, these cards are the traps that the Eternal Clan is most afraid of. There are always powerful eternal clan corpse kings that are dragged into the card trap, and in the end, only the card and its owner can leave. The corpse king disappears forever, Luo Lao explained in a low voice. The entire process on the screen was worse than the wood. The upper realm woman and the void god spacetime battle were shocked, but it also brought an indescribable chill. This was a meticulously arranged killing trap, and it was a strange use of space. Lu Yin looked on in amazement. How could a card condense a space? Just like a cosmic ring. Could they arrange a space into the most suitable killing trap? The Lost Clan's fighting style was rather strange. Brother-in-law, just watch. Don't go to the Lost Dao Academy. They're definitely the most difficult civilization to learn, Luo Lao reminded him. Brother-in-law, over there, that's the battle between the three monarchs. Lu Yin turned around and saw a light screen flickering with three colors. That was the monarch aura of the three monarch space, which Wu Junshi had used before. The power of the three monarch space was nothing special, but it was the best in the Six Direction Association when it came to strengthening weapons. As long as it's strengthened by the monarch aura, any weapon can be upgraded by a level, Luo Lao said. Lu Yin was surprised. If the slippers were strengthened by the monarch aura, would they be upgraded by a level as well? He wanted to ask, but he would probably be cursed by Luo Lao. Using the monarch aura to strengthen the slippers was too insulting. Finally, Lu Yin looked at the light screen on the right. It was the only one that he hadn't seen before, and it represented the main space. There wasn't much to see in the main space. Just like the fifth mainland, it was a true cultivation civilization with all kinds of battle techniques. The battle techniques displayed on the screen were far less powerful than the ones that Lu Yin had grasped. However, the more this type of civilization was, the more no one knew the limits of their development. What he wanted to know the most was how the main space had been able to develop for so many years. The three sovereigns and 9 sages would never be lacking, and why the Grand Empyrean was the master of the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages. Even the fifth mainland's primogenitor couldn't possibly be the master of all the progenitors. The light screen slowly descended and turned into a staircase of light that extended in 6 directions. 6 directions, 6 academies, which represent the 6 civilizations that you've seen. Choose the academy you want to go to and walk down the staircase. The end is there, the person who had led them here said. He then scanned the crowd and continued, enter the academy and walk down from the sky dome. It won't be easy to return to the sky dome again. I hope to see you here again. He then disappeared. Where are you going? The crowd asked. The main space, of course. That's the boss of the Six Direction Association. I'm going to the main space as well. It's the most powerful cultivation civilization, and it's said that you can cultivate until you have a power level in the millions. What kind of concept is that? It's the strongest even without the black energy source. I'm going to the wood realm. Every woodified person can obtain an innate gift of the corresponding tree. Maybe I can obtain the strongest innate gift of wood. I'll go with you. There are too many innate gifts in the wood realm, and any one of them can transform our bodies. It's not that easy to obtain a good innate gift. You're all overthinking it. I'm going to the Void Dao Academy. The star's kite disc is too ruthless, and those from the Void Dao Academy are the safest on the battlefield. Everyone was discussing this matter. Suiyu found Lu Yin. Hey, where are you going? Lu Yin was curious why she was looking for him. The Void Dao Academy. I'm going to the Reincarnation Academy to find Sister Hong. You broke her sword technique, so I want to take revenge for her. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 25:10. Mu Duo walked over. I feel like I'm suitable for the Lost Dao Academy. Luo Lao rolled his eyes, then congratulations, I won't be able to see you here in a year. Mu Duo snorted, I'll definitely learn it. Not long after, everyone finished their discussion. Zuiyu was the first to walk up the stairs to the Reincarnation Academy, followed by Mu Duo. They all climbed up the stairs and headed towards their respective academies. Luo Lao followed Lu Yin towards the Void Dao Academy. Brother-in-law, the power of the Void Dao Academy shouldn't be too difficult. Look, so many people are going there. There were indeed many people going to the Void God Academy, but most of them were going to the Reincarnation Academy, while the Lost Dao Academy was the least. That battle style was obviously not easy to learn. Furthermore, the 6 screens introductions did not mention that the battles in the Lost Dao Academy were shocking and could even be considered ordinary. At most, the cards were a little mysterious, but they were not very attractive to most people. Luo Lao bared his teeth as he watched Mu Duo climb up the stairs. If this kid is still here in a year, it means that he's learned it. Everyone, be careful, don't fall for this kid's tricks. When everyone heard this, they looked at Mu Duo and the others with strange gazes. Mu Duo was furious, just you wait, Luo Lao. I'll beat you to death in a year. Luo Lao rolled his eyes, we'll talk about it later. From a distance, this peak looked like the center of spacetime. Tai's spacetime was not very large, and there were 6 flights of stairs that extended from the peak. At the end of each flight of stairs was a piece of land, not a star. Beyond the land was an unpredictable constellation that wreaked havoc in outer space. Lu Yin and the rest walked down the stairs, but they did not know how long it would take. At that moment, a startled voice rang out, there's someone below. Everyone looked down. The stairs were transparent, and they could see a woman sitting next to the cliff face of the peak. She was looking up at them with bright eyes, and they were actually right above her. Lu Yin looked down. This was what the person who had brought them here had said, to enter from the peak and then climb back out. Was this woman from the 6 direction training rites? The woman suddenly moved. A white rope was tied around her waist, and the other end of the rope was supported by some sort of battle technique. She violently swung it upwards, and her target was Lu Yin's group. As she swung the rope upwards, it flickered with tricolored sovereign chi. Luo Lao found it strange. Is she trying to get us to grab the rope and pull her up? That's impossible, Lu Yin replied. He knew that there were people monitoring this place, and if the woman really wanted to leave through the hexagon training rites, she would not be able to take this shortcut. Just as he was thinking about this, the rope passed through the staircase. Below him, the woman stared at him with an unfocused gaze, as if she was trying to do something. Lu Yin and the woman looked at each other, and a formless energy enveloped them. This feeling was similar to rune lines, and it was a type of energy that ordinary people could not see. The woman's eyes widened and she gritted her teeth. Control. Lu Yin's body trembled, and he frowned. His fingers moved as he broke through some sort of restriction. Down below, the woman's eyes regained their focus, and she looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. How could this be? I can't control him. Her original plan was to control someone above to grab the rope and pull her up. She would then use the stairs to reach the peak and complete the trial. However, what was going on? How could this person break free from her control? That shouldn't be, wasn't he a person from a space-time continuum? She had already received news that this person would join the hexagon training rites today. Space-time continuum people did not cultivate and only relied on energy to fight. This kind of person was the easiest to control, and she had experimented with this many times. She had calculated the time, created a plan, found the location, and arranged everything perfectly. But in the end, she still couldn't control this person. How was this possible? Lu Yin and the rest slowly walked down the stairs, and the rope fell in front of their eyes before finally landing on the ground. The woman stared blankly at Lu Yin, her eyes filled with unwillingness. Brother-in-law, she's looking at you, Luo Lao said. Lu Yin turned around. Let's go, no more nonsense. In the distance, someone gloated, she failed. Haha, this girl is so crafty. I was wondering why she suddenly wanted to go through with the trial. Her strength is far from enough, so this is the reason. She's opportunistic. Even if she succeeds, she'll be stripped of her qualifications. Why? Success is success. This is intelligence. Do you think everyone is like you who doesn't rely on their brains? That's treacherous. Say that to that old bastard Xi Bing. Speaking of which, you've never won against that old bastard, right? I'll find a way to break his card. I'll be waiting, but this girl is even more interesting now. Let her be so arrogant and crafty. Although she's opportunistic, logically speaking, she should have succeeded. The reason for her failure is that she couldn't control this person. Yeah, he's so easy to control, just like a normal person. With that girl's ability, it's impossible that she couldn't control him. Strange. Investigate, there must be a reason. Don't let the Eternals sneak in. Nothing must happen to the hexagon training hall. The stairs were very long since they spanned across the land. The group didn't walk very quickly, but when the stairs behind them suddenly broke apart, Luo Lao shouted, "Brother-in-law, run." Lu Yin pursed his lips. What a child. He thought about it and rushed down the stairs with extreme speed, just like Luo Lao and the rest. Half a day later, rays of light shot towards the group. They thought that it was some kind of test, but the rays stopped in front of them. They were jade stones. Lu Yin could tell at a glance that this was the work of the main space. Only a cultivation civilization would use such things. He picked up the jade stone and transmitted its information to his mind. The others did the same, and soon, they had a rough idea of the Void God Tao Academy. There were no mentors or anything like that in the Void God Tao Academy. Although it was called a Tao Academy, it was actually just a place for them to cultivate. There was very little information, and it only told them what to do in order to learn the power of the Void from the Void God Academy. Brother-in-law, it seems simple, Luo Lao said. Lu Yin replied, it seems simple, but it might not be so easy to cultivate. Let's go. Another half a day passed, and they finally saw the clouds above the continent. At that moment, they saw countless strange scenes. There were all kinds of things floating in the sky above the continent. There were weapons, stones, and even something that looked like a village. How could a village float in the sky? Everyone was stunned. Although they didn't understand, they knew from the jade stones that these floating things were void gods that could be controlled by people who cultivated the void. There were all kinds of strange things in the sky, but most of them were normal. There weren't many weapons, and they only saw one village. Who could control a village? Smash someone. The stairs suddenly disappeared, and everyone fell down. Fortunately, this height didn't affect them much. Even if there was no energy source, their bodies wouldn't be affected. Everyone landed safely and rested for a bit before finding familiar faces and leaving in 2s and 3s. They already knew about the situation in the Void God Academy, and they all had places they wanted to go. Lu Yin only wanted to go to one place, which was the first step to cultivating the Void God's civilization, to sense the power of a Void God. This was also where most of the people had gone. Luo Lao was determined to follow Lu Yin, and he would go wherever Lu Yin went. The continent was huge, but for Lu Yin, who was an enlighter, it was very easy for him to go anywhere he wanted. Someone was secretly watching Lu Yin, and when they realized that he was an enlighter, they immediately became vigilant. There were very few people who could reach this level of cultivation at such a young age, and it was obvious that Lu Yin had used a battle technique. Luo Lao came from the 3 sovereign space, and he also had a battle technique. These two were clearly from a cultivation civilization, but they had traveled through space to reach the hexagon training hole. This wasn't normal. The first step to cultivating the Void God civilization was to sense the Void God. The Void God was a type of power that could not be seen with the naked eye, and to sense it, one had to be within the Void God's power. Similar to cultivating rune lines, the first step was to open one's eyes. There was already a group of people from the Void God Academy before Lu Yin and Luo Lauer had joined. These people had all been eliminated, and those who had remained were either those who had grasped the Void God's power and wanted to strengthen themselves or those who had transferred from the other 5 academies. If one wanted to graduate from the Hexagon Training Hall, they had to grasp the power of at least 4 of the Hexagon Training Hall's civilizations. Thus, once someone learned the power of a civilization, they could apply to transfer to another academy. There was a place in the Void God Academy called the Void Lands, and there were stones of different sizes floating there. These stones were imbued with Void God's power, and they didn't have any offensive abilities. Their only use was to allow those who touched them to sense the Void God's power. One only needed to touch a stone. Lu Yin and Luo Lauer arrived at the Void Lands and saw many floating stones of different sizes. There were also other people here, and they were people like Shi Hong and the others who had joined the Hexagon Training Hall a long time ago. When they saw Lu Yin and Luo Lauer arrive, someone said, "You're finally here. Did the fusion of our civilization succeed?" A man sat on a stone 1 meter wide and stared at Lu Yin and Luo Lauer. "Which spacetime do you belong to?" Lu Yin replied, "Hyperspace." "How many people are here?" 1,700. 1,700. That many. Interesting. It seems that those fellows brought quite a shock when they returned to their own spacetime. If hyperspace is like this, then the other spacetimes should be the same. At least they have foresight. Although we've spent a lot of time in the Hexagon Training Hall, the power we've gained is incomparable to that of our own spacetime. Not only have I grasped the innate gift of wood transformation, but I've also learned the Void God's power. When I return, I'll be able to suppress all the geniuses of my generation. Not necessarily. Those geniuses aren't stupid, and they'll all be here soon. Besides, the first batch of people who arrived had already entered the training hall. We can't compare to them. They'll catch up. It's just a matter of time. We just need to find the civilization that's most suitable for our cultivation. Lu Yin looked around and found a stone to climb up. These people were all sitting cross-legged on the stone, looking very relaxed. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 25:11. These stones were imbued with Void God's power, and anyone who touched them would be enveloped by it like a drowning person. A normal person would be lucky if they could last half a minute on their first contact, but they had to endure it for more than 6 hours. At that point, they would be able to open their eyes and see Void God's power with their naked eye. Only then could they step through the threshold of cultivating Void God's power, or they would never be able to do so. "Back off," a woman in green robes shouted from not too far away. Her long hair draped over the stone, and each strand glowed with a hazy light. She stared at Lu Yin with a sharp gaze. "Me?" Lu Yin was confused. The woman replied indifferently, "That stone has an owner." Lu Yin nodded and walked over to another stone of similar size. "Back off, it has an owner too." Luo Lauer found a stone that wasn't very big, but it was big enough for him to sit on. "Back off, it has an owner." Luo Lauer found an even smaller one, but he was still reprimanded. "Back off, it has an owner." Luo Lauer was annoyed. "This one has an owner, and that one has an owner. How can there be so many people? Don't tell me all these stones have owners." Someone sneered, the outermost one doesn't have an owner. Go there yourself. Luo Lao frowned. There are at least 80 stones here, if not 100. I remember that the first batch of people who came to the 6 paths only had a few hundred people, and each academy only had a few dozen people. Most of them even went to Reincarnation Academy. How can all these stones have owners? If I say they have owners, then they have owners, someone else said in an unpleasant tone. This attitude had nothing to do with any grudges, but rather a sense of superiority that had developed after staying here for so long. They wanted to show it to Lu Yin and the others, which was what they called bullying the newcomers. Luo Lao looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at the woman who had spoken first and the stone she was sitting on. He pointed at it. I want that one. The woman was stunned, and everyone else looked at Lu Yin before laughing. Xiaofei, you've been provoked by the newcomer, ha ha ha. Xiaofei, he thinks you're easy to bully. Teach him a lesson. Luo Lao looked at Lu Yin with admiration. You're too tough, brother-in-law. The girl named Xiaofei's expression darkened, and she walked down from the rock. Newcomer, you've got guts. You're from hyperspace, Xia Wu. You don't mind if I teach him a lesson, do you? At the back, a man faintly said, up to you. It's good to learn a lesson. He also came from hyperspace. There were a few people here, but they were all led by this person. Xiaofei nodded. That's good. She then looked at him. I won't make things difficult for you. As long as you kneel down and admit your mistakes, this matter will be over. Luo Lao walked behind Lu Yin and whispered, brother-in-law, Xia Wu is actually here. He's no small fry, so be careful. Lu Yin looked at Xiaofei. Kneel down, and I'll let this pass. Everyone's eyes widened as they sneered. Xiaofei, if I were you, I wouldn't let it go so easily. Take care of him, little Fei. In fact, even if these people didn't cause trouble for him, he still planned to cause trouble for them. He wanted to experience the power of the void god spacetime, and it would be best if one of them could learn the power of the lost clan. Which noble family are you from? In the distance, Xia Wu suddenly spoke up and looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was indifferent. You talk too much. Xia Wu frowned. Xiaofei, cripple him. I'll be back soon, and I'll take him away so that he won't taint your eyes. Xiaofei smiled. Thank you, Xia Wu. Xia Wu is still the brightest. Xia Wu, tell his family that he was crippled here. See if anyone will come to help him. We're looking forward to it. Ha! Xiaofei moved away from the rocks and giggled at Lu Yin. You can make your move now. Lu Yin was curious. Why aren't you guys wearing glasses that can detect power levels? Xiaofei was surprised. Why should we? If we don't, how can you be sure that the person in front of you is weaker than you? Lu Yin asked. Xiaofei's smile faded. This isn't an academy or an ivory tower. This is the hexagon training grounds, a place that doesn't forbid life and death. Her eyes then lost focus as a faintly discernible power was released into the sky. Most people wouldn't be able to sense it. However, the difference between Lu Yin and them was so great that he could feel it even if he couldn't see it. It was just like when he had descended from the peak, when that woman had tried to control his body, but he had easily shaken her off. Sis, brother-in-law. Luo Lao exclaimed as he pointed above him. Lu Yin looked up and saw a huge shadow looming over him. It was a ship, a huge ship. He had seen this ship before when he had descended from the peak and passed through the clouds. There had been all sorts of things floating above the Void Dao Academy, and there had been more than one ship. The huge ship smashed down at him. Beads of sweat dripped down Xiaofei's forehead as she tried to control the ship with her Void God's power. Since they were in the Void Dao Academy, she had to use the power of the Void God civilization to fight, which would easily attract the attention of others. The ship smashed down very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was right above Lu Yin's head. There was a loud boom, and the ground shook. It was clearly just a ship, but it was incomparably sturdy. The force of the crash was also great, comparable to a peak hunter's attack. When the ship smashed into the ground, Xiaofei sighed in relief. Her body swayed a little, she had succeeded. Someone in the distance cheered, "Not bad, Xiaofei. You can already pull this ship. Of all the items in the Void Dao Academy, this ship is definitely in the top 20. Xiaofei, when did you surpass me?" "No, I'm going to get serious. That brat should be dead. Xiao Wu, do you still want his corpse?" The person called Xiao Wu looked at Xiaofei. "In a real battle, no one will just stand there and let you smash them. That person is too stupid and doesn't deserve to be your opponent." Xiaofei was exhausted. "I thought that he would attack, but he didn't even dare to retaliate. Trash." She then looked at Luo Lauer, who was standing in the distance, and her expression changed. Luo Lauer's expression was normal, but he was looking at her with a mocking gaze. No, that gaze was wrong. Is this the fighting style of the Void God civilization? It's similar to Shi Hong's, but it's a bit weaker. Lu Yin slowly walked out from behind the ship and sized it up as he spoke. Xiao Wu and the rest were shocked, he wasn't dead. Xiaofei stared at Lu Yin. "You have some strength." Lu Yin circled around the ship and looked at Xiaofei. "You guys like to praise yourselves. Since that's the case, I'll use a bit more strength." His body then vanished. This was the speed of an enlighter. Xiao Wu and the rest's expressions changed. Not good, this speed. Lu Yin suddenly appeared behind Xiaofei and reached out to grab her. Xiaofei suddenly turned around, surprising Lu Yin. She could actually see the speed of an enlighter. Xiaofei turned around and unleashed a flurry of palm images. Dozens of palms merged into one in an instant, forming a single palm. This was a battle technique. Bang! Xiaofei's palm collided with Lu Yin's, but it felt like she had hit a rock as her palm shattered. How could this be? Lu Yin's palm pressed down on her head without any resistance, and all of her movements stopped. From a distance, she looked like a well-behaved girl who was being taught. "You're from a cultivation civilization?" Xiaofei looked at Lu Yin in shock, her eyes flickering. Lu Yin's palm was very hot, but it made her feel cold. "You're not from a space-time continuum. Are you from a cultivation civilization?" Lu Yin did not answer. Instead, he grabbed Xiaofei's collar and tossed her towards Xiao Wu. Xiaofei's body shot forward like a meteor, sweeping past stone after stone and people before finally crashing into Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's expression changed, and he hurriedly dodged, but he was not fast enough. Half of his body had just left his original position when his right shoulder was struck, and he was sent flying along with Xiaofei. Everyone else stared at Lu Yin with different expressions. Some of the people further away had not provoked Lu Yin, but when they saw this scene, their expressions changed as well. This was a ruthless person. Xiao Wu coughed a few times, and beside him, Xiaofei had already been knocked unconscious. He stood up and held his right shoulder as he glared at Lu Yin. "Who are you? You're definitely not from a space-time continuum." Lu Yin smiled. "Take a guess." Xiao Wu was furious, and he gritted his teeth. "Do you know who I am?" "Not interested," Lu Yin said, and then he looked at the others. "Who else wants to provoke me?" Those who had previously provoked him fell silent. Xiaofei's cultivation of the faux god civilization's power might not be the strongest, but she had come from an autonomous space and was quite powerful. Even so, she had been easily defeated by Lu Yin, so how could the others dare to challenge him? Lu Yin felt that it was a pity that no one from the Lost Clan had made a move. He was truly curious about the power of the Lost Clan's card. The stones were of different sizes, but the one that Xiaofei occupied was the largest. Lu Yin touched it and felt a wave of energy envelop him. Just as the jade had described, cultivating the faux god civilization's power for the first time was like drowning for an ordinary person who did not know how to swim. It was already quite good to be able to last a few minutes. He sat on the stone and wanted to see how long he could last. Xiao Wu left, too embarrassed to stay any longer. He had said that he would punish Lu Yin, but the other party had ignored him. He did not dare to make a move either, as it was obvious that he was no match for Lu Yin. The others also fell silent. Some looked at Lu Yin curiously while others continued to cultivate. Luo Lauer also found a stone and sat on it. Similarly, no one dared to provoke him anymore. The void suddenly quieted down. Cough cough. Luo Lauer jumped off the stone and coughed violently. Not too far away, someone laughed, not bad. You managed to last 3 minutes on your first attempt. Luo Lauer coughed and stuttered, You even timed me. That person replied, It's not just me. Many people do this for the first time to see how good their aptitude is. Luo Lauer's eyes lit up. Did you just say that my aptitude is good? Just slightly worse than mine, that person replied. Not too far away, a girl spoke up as well. Slightly worse than me, too. Slightly worse than me. Luo Lauer shouted, Stop. You're messing with me. The girl smiled, 4.5 minutes for me. The man who had spoken first said, 3.5 minutes for me. Less than 4 minutes for me. Luo Lauer rolled his eyes, so I'm the worst. Not really. Many people are worse than you, and some didn't even last 2 minutes. It's obvious that they don't have the aptitude to cultivate the faux god's power. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 25:12. You can change academies. Luo Lauer was shocked. The jade didn't say anything about this. It only said that one had to join the academy within a year, or they would be eliminated. The man nearby teased, Of course you can change academies, but you have to have an invincible father. The woman continued, The guy who changed academies before had an ancestor who was one of the 9 sages from the main space, but he couldn't even last a minute on his first try. He said something about being restrained, so he went to the Wood Dao Academy without even looking back. No one dared to say anything. If your ancestor is that strong, he can change academies as well. Luo Lauer felt his teeth ache. His father was definitely stronger than that so-called 9 sages, but it was useless. His father didn't care about him. Forget it, let's continue. Wait, where's brother-in-law? He looked at Lu Yin. Many people were now looking at Lu Yin. While they were talking, he had already lasted for 5 minutes. 5 minutes was pretty good in the Void Dao Academy, and only a few people could last that long. Your brother-in-law is really strong. Brother, which civilization are you from? Someone asked. Luo Lauer replied, Transcendence. Stop bragging. Even the strongest transcendence cultivator at this age can't kill Xiaofei unless he's at He Shu's level. If he's at He Shu's level, how could Xiao Wu not recognize him? Where are you from? He's really from Transcendence. Forget it if you don't want to talk about it. Another 5 minutes quickly passed, and everyone in the void looked at Lu Yin. It's already been 10 minutes. Xiao Qingfeng from the main space was the one who lasted the longest in the Void Dao Academy. He lasted for 20 minutes, which led to a senior from the Void Dao Academy descending and confirming that he could go to the best place in the Void Dao Academy to find a natal void spirit. This guy can't be close to Xiao Qingfeng, right? Impossible. Xiao Qingfeng is a descendant of one of the main space's 3 sovereigns. His cultivation talent is unprecedented. How can anyone compare to him? It's already pretty good that he lasted for 15 minutes. 15 minutes is already very impressive. He Shu, Luozong, Mu Mu, and the other geniuses who entered the Void Dao Academy all lasted around 15 minutes. It shouldn't take more than 15 minutes. 15 minutes passed, and the clock ticked closer to the 20th minute. Lu Yin sat on a rock and was enveloped by an invisible force. This force seemed to want to drown him, and he found it difficult to breathe. He instinctively wanted to leave, but since he had trained in rune lines before, he understood this invisible force and was used to it. The virtual god civilization's power was similar to rune lines in nature. They belonged to a certain powerhouse who had the power to change the world, but the way they were used was different. Based on his current understanding of the virtual god civilization's power, it was far less miraculous than the rune line civilization. Of course, what he saw was only the surface. To be able to become one of the 6 direction associations with such strength, the minimum requirement was to be comparable to one of the 7 sky gods. How could such strength be weak? He just didn't know what this spacetime had to do with Wu Tian. Thinking of this, the time passed by 20 minutes. Everyone fell silent as they stared at Lu Yin in a daze. 20 minutes had passed, and Xiao Qingfeng had already left the stone. However, this person still hadn't left. Someone asked Luo Lauer, "You guys aren't from the Void God civilization, are you? Are you here to toy with us?" Luo Lauer rolled his eyes. No. They really are from hyperspace. Several people arrived, and one of them stared at Luo Lauer. "I didn't expect you to be here, second brother." This person had a rather handsome face, but he was still young. He was called Luo Shan and was one of Lord Luo's 15th sons. Luo Lauer's face turned ugly when he saw the newcomer. "We've met a dog." "What did you say?" Someone shouted angrily. Luo Shan raised a hand to stop him. "Second brother, you're very angry. There's no need for brothers to meet." Luo Lauer didn't even look at him, his eyes filled with disgust. Luo Shan looked at Lu Yin with a strange expression. "Surpassed big brother Qingfeng. Second brother, you've really found a good backer. Little brother Luo Shan, are they really from hyperspace?" A girl asked loudly. She was rather curious. Luo Shan smiled. "Yes, this second brother of mine stays in hyperspace all year round. Someone from hyperspace can actually surpass Xiao Qingfeng. How rare. The universe is vast and full of strange things. Hyperspace really made a killing this time. I wonder what that person's status is in hyperspace." He offended Xia Wu. Even if he has some innate gift, it won't be easy. That's not necessarily true. He might be able to join the Void God universe. It's too difficult. 20 minutes might seem amazing, but that's only relative to civilizations outside the Void God universe. Those who live in the Void God universe usually take more than 15 minutes for their first attempt. 20 minutes isn't a small number either. But it won't be too long, or Xiao Qingfeng won't be able to attract the attention of the Void God civilization seniors. 25 minutes passed as the discussion continued. No one present knew what this meant, and no one from the Void God universe was present. This was the Void Dao Academy, and those from the Void God universe couldn't join it. Although they were shocked, they were only shocked that Lu Yin had surpassed Xiao Qingfeng. The ones who were truly shocked were the people from the Hexagon training rites who were secretly watching Lu Yin. Previously, when Lu Yin had descended from the peak, a girl had tried to use her Void God power to control him and cheat his way through the trial. Everything had been perfectly prepared, and she should have succeeded. However, she had failed because Lu Yin had shaken off her control. A person from hyperspace had been able to shake off that girl's control, which had attracted the attention of the hexagon training rites. The person who had been watching Lu Yin saw that he had lasted for more than half an hour and hurriedly reported it. This was no small matter. The hexagon training rites were established by the Hexagon Association, and their goal was to unite civilizations and fight against the Eternals. Thus, the hexagon training rites had seniors from all 6 civilizations. When an elder heard that someone had lasted for more than half an hour on his first attempt, he almost jumped up. "Are you sure?" "Half an hour." The person who was watching Lu Yin reported, "The time is still increasing, and he shows no signs of leaving." The elder immediately vanished. The other elders from the hexagon training rites looked at each other and saw the shock and envy in each other's eyes. 40 minutes passed, and everyone gathered around Lu Yin to see how long he could last. At that moment, the elder appeared and waved his hand, causing a surge of power to sweep everyone away. "Get lost and don't disturb him." The old man stood not too far away from Lu Yin and sized him up with a strange look in his eyes. It had been 40 minutes. Someone from outside the Void God spacetime had actually lasted more than 40 minutes on his first attempt at Void God spacetime. Even in the Void God civilization, those who could last for 40 minutes on their first attempt were rare geniuses, let alone outsiders. 50 minutes had passed. The elder's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and he raised his hand. A cloud connection stone appeared in his palm. The cultivation civilizations within the hexagon training rites also used cloud connection stones to communicate with each other. Lu Yin had already found out about this when he had talked to Zijing. The primordial space they were in definitely had a deep connection with the hexagon training rites, but for some reason, the connection had been severed. Investigate someone called Xian Qi from the hyperspace continuum. "I want all the information on him," the elder said softly, looking at Lu Yin as if he was looking at an unpolished gem. It was no wonder why he could shake off Su Yu's control. This person was clearly a genius from the Void God civilization, an absolute genius. 50 minutes had passed, and if you could last another 10 minutes or 2 hours, your future would be completely different. Lu Yin sensed the elder's presence outside. He had actually wanted to leave, but the elder had suddenly appeared and thrown everyone away, which made him think of something. It was obvious that he had lasted for too long. Since that was the case, he might as well take a longer time. He wasn't like Luo Lauer and the others who wanted to slowly learn. He was the 5th mainland's Tao Lord and could fight progenitors. It was a waste of time to slowly learn from these people. With that in mind, Lu Yin continued to persist. 2 hours passed. The elder's breathing quickened. 2 hours, it had really been 2 hours. Even Su Ji had only lasted for 2 hours, and he was already considered a rare genius in the history of the Void God civilization. This person was not from the Void God civilization, but being able to last for 2 hours was enough to shock the entire Void God spacetime. However, this was not the end. The elder couldn't help but stare at Lu Yin. How much longer could he last? Lu Yin could feel the elder's breathing quickening. It should be enough. Through the jade, Lu Yin had learned that a normal person could only last for a few minutes during their first attempt at Void God Force. Lu Yin had lasted for more than 2 hours, which had even drawn out an old man. This was enough to shock a group of people, and if he persisted any longer, it would be counterproductive. He slowly opened his eyes and saw an old face. Lu Yin was startled and subconsciously retreated 100 meters, staring at the elder warily. The elder's lips curled up, and he tried to put on a friendly smile. "Hello, kid." Lu Yin blinked. "Who are you?" The elder smiled. "I'm Su Xiangyin, the person in charge of the Void God civilization's garrison at the Hexagon training grounds." Lu Yin relaxed. So it's a senior from the Void God civilization. Junior Xian-Chi greets Senior. Good, good, good. You're welcome. Come, sit, let's chat. The air in front of Su Xiangyin distorted to form a table and chairs. Lu Yin was amazed. Su Xiang smiled sinisterly and said, "This is formed from faux god power. Not only can faux god power allow you to use faux gods, but it can also form unique techniques. Even though our faux god civilization is the last to fight, we're actually quite good at close combat." Lu Yin sighed. Ever since I saw the Void God civilization's battles, I've been looking forward to it. That's why I chose the Void Dao Academy without hesitation when I arrived at the Hexagon training grounds. I believe that I made the right choice. Ha ha ha, of course you're right. Too right. Su Xiangyin was delighted. Lu Yin recalled the way the ghost monkey, Ku Wei, and the others spoke, and a look of admiration appeared on his face. Junior hopes to be like Senior one day, being able to control Void God force with ease. I long to come into contact with the Void God civilization and meet the Void God spacetime ruler that I've never dared to meet even in my dreams. Su Xiangyin's eyes lit up. You yearn for the Void God civilization? Lu Yin's expression changed. Yes, even in my dreams. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 25:13. Alright, Su Xiangyin shouted and slapped his thigh. Kid, as long as you're willing, I can guarantee that you'll join the Void God civilization. Lu Yin was surprised. Junior can join the Void God civilization. Absolutely. Come, kid, tell me about your understanding of the Void God civilization, Su Xiangyin beckoned. Lu Yin naturally sat across from Su Xiangyin and began making all sorts of exaggerated guesses. He described the Void God civilization as the strongest force in human history. As he spoke, he thought of progenitor Qin, Ku Zu, and the Grim Reaper. His reverence for them was replaced by that of the Void God civilization. This sincere reverence made Su Xiangyin feel even more pleased with Lu Yin, to the point that he wanted to take him as his godson. 4 hours later. Xian-Chi, it's a pity that you don't join the Void God civilization. I guarantee that I'll bring you to the Void God spacetime, so you can cultivate here. Su Xiangyin clenched his fists in excitement and turned to leave. He had to think of a way to get Lu Yin over. He had seen Lu Yin's information, but he hadn't expected this kid to be related to the traders of the hyperspace continuum. This was going to be troublesome. Lu Yin called out respectfully, Junior will wait here. Su Xiangyin waved and disappeared. Lu Yin sighed when he saw Su Xiangyin disappear. He didn't know how Ku Wei and the others had done it, but he was exhausted. It seemed that his performance had been quite impressive. Not long after, Su Xiangyin's people returned, and they all looked at Lu Yin with strange gazes. Luo Lao praised Lu Yin to the skies, but in the end, Lu Yin patted him on the shoulder. You've worked hard. Luo Lao didn't understand, what had he worked hard for? With such an impressive performance that even attracted Su Xiangyin's attention, no one dared to cause trouble for Lu Yin anymore. Elsewhere, Su Xiangyin entered the hyperspace continuum from the Tai spacetime and found Ku Jian. On the surface, Lu Yin was a member of the Energy Research Team's guards, and he was directly under Ku Jian's jurisdiction. When Su Xiangyin explained his intentions, Ku Jian was stunned. Xian-Chi is suitable for the Void God civilization. Su Xiangyin seriously replied, yes, he's very suitable. I want to bring him to the Void God spacetime to cultivate. No. Ku Jian rejected without thinking. What a joke. Xian-Chi was a bargaining chip to threaten Zijing, and Zijing was related to a very important research in hyperspace. If he took him away, what if Zijing betrayed him or slacked off on the research? This was a loss that transdimensional didn't want to bear, and it was even more impossible for that lord to bear. Su Xiangyin said, Xian Qi's first time using Void God's power took more than 2 hours. You know what that means. I have to take him away. Ku Jian's expression turned ugly as he hurriedly contacted someone to inquire about Xian Qi. The result was the same as what Su Xiangyin had said. This matter had already been recorded in the Six Direction Training Hall's records, so it could not be faked. To be able to persist for more than 2 hours, was this fellow's talent really that high? Ku Jian, you know the rules of the Six Paths Dojo very well. Xian Qi isn't a big shot in ultra spacetime. If it was that little guy called He Shu, I wouldn't want him, but Xian Qi is different. His background is clean, Su Xiangyin said. Ku Jian frowned. A clean background? No, his background was the least clean. He came from that space. However, only a few people knew about this. The Six Paths Dojo had agreed that anyone who entered that space would have to inform everyone. In order to bring Zijing back, they did not tell the other 5 civilizations that they were going to enter that space again. They could not tell anyone now. What are you still thinking about? Do you want me to report this to Su Xiangyin and ask him to come out personally? He's worth it, Su Xiangyin said. Ku Jian said, I want to report this to Sir. Up to you, Su Xiangyin replied. Ku Jian told Su Xiangyin everything that had happened. Su Xiangyin's pleasant voice was surprised. Xian Qi is actually so talented in the Void God civilization? You want Su Xiangyin to come and ask for him? Ku Jian said, the rules of the Six Paths Dojo cannot be disobeyed. Otherwise, if Su Xiangyin asks, it might expose that Xian Qi came from that space. If that's the case, then let him be. Yes. Tell Zijing to come see me. Not long after, Zijing arrived and knelt on the ground. Greetings, sir. Zijing, that Xian Qi of yours is quite capable, the pleasant voice said, but it was impossible to tell if it was happy or angry. Zijing's expression changed. Had the Tao Master been exposed? Her first thought was that he had torn down the Six Paths Dojo. With his strength, tearing it down would not be a problem. If he went all out, it would be enough to shake the entire Six Paths society. Are you worried? Zijing forced herself to remain calm. How did Xian Qi offend Sir? He didn't offend me. He only offended the Void God civilization. Zijing was confused. The Void God civilization. He displayed a cultivation talent that made the Void God civilization go crazy. Now, the Void God civilization wants him like crazy and wants to take him to the Void God spacetime. What do you think I should do? Zijing was stunned. She was not surprised at all. Throughout the Tao Master's cultivation career, he had always been a genius. No, a genius. No, an absolute genius. The Tao Master was the greatest genius in the history of the Fifth Mainland, so it was normal for his talent to be exaggerated. You're not surprised. Su Xiangyin's voice sounded strange. Zijing respectfully replied, I didn't react in time. You sound more relaxed. Zijing was shocked. I wouldn't dare. You must think that I can't do anything to your man after finding out that he's been valued by someone from another parallel universe. The pleasant voice sounded amused and not angry at all. Zijing lowered her head. Even if he wasn't taken away by the Void God spacetime, you can't do anything to him. Of course, she didn't dare say that out loud. Let alone the Nihility God universe, even if he's taken away by someone from the main space, I can still make him beg for death. On the stairs, the voice suddenly became fierce, with a high and mighty air of arrogance, causing the stairs to break. You will never understand how high I stand, it's just a mere Xian Qi. Zijing hurriedly said, "Sir, Xian-Qi will never betray you. I will never betray you either." "Is that so?" "I don't care about Xian-Qi. He has the ability to escape my control, so that's his ability. However, if you think that you can slack off and escape like last time, then you're wrong. I promise that if you betray me again, I won't let Xian-Qi die, but I will make him beg for death." "Sir, I wouldn't dare." Zijing once again expressed her loyalty. The woman on the stairs changed her sitting position and propped her chin up with her jade-like hand. "All right, you may leave." Zijing respectfully acknowledged and slowly retreated. After Zijing left, Kujian arrived. "What should we do with Xian-Qi? If the Void God civilization wants him, then give him to them. But don't let them think that we're going against the rules." "Yes." Kujian nodded. "Pass a message to Xian-Qi." The woman retracted her hand, her eyes bright and unfathomable. "Hyperspace will always be his home." Kujian's eyes flashed. "Yes. Tai Spacetime, the Void Dao Academy." Those who had joined the Void Dao Academy at the same time as Lu Yin's group had also arrived. When they heard about Lu Yin, they were all stunned. He had just arrived, and he had already created a miracle. They weren't used to it, and the original members of the Void Dao Academy were even more uncomfortable. Xiaofei had already woken up, but after hearing about Lu Yin's miracles, she didn't come to the Void Lands. Xia Wu didn't come either. The Void Lands were the entry level, and once one entered the Void Dao Academy, their power wouldn't need to be in the Void Lands. As long as they were within the Void Dao Academy, they could try to guide the Void Gods floating in the air or search for Void God power hidden within the Academy. This was both a test and a reward from the Academy. However, most of the time, those who had entered the Void Lands would stay there, as this was the only place where they could constantly sense Void God power and improve their control over it. Unfortunately, Su Xiangyin's warning caused those who had already entered the Void Dao Academy to leave. Only a new batch of people could stay behind. "Do not disturb Xian-Qi's cultivation. Violators will be expelled from the Void Dao Academy." These were the exact words that Su Xiangyin had sent, causing those who had entered the Void Dao Academy to lose their temper. For Lu Yin, Su Xiangyin had basically given up on them. He was being too biased. Xia Wu was furious. He didn't care whether or not he went to the Void Lands, but this kind of bias was too much. Some people reported this to the higher-ups, but it was useless. Su Xiangyin had the final say in the Void Dao Academy. "Forget it, don't provoke him in the Void Dao Academy. He's the Void God civilization's treasure now, but that might not be the case once he leaves," Xia Wu said. "Xia Wu, what do you mean? Speak clearly." Someone was puzzled. Xia Wu sneered, "This person has been praised too highly and has attracted Su Xiangyin's attention. Who in the Void Dao Academy would dare to offend him? How do you think he's feeling right now?" Not far away, Xiaofei's eyes were cold. "He's obviously very arrogant. He probably doesn't care about us anymore. That's for sure. If that's the case, then let him be a little more arrogant." Xia Wu's lips curled up. In the Void Lands, Lu Yin left the stone and looked up at the sky. He saw the strange Void Gods. It had already been 6 days since he'd arrived, and he could already last 4 hours on the stone. This speed was considered fast. Under normal circumstances, for someone like Luo Lao who could achieve entry-level virtual god power but was not exceptionally talented, it would take him at least half a year to achieve entry-level virtual god power for 4 hours and then half a year to achieve entry-level virtual god power. Once one entered the Void Dao Academy, they would be able to stay in the 6 Direction training grounds. The 1-year limit set by the 6 Direction training grounds was also based on this type of cultivator. However, Lu Yin could enter the Void Dao Academy in a month at most, which made Luo Lauer feel rather unbalanced. The people from the Void Dao Academy who had come with him were similarly unbalanced. They would occasionally look at Lu Yin with envious gazes, but no one dared to say anything. Some people wanted to get closer to Lu Yin, but he only responded with a few casual words. Everyone could tell that he wasn't paying attention, and gradually, no one tried to get close to him. However, their gazes were more or less filled with dissatisfaction, but no one dared to show it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 25:14. Brother-in-law, these people are all from aristocratic families. Forming a good relationship with them will be beneficial for your future development, Luo Lauer advised. Lu Yin replied, then help me form a good relationship with them. Luo Lauer was speechless. If I had even half of your talent, I would have gotten along with them long ago. That kid is from the Void Academy. Why is he here? Lu Yin looked over and saw a man walking over with a smile. He was from the same batch as Xia Wu and the others, and they were part of the first batch of people from the Hexway training grounds. Brother Xian Qi, are you done with your training today? I hope I didn't disturb you. Lu Yin asked, which civilization are you from? The man hadn't expected Lu Yin to suddenly ask this. I'm from the main space. Lu Yin nodded and didn't ask any further. He really wanted to know more about the main space, but what could he learn from someone like this? It was pointless. When the man saw that Lu Yin was ignoring him, he hurried over. Brother Xian Qi, you've created a legend that shook the entire Hexway training grounds. Your talent is unparalleled even in the Void God civilization, let alone other civilizations. Before you, Xiao Qingfeng was the most talented person in our Void Dao College. However, Xiao Qingfeng didn't last as long as you did. You even attracted the elders of the Void God civilization. Perhaps you've already caught the attention of the Void Master. Gradually, Lu Yin felt strange, and Luo Lauer felt even stranger. They watched the man's endless flattery and didn't know what he was trying to do. I estimate that Brother Xian Qi isn't just talented in the Void God civilization, but also in other civilizations. Woodification, lost tribes, monarch's aura, and even the near immortals or immortals that our reincarnation space has reserved for you. You can fight for them all. The man continued to speak for almost an hour without repeating a single sentence. Lu Yin looked at him with admiration. What's your name? The man didn't answer, and his gaze was fixed on Lu Yin's face. However, his gaze was a little unfocused, as if he wasn't looking at Lu Yin at all. He was already immersed in his own world as he recited. Luo Lauer blinked. There was actually someone like this. Who knew how long he'd been reciting all this while? What a talent! Lu Yin patted the man, waking him up. What's wrong, Brother Xian Qi? Lu Yin laughed. Are you saying that I have the same talent for cultivation in other civilizations? The man was excited. Of course, with your talent, Brother Xian Qi, you're definitely not limited to the Void God civilization. Then which academy do you think I should go to for further my studies? The man's eyes lit up. Anything is fine. Aside from hyperspace, Brother Xian Qi, you can try anything. Lu Yin and old Luo exchanged glances. All right, I got it. After the man left, another woman arrived. She was very beautiful, and her smile was very charming. Just like the man, she immediately started to bootlick. Which civilization are you from? Lu Yin was curious. The woman pursed her lips and smiled. I'm from the Three Monarchs space. Do you know me? Luo Lauer leaned over. The woman looked at him with disdain. My sister knows you. Who's your sister? Dead. Unlucky. The woman gritted her teeth and ignored Luo Lao. She stared at Lu Yin and started a new round of flattery. After the woman left, Xiao Fei actually came over and gave a very sincere apology. Then, Xia Wu came over. These people had only one goal in mind, and that was to praise Lu Yin's innate gift. After they left, old Luo Lao was confused. What are they doing? Lu Yin was amused. With Shi Hong leading the way, Cui Yu and the others did not have to go through the same process as Lu Yin and the others. They easily got to know everyone, and the atmosphere was very relaxed. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 25:15. In reality, with Xia Wu around in the Void Dao Academy, Lu Yin and the others wouldn't have been bullied. It was just that Lu Yin and Luo Lao didn't know Xia Wu, and Xia Wu had been waiting for someone from a space-time continuum to pay him a visit. They hadn't been able to do so, which had led to Xia Wu targeting them. If Cui Yu had gone to the Void Dao Academy, things would have been different. Shi Hong had a lot of influence in the Reincarnation Dao Academy, and she kept introducing Cui Yu to everyone. Little Yu, this is our Reincarnation Dao Academy's eldest senior brother, Mu Qing. Not only has senior brother Mu Qing reached the Star Plucker realm, but he has also cultivated the Sovereign King's Qi to the point of perfection. He has the innate gift of woodification in the weapon refining pool, and is an existence that all of us look up to, Shi Hong introduced. Mu Qing waved his hand. Junior Sister Hong, you're making fun of me. Who doesn't know that your swimming dragon flash is the best in the Reincarnation Dao Academy? Even someone from the Grand Dao Academy hasn't learned it and has come to ask for guidance. Shi Hong's expression changed when he mentioned the swimming dragon flash. Senior Mu Qing, you must be joking. How can my swimming dragon flash compare to your blade technique? It was easily broken. Mu Qing was shocked. The swimming dragon flash was broken. Someone from the Grand Dao Academy. Shi Hong didn't want to talk about it. Cui Yu replied, it's someone from Ultra Spacetime, but that person was originally from a cultivation civilization. I don't know how he broke Sister Hong's swimming dragon flash. Mu Qing was interested. Interesting. How many moves did it take? Cui Yu looked at Shi Hong. Shi Hong smiled wryly. There's nothing to hide. There's no move. Mu Qing asked, what's no move? Shi Hong answered solemnly, I didn't even see how he broke it. It was very easy, and he didn't use any moves. Mu Cheng's expression changed. Did this person come to the Hexagon Dao Academy? Shi Hong looked at Cui Yu. Cui Yu nodded. Yes, he joined the Void Dao Academy. He's able to break the swimming dragon flash and comes from a cultivation civilization, but he didn't come to the Reincarnation Dao Academy or the Sovereign Dao Academy. Instead, he went to the Void Dao Academy. He's really confident, someone commented. That person's name is Xian Qi. We participated in the examination, and in the end, 1,700 people passed and came to the 6 direction training rites. Xian Qi was the only one who didn't need to take the examination and directly joined. Looks like his background isn't small. Some people were unhappy. Shi Hong glanced at the spacetime person who spoke with a warning in her eyes. The person was so scared that he hurriedly lowered his head. Cui Yu also frowned. It was normal for someone to be dissatisfied with Xian Qi, but to say it in such an occasion would only make hyperspace a laughingstock. Shi Hong replied, Xian Qi broke my swimming dragon's flash without a single move. With his ability, there's no need to test him. Wait, Xianqi! Someone exclaimed. There were also people discussing beside him, mentioning Xianqi's name. Zuiyu found it strange and looked at Shi Hong. Mu Qing had a serious look in his eyes. Junior Sister Hong, how many of the people who came to the Six Direction Dojo are named Xianqi? Shi Hong was puzzled. Of course there's only one person. Many people exclaimed in admiration. Shi Hong asked, Senior Mu Qing, what's wrong? Mu Qing smiled bitterly. Junior sister, you've been entertaining junior sister Xiaoyu and the others, so you probably don't know much about what's happening in the Six Direction training grounds. Yes, did something happen to Xianqi? Shi Hong asked. Zuiyu and company were curious as well. They had been familiarizing themselves with the Reincarnation Tao Academy with Shi Hong, so they had no idea what was happening in the outside world. I heard it. Someone stood up and said to Shi Hong, Senior Sister Hong, let me explain. Everyone looked at him. He adjusted his expression. Xianqi is the undisputed #1 genius of the Void Tao Academy. He lasted for more than 2 hours during his first attempt at using Void God's power, which led to Senior Yin's arrival. Everyone fell silent. Shi Hong, Zuiyu, and the rest were shocked, as they had never expected Lu Yin to do something so shocking. Those who had already known about this were just as shocked when they heard the news again. Although the Six Direction training grounds had only recruited 2 groups of people, Lu Yin's innate talent in the Void God civilization was comparable to Su Ji's, let alone Xiao Qingfeng, who had created miracles in the Void Tao Academy. Xianqi directly surpassed Xiao Qingfeng. You should know what kind of person Xiao Qingfeng is. Shi Hong was stunned, and the scene of Lu Yin breaking the swimming dragon's flash appeared in her mind. It's not good to let go of the sword's hilt when competing in swords, as it's easy to be caught. This sentence had been a huge blow to her. It was true that letting go of the sword was easy to be caught, but if one mastered the swimming dragon's flash, who in the same generation could catch it? Wasn't he afraid of losing his hand? Even now, she still couldn't figure out how her sword had been caught. Who would have thought that this person would create another miracle as soon as he arrived at the Six Direction training grounds? Mu Qing sighed. Now that a dragon has arrived, the Six Direction training grounds are no longer peaceful. Those from the Grand Training Grounds have probably remembered him. There's going to be a show to watch. I wonder if he'll come to our Reincarnation Tao Academy, someone muttered. Someone else said, it's unlikely. With his innate talent, it's very likely that he'll be taken away by the Void God civilization. That's right. The Six Direction training grounds rules are like that. Who knows, when we hear of his name in the future, we might not be on the same level anymore. The gathering ended with the shock caused by Xianqi's name. Zuiyu hadn't expected that the gap between them would widen so quickly. Another half a month passed, and on this day, a large group of people in the Void Lands witnessed history. Lu Yin had been sitting on the stone for more than 6 hours. More than 6 hours represented the beginning of the Void God realm. Su Xiangyin stood not too far away from Lu Yin and watched excitedly. It had only been a month. Although it had been around the same time as Su Ji, or perhaps even longer, this person was not from the Void God civilization. Instead, he was from another civilization, which meant that his innate talent was terrifying. When 6 hours passed, Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes. He saw Faux God's power floating in the air, and every stone had a large amount of Faux God's power around it. He looked up at the sky. The floating objects were also surrounded by Void God realm energy, and there were many of them. The ship that Xiaofei had guided down had quite a bit of Void God realm energy, but the one with the most was the village, which took up almost half of the sky. How could a village where ordinary people lived have Void God realm energy? Lu Yin didn't understand. Ha ha ha. How is it, Xian-Qi? Can you see void God realm energy? Su Xiangyin laughed, his eyes full of admiration. Lu Yin stood up and bowed to Su Xiangyin. I can see it. Then tell me which virtual god you've seen with the most virtual god power. Su Xiangyin asked. Lu Yin pointed at the sky. The village. Su Xiangyin nodded. That's right, the village. Xian-Qi, you've joined. Outside the void, many people gulped. He had joined in only a month. Did he have to be so fast? Xiao Qingfeng had joined in less than half a year ago, and this was already a speed that outsiders couldn't surpass. Luo Lao was excited. Amazing, brother-in-law. Xiao Wu, Xiao Fei, and the others exchanged glances, and they could see the helplessness in each other's eyes. This person had joined the Void God realm in just a month, so he was definitely on a different level from them. Joining the Void God realm meant that Lu Yin could officially study at the Hexagon training rites. He could choose to learn the full strength of the Hexagon training rites or just the Void God realm. Senior, may I know if this junior can join the Void God realm? Lu Yin asked. Su Xiangyin smiled, as this was the first question Lu Yin had asked after joining the Void God realm. Su Xiangyin could tell that Lu Yin's yearning for the Void God realm came from the bottom of his heart. Don't worry, I've already contacted Kujian. Once you leave the Hexagon training rites, you don't have to go to the hyperspace. Head directly to the Void God realm, and we'll arrange everything for you. Su Xiangyin's expression turned solemn. We'll also give you a chance to meet the Void Master. Lu Yin was ecstatic. The Void Master. Can this junior really meet the Void Master? Su Xiangyin laughed. Sure. Lu Yin's breathing quickened, as he was truly excited this time. The Six Direction Association consisted of 6 civilizations, and each civilization had an expert comparable to the progenitor realm. The most exaggerated ones were the main species 3 Supremes, 9 Sages, and the legendary Great Heavenly Venerate. The Void God civilization also had a strength comparable to the progenitor realm, and the Void Master was no longer as simple as an ordinary progenitor. He was the founder of the Void God civilization, a legendary figure that was rarely seen. The Void God realm was one of the Hexagon training rites, and if they relied on the strength of their entire civilization to fight against one of the 7 sky gods, they would be similar to the 3 sovereign space, and their strength would also be limited. However, if anyone other than the Void Master could fight against one of the 7 sky gods, then that would be extraordinary. This meant that the Void Master's own strength might very well surpass the 7 sky gods, and in the 5th mainland, he would be on the same level as the 3 realms' 6 Daos. This level of strength already surpassed the limits of Lu Yin's knowledge, and it was like the reincarnation of the Grim Reaper. If he went to the 5th mainland, he would be invincible, and Lu Yin longed to meet such a powerhouse. However, now was not the time, as the Void Master would definitely see through him. Lu Yin bowed deeply to Su Xiangyin. If I can meet the Void Master, this junior will die without regrets. Ha ha ha, cultivate well. Some seniors have already taken a liking to you, and they might even take you in as a disciple. Of course, there's also a chance that you'll be accepted as a disciple by the Void Master. When that time comes, don't forget about me. Lu Yin replied, how would I dare forget senior? To this junior, you are my life's mentor. Su Xiangyi nodded in satisfaction, but there was also a tinge of regret. He really wanted to take this person in as a disciple, but Lu Yin's performance was too exaggerated. It was so exaggerated that Su Xiangyin didn't have the qualifications to make the decision. Only a few seniors could accept Lu Yin as a disciple. What a pity. In the distance, Xiao Wu and the rest watched Su Xiangyin and Lu Yin chat. They were filled with jealousy, but they were also filled with helplessness. Where had this fellow come from? Su Xiangyin turned around and scanned the crowd. Everyone, leave. We'll come back tomorrow. Everyone felt helpless, as they couldn't even stay outside the void. This was too biased. Xian Qi, now that you've entered the void god realm and seen void god's power, the next step is to absorb it. Only by ensuring that you have enough void god's power will you be able to draw void gods to battle. Su Xiangyin patiently began to teach Lu Yin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 25:16. Lu Yin naturally knew about this step from the Jade Stone. This was the second step after joining the Void Path Academy, and only those who had joined could attempt it. No one had taught this step in the Void Path Academy, and they could only absorb faux god power through the Jade Stone. Xiao Wu, Xiaofei, and the others had done the same, but Lu Yin was different. He was personally taught by Su Xiangyin, and his method of absorbing faux god power was different from what was recorded in the Jade Stone. The method recorded in the Jade Stone isn't bad, but it's not the best. What I'm teaching you is approved by the higher-ups. This method of absorbing faux god power is much better than what's recorded in the Jade Stone. You must not teach this to anyone else, Su Xiangyin reminded him. Lu Yin hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Was this fair? Of course it was not. They had all joined the 6 directional training centers and studied the faux god civilization. Xiao Wu and the others had already joined the Void Path Academy, and Shihong had even gone from the Void Path Academy to the Reincarnation Academy. However, they would never be able to come into contact with this top-notch method of absorbing faux god power. This was unfair to them, but this was the universe's fairness. Cultivators competed with the heavens and even more so with others. Cultivation was a cruel thing. As the first strand of faux god power entered his body, Lu Yin officially began cultivating the faux god civilization. Su Xiangyin did not even ask what Lu Yin had cultivated before, as there was no need for him to do so. Aside from a limited number of civilizations, what other civilization could surpass the faux god civilization? Faux god power could easily erase the power that Lu Yin had cultivated before. Faux god power was very domineering, and after entering his body, it actually tried to compete with the astral source for territory. Lu Yin's 3 gates were sealed, and there was an astral source cyclone beside the black and white fog in his heart. Everyone could sense this, and at this moment, the faux god power actually tried to push this astral source cyclone away. There was very little faux god power, but it was abnormally domineering. To Lu Yin, it was like an ignorant child trying to challenge a giant. The astral source cyclone's power was enough to easily erase it, but if it was erased, it would mean that Lu Yin had not cultivated faux god power, which would not do. It was impossible to peacefully coexist with the astral source cyclone, so Lu Yin guided the faux god power to his heart. When the faux god's power approached the black and white fog, it instinctively tried to push it away, just as it had done with the astral origin vortex. However, the faux god's power was directly dragged in by the black and white fog. After entering the fog, the first thing it approached was the red dot. When faced with the red dot, the faux god's power directly shot toward the land formed by the Fate Zan, as if it had been frightened. On the continent formed by Fate Zan, the time-withering tree that had taken root there was now a gray color. The tyrannical faux god's power was suppressed as soon as it came into contact with the Fate Zan. It was as if a river had appeared on the ground. Lu Yin opened his eyes and felt a little strange. How is it? The power you cultivated before has been erased, right? Su Xiangyin had already expected this. Lu Yin was at a loss. Void God's force is so tyrannical. Ha 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 ha, of course, Su Xiangyin laughed. My virtual god civilization is one of the 6 factions. Humans have countless parallel universes, but there are very few who can fight against my virtual god civilization. I don't know which parallel universe you came from, and I don't need to know. Facing virtual God force, your cultivation will be erased. It's very normal, so you don't need to think too much about it. After cultivating for a while, your strength will naturally return. Besides, your physical strength won't decrease. In the Su Dao College, no, in the Six Direction Taoist shrines, nobody can hurt you. Lu Yin was helpless. I understand. Then I'll continue cultivating. There's no hurry. The second step is yours. Next up is the third step. Su Xiangyin pointed at the sky and said, "Do you see those things? We call anything that's enveloped by virtual God force a virtual God. There are both living and non-living objects. What you need to do is try to guide them for the first time." Normally speaking, one would only be able to do this step about a year after entering the Void Dao Academy. However, you are different from ordinary people and can immediately attempt it. You can enter the Void Dao Academy, cultivate, and guide it within a month. Among the cultivators of the outer realm, you can be considered unprecedented. Lu Yin was curious. I don't think I'm that outstanding in the virtual God civilization. Su Xiangyin replied, that's not the case. Looking at the history of the virtual God civilization, there have been very few who have surpassed you. In this generation, only Su Ji has surpassed you. However, he grew up in the virtual God spacetime and is far more familiar with virtual God force than you are. Aside from him, no one else in the virtual God spacetime can surpass you. Alright, release the virtual God force in your body and try to reach high into the sky to guide a target that you think you can guide. Normally, the target's virtual God force can be 3 to 5 times stronger than the virtual God force in your body. This is one of the reasons why the virtual God civilization is so powerful. We can use 3 to 5 times our own strength in battle. Lu Yin sighed in admiration. This is the cultivation civilization that I yearn for the most. He then guided the virtual God force out of his heart and into the sky as if he was fishing. He finally understood what that woman had done. She had approached him with virtual God force the moment she had seen him and tried to control him. Unfortunately, he had pushed her away. She must have been very angry. To the side, Su Xiangyin looked at the virtual God force that had appeared in Lu Yin's body. It was very thin, so thin that it was almost invisible. This was the amount of virtual God force that Lu Yin had absorbed for the first time. It was too little, but every cultivator in the virtual God civilization had walked this path. Su Xiangyin wanted to see how tough and controllable the virtual God force in Lu Yin's body was. These were the most important factors that determined a person's innate gift. Su Xiangyin's expression was solemn. This person's performance during the entrance ceremony had been too monstrous. If his control of virtual God force was not bad, then he would be accepted as a disciple by the seniors of the civilization. Lu Yin stared at the sky. Fishing, fishing, fishing. This was fishing. Virtual God force was the fishing line, and his control was the bait. The fish were all bait, and this was much simpler than fishing. As long as he controlled it well, he could easily catch a fish. Soon enough, Lu Yin he guided his first virtual God. It was a leaf, and the virtual God force around it was exactly 5 times stronger than the virtual God force in his body. Lu Yin watched as the leaf fell. Su Xiangyin was satisfied. Not bad at all. You managed to draw a virtual God 5 times stronger than your own virtual God power on your first try. Your control over virtual God power is pretty good. How about it? Can you try drawing a virtual God of even greater power? Yes. Lu Yin was certain. Su Xiangyin's eyes glowed. You really are a genius. Let's continue. Lu Yin nodded and extended his virtual God force into the sky once more. This time, he guided a virtual god that was 7 times stronger than his own, earning Su Xiangyin's praise. "Senior, I feel like I can guide a stronger one," Lu Yin shouted. Su Xiangyin was astonished. "You can guide a stronger one? Give it a try." Lu Yin then guided a virtual god that was 10 times stronger than his own virtual god force. Su Xiangyin was stunned by this scene. 10 times. Lu Yin really was a genius. Su Xiangyin stared at Lu Yin. Among the geniuses of the virtual god civilization, only a few were able to guide a virtual god that was 10 times stronger than their own virtual god force. Su Xiangyin was sure that Lu Yin would definitely be accepted as a disciple by one of the strongest powerhouses in the civilization. "Xian Qi, I was right about you. You really are suited to cultivate in the virtual god civilization," Su Xiangyin sighed. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Senior, I could try even stronger ones." Su Xiangyin's eyes widened. "Even stronger ones? Are you sure?" Lu Yin was eager to try. "I'll try." "All right, go ahead." Su Xiangyin was excited and looked on expectantly. More than 10 times was a whole new level. If he could reach it. If he could. Su Xiangyin swallowed his saliva. At this moment, even he was nervous. Only he knew what it meant to be able to guide more than 10 times the virtual god force on his first attempt. Lu Yin had not used his full strength yet. He had cultivated too many powers, including some that were similar to virtual god force, so he could control them easily. Not only that, but virtual god force was difficult for newbies to control because it was too domineering. He had faced resistance when he tried to guide the virtual god force to his heart, so it was easy to imagine how successful it would be for a first-time user. However, it was different for Lu Yin. The virtual god force was suppressed by his heart, and it was as obedient as a rabbit. He could control it however he wanted. As long as he circled it around his heart, it would definitely listen to him. This time, he stared at a virtual god that was 20 times stronger than his own virtual god force. It was just a vase. Who would treat a vase as a virtual god? Whatever, it was time to fish. The vase moved, and then it slowly descended under Su Xiangyin's stunned gaze. Su Xiangyin's eyes narrowed. 20 times. How was this possible? It was actually 20 times. His gaze towards Lu Yin completely changed. At the first step, this person had been comparable to Su Ji and had shocked the 6 directional training halls. At the third step, he had actually surpassed Su Ji. Su Ji's first attempt had only been to guide a virtual god that was 12 times stronger than his own virtual god force, but this person had actually managed to guide 20 times. This was too exaggerated. Su Xiangyin looked at Lu Yin strangely. He really wanted to ask if Lu Yin was the Void Master's son. There was a crack, and the virtual god force snapped. Lu Yin pursed his lips. "Senior, I failed." Su Xiangyin suppressed his shock and consoled him. "You didn't fail. You can control it, but your virtual god force is too weak. It's not your fault." Su Xiangyin was actually consoling him. He was the one who needed to be consoled. If Su Xiangyin had been able to guide 20 times more virtual god force than his own virtual god force during his first attempt, no, even 10 times would have been enough. If he had been able to do that, he would not have reached his current level. He would have long since become one of the virtual god civilization's top powerhouses, and he would have been able to meet the Void Master at any time. Half. How great would it be to have even half of this person's talent? "Senior." Lu Yin looked at Su Xiangyin strangely. "Senior, are you all right?" Su Xiangyin sighed and smiled bitterly. "I'm fine." He then looked at Lu Yin, and his tone changed slightly. This person would definitely stand at the peak of the virtual god civilization in the future. When that time came, Su Xiangyin would still be the same as he was now, and he would have to salute Lu Yin the next time he met him. Xian Qi, you're not bad. You were able to guide a virtual god that was 20 times stronger than your own virtual god force during your first attempt. Not bad. How do you compare to Su Ji? Lu Yin asked. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 25:17. When he heard Lu Yin's question, Su Xiangyin was speechless. He was far inferior to Lu Yin. Something like that. Don't tell anyone else to avoid being targeted. Lu Yin replied, Junior understands. Alright, you'll be absorbing Void God's power for the rest of your time. The more you absorb, the stronger the Void God you can control. After a while, when the time is right, I'll take you to find a suitable Void God for yourself. Lu Yin was curious. A Void God? There's no record of it in the Jade, and it's only known after entering the Grand Path. It's considered the fourth step. Currently, no one outside of the 6 paths has reached this step, not even Xiao Qingfeng from the Reincarnation Tao Academy. A normal person would need at least a few years of cultivation before they could try to determine a Void God's fate, but you... He paused. You can do it very quickly. Perhaps you can go with Xiao Qingfeng and the others. A Void God. I'm really looking forward to it. Lu Yin looked forward to it. Su Xiangyin smiled. Looks like you're curious. Let me show you. He then raised his hand, and Lu Yin watched as Void God's power appeared on his hand and continuously coiled around it. Following that, a bug the size of a fingernail appeared and slowly crawled around. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. A death bug. This is a death bug. Don't underestimate it. Aside from the Void God's power, it's a powerful weapon. Can you see how much Void God's power it contains? Su Xiangyin asked. Lu Yin did not let Su Xiangyin know that he recognized the death bug. It's huge. In Lu Yin's eyes, the moment the death bug appeared, a boundless Void God's power spread out and repelled the surrounding rocks. The entire Void Tao Academy trembled slightly, and even the Void Gods above unconsciously swayed. This was the power of a half-ancestor. This death bug had not reached the half-ancestor level, but when combined with the Void God's power, it was comparable to one. Lu Yin had not expected Su Xiangyin to have a death bug. Senior, is this bug that powerful? Su Xiangyin was pleased with himself. Back then, when I chose my natal virtual god, everyone else went their own way to find something that they thought was powerful. I don't have a family background, a master, or a unique talent, so I had no one to help me. In the end, I could only choose this bug. When I came out, I was laughed at by everyone, and the first person to recognize the worm was Senior Su Wuwei, he said sincerely. It was Senior Su Wuwei who taught me how strong the creature called the death worm was. It was also Senior Su Wuwei who gave me pointers during my cultivation. That's why I'm here today. Although Senior Su Wuwei didn't take me as a disciple, I'll only recognize Senior Su Wuwei as my disciple. He looked at Lu Yin. Xian Qi, I've already told Senior Su Wuwei about your situation. You have to grasp this opportunity well. If you can become his disciple, then it will be the greatest fortune of your life. Lu Yin answered seriously, I understand. To be able to make Su Xiangyin acknowledge him as his elder and guide him, it was likely that the other party was in existence on par with progenitor realm cultivators. By the way, Senior, I saw the Battle of the Void God civilization at the peak where I joined the Hexagon training grounds. Was that astral martial stone disc also a virtual god? Lu Yin asked, as this was what he was most concerned about. Su Xiangyin replied, "That's right. The astral martial stone disc is a virtual god from the void realm." The void realm. There are many places in the void god civilization where one can obtain a virtual god. The void realm was personally set up by the void master, and only recognized geniuses can enter to search for a virtual god. Lu Yin calmly replied, "Luo Lauer, we haven't known each other for very long. Aside from our encounter in the drifting cloud space, we have nothing to do with each other. If you want me to help you, then you have to be able to pay off the benefits." Luo Lauer fell silent. Lu Yin continued, "You're not weak, and you're at least stronger than Zuiyu, Mudo, and the others. Even if you can't compare to Shi Hong, you're not that far off. However, you've always been pretending. I'm not interested in playing games with you." Luo Lauer sighed and patted his butt. "I knew that I couldn't hide it from you. I didn't want to hide it from you guys. I just wanted to protect myself, that's all." Lu Yin slowly absorbed the void god's power, not interested in wasting time with Luo Lauer. Luo Lauer suddenly asked, "Brother-in-law, you don't have that kind of relationship with Zijing, do you?" Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he met Luo Lauer's gaze. "What do you mean?" Luo Lauer smiled. "Rumors say that Zijing has become very obedient because of you, and that you're willing to risk your life for her. However, I think that's just a facade. Every time you mention Zijing, there's no emotion in your eyes. You can see my emotions." "Yes." Luo Lauer was pleased. "This is one of my few strengths. I can confirm that you two don't have that kind of relationship." Lu Yin's lips curled up. "So what if we don't? Are you threatening me?" Luo Lauer replied, "Of course not. I'm just showing my value to you. That's meaningless." Lu Yin continued to absorb the void god's power. Luo Lauer moved closer. "What if I teach you how to cultivate the monarch's aura?" Lu Yin was astonished. "The monarch's aura?" "Yes, the monarch's aura from the three monarchs' realms." Lu Yin replied, "I'm not interested. Can the monarch's aura surpass void god's power?" "It's a different kind of power. The monarch's aura is quite powerful when used with weapons. Otherwise, how do you think the three monarchs' realms became one of the Six Direction Society? If they can join the Six Direction Society, then they must be worth it." Lu Yin thought about it. That was true, and this Luo Lauer might be worth something to him in the future. "I can study at the Sovereign Academy," Lu Yin said. Luo Lauer was disdainful. "What can you learn here? How can it compare to my teachings? Brother-in-law, do you really think that this place will teach you the true monarch's aura?" Lu Yin recalled the method of absorbing void god's power that Su Xiangyin had taught him. He looked at Luo Lauer for a while and said, "Your condition." Luo Lauer took a deep breath. "I hope to meet Zijing when I return to the hyperspace and receive her protection." Lu Yin raised a brow. "Do you really think that Zijing can protect you?" Luo Lauer replied, "Although I don't know what cultivation technique Zijing has mastered, I do know about the hyperspace. Zijing betrayed the hyperspace and caused the disbandment of the energy research team. A certain cultivation technique was delayed for many years, which is a huge crime. In the hyperspace, even those who can use the black energy source can't be exempted from this crime, but Zijing did it." His eyes were filled with disbelief. "I specifically checked the hyperspace's history, and according to the records, only 2 people were exempted from this crime. They were both researchers who made huge contributions to the cultivation technique. One of them developed the gift technique, and is known as the father of the gift technique, Yu Qing. The Yu family is also one of the most influential families in the hyperspace. For Zijing to be exempted from this crime, her future will be extraordinary." Lu Yin sized up Luo Lauer. "You're not ordinary either, to be able to find out so much." Luo Lao smiled bitterly. Brother-in-law, if I didn't have this ability, I would have died like the other brothers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 25:18. There was nothing sadder than being abandoned by one's father. Lu Yin replied, perhaps being sent here as a hostage is Lord Luo's way of protecting you. Luo Lao's body shook, but he didn't say anything else. A smile reappeared on his face. What do you think, brother-in-law? This condition isn't too much, right? As long as you can use Zijing's name to protect yourself in the hyperspace, I'll teach you the proper monarch's aura. Lu Yin nodded. All right, deal. Brother-in-law. Luo Lao shouted, attracting the attention of many outside the void lands. Luo Shan was there as well, and his eyes twinkled. You've really climbed up the social ladder. It's a pity that your backer no longer belongs to the hyperspace. Second bro, the monarch's aura was a cultivation method similar to star energy, and the process was similar. Star energy cultivation required a cultivation method to absorb free star energy, but it could also be done through star crystals. The monarch's aura also had something similar to star crystals, and it was a weapon that had been strengthened by the monarch's aura. Lu Yin held the tricolored weapon in his hand. It's strengthened by one level, and the edge also has a trace of sharpness. This is the effect of the monarch's aura. It's actually similar to many cultivation civilizations, but it has an additional effect of increasing the weapon's performance. My father's 3 lords array can deal with the 7 sky gods, which is why it's listed in the 6 Directions Association, Luo Lao explained. Cultivating the monarch's aura was very simple, and the basic requirement was to cultivate it to the level of a melder or lameter. This level had a unified name in the 3 sovereign space, humble. If one couldn't even reach the humble level in the 3 sovereign space, then they were just ordinary people. With the structure of the 3 sovereign space, cultivators were considered servants of Lord Luo, and ordinary people didn't even qualify to be servants. This was also why not many people went to the monarch's Tao Academy to study. It wasn't difficult to get started with the monarch's aura, and many people could do so if they wanted to. However, they couldn't accept this division. How could someone from the main space learn the monarch's aura and become someone's servant? Although it was just a title, many people couldn't accept it. Lu Yin found it strange. Your father's division of realms is quite tasteful. Luo Lao helplessly replied, it's as if our space has never experienced the development of civilization. It's a standard slave society. Alright, I know how to train now. Give me those weapons, and I'll absorb the monarch's chi from them to increase the monarch's chi in my body, right? Lu Yin asked. Luo Lao nodded. The Monarch's Academy should have many weapons or other items imbued with monarch chi for them to cultivate. Lu Yin wasn't very interested in the monarch aura, as it was just a very ordinary cultivation civilization. If it weren't for the great array of the 3 lords, they wouldn't have been able to even touch the hexagon order. Compared to hyperspace, the hexagon order was still far inferior. Although hyperspace wasn't a cultivation civilization, they didn't need to cultivate. As long as they had enough energy, they could mass-produce a power source comparable to a progenitor. After chasing Luo Lao away, Lu Yin decided to continue cultivating. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. It was time to roll it. He wondered if rolling possession would be able to fuse into someone else's body like it had back in the 5th mainland. With that thought in mind, he tapped his finger and watched the die slowly spin. It was 3 pips. It was meaningless. He would not upgrade anything here. Continue. 2 pips. There was nothing to dissect. Continue. 4 pips. Time stop space. The scene in front of him changed, and Lu Yin entered a grayish-white space. He had a year to cultivate here, and the first was the monarch aura. At the very least, he needed to learn the basics. In the future, he would definitely have to deal with the 3 monarch spaces, and learning them would be beneficial. He was different from other cultivators, as he could learn any power. As long as that power entered his heart, it would obediently listen to him. Myriad Daos returned to one. This was his understanding of the power in his heart. When the scene in front of him changed again, Lu Yin left the time-stop space. At this moment, the land formed by the Fate Sand in his heart had an additional color, which came from the monarch aura. This was the result of half a year in the time-stop space. He had already learned the basics, and not only that, but the monarch aura in his body had also reached the level of Beishur, surpassing Beishur. If he told Luo Lao about this, he would definitely be scared to death. From what Luo Lao knew, it had only been an instant since Lu Yin had started teaching the monarch aura. Even Lord Luo, who had founded the cultivation civilization of the monarch aura, could not have done it so quickly. After half a year in the time-stop space, Lu Yin had continued to cultivate the serious art and memorize the primogenitor scripture. No matter what, he could not slack off on this. He stood up and stretched his arms. Although only a second had passed in the outside world, a year had passed in Lu Yin's eyes. He had not cultivated the void god's power for a year, so it was time to work hard. Lu Yin's eyes turned into rune lines, and the tiny candle person appeared on his shoulder. Formless rune lines spread out. He was very cautious to prevent any progenitors from noticing anything. As the rune lines spread out, they gradually enveloped Xia Wu, Xiao Fei, Luo Lao, and the others who were cultivating in the Void Tao Academy. None of them noticed anything. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Time to begin. Far away from the void, Xia Wu looked up at the sky. Only those who had entered the Void God's civilization could see the Void God's power extending from his body. It continued to spread into the sky, approaching a giant circular Void God. Although the Void God's power that enveloped this Void God could not compare to the villages, it was still considerable. It could be ranked in the top 10 of all the Void Gods in the sky. He had already tried many times. As long as he could pull this down and succeed, he would be able to go to the next academy and learn from other civilizations. One day, he would be able to join the Great Path Academy and compete with those geniuses. He would not be willing to be a servant forever. Success, success, he had to succeed. Xia Wu's expression turned solemn as he clenched his fists. His Void God's power had already merged into the circular Void God, and as it shook, it slowly descended. Xia Wu was delighted, he had succeeded. He stared fixedly at the sky. As long as he could pull it down, his results would be recorded in the Void Tao Academy, and he would be able to leave. He did not want to see that Xian Qi again. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past. Xia Wu did not pay it any attention, but in the next moment, his Void God's power began to waver as if he could not control it. What was going on? He hurriedly tried to control his Void God's power, but as the gale grew stronger, it became increasingly difficult to control. Finally, the Void God's power snapped, and he was furious. Who's causing trouble? Xia Wu was not the only one affected. At this moment, everyone who was cultivating in the Void Tao Academy was affected. Regardless of whether they were absorbing Void God's power or guiding the Void God's power, they were all interrupted. A powerful suction force came from one direction, pulling all the Void God's power in the Void Tao Academy towards that direction. Xia Wu looked in that direction. Was that the Void Lands? In his eyes, the Void Gods were everywhere. The Void God's power continued to flow towards the Void Lands, forming a vortex as if a giant was devouring it. Silhouettes passed by Xia Wu and headed toward the Void Lands. Xia Wu's eyes flashed. Was it that Xian Qi again? He gritted his teeth and headed towards the void lands as well. Not long after, many people gathered outside the void lands. They were all stunned as they watched Lu Yin absorb the void god's power at an extremely fast speed. How could anyone cultivate like that? Luo Lauer blinked. He had just left the void lands, but he had returned in the blink of an eye. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Lu Yin had not expected that using rune lines to absorb void god's power would be so effective. He had already retracted his rune lines by the time he had discovered it, but the void god's power still felt like it had been sucked into a vortex and was crazily sucked towards him. He was at the center of the vortex. He was also at a loss. Was something wrong? Whatever, he had to continue cultivating. In the history of cultivation, there were often things that ordinary people could not explain. Now, it was up to Su Xiangyin to help him explain. The void god tide. Su Xiangyin had received a report, and when he arrived at the void lands and saw this scene, he immediately uttered these words. Lu Yin was speechless. This guy was really good at explaining things. Su Xiangyin was excited. It's actually the legendary void god tide. It said that only those who have the greatest affinity with void god's power can do it. This isn't just absorbing void god's power, it's actually being imbued with void god's power. It wants to enter his body and resonate with him. His existence has given the void god's power emotions, creating a superposition effect. No, we have to report this immediately. His talent in void god's power surpasses anyone else's. He then left, but before he left, he warned everyone not to disturb Lu Yin's cultivation. Anyone who disobeyed would be killed without mercy. Previously, it had been a warning, but this time, it was a blatant threat. In Su Xiangyin's heart, Lu Yin's status had risen infinitely, to the point where he felt that Lu Yin might even be able to become the Void Master's disciple. The other important figures in the Six Direction training rites all looked towards the Void Tao Academy. The Void God civilization is really lucky. This kid's cultivation of Void God's power is so unique that it can go down in history. How long has he been here? Even that old guy Su Xiangyin has been lured over so many times. In the future, the Void God civilization might have an unimaginable powerhouse on the battlefield between the humans and the Eternals. As long as this kid doesn't die prematurely, his future is promising. He's clearly from the hyperspace dimension. Don't talk about that. With his talent, he'll definitely join the Void God civilization. Otherwise, the Void Master will go to the hyperspace dimension to cause trouble for you. What a pity. If only this kid's talent in wood transformation was as high as his, and he wasn't from the Void God civilization. I also hope that his talent in cultivating the Sovereign King's aura is as high. What about you, OLG? Do you hope that someone from the Lost Clan has an extraordinary talent in cultivating the Lost Clan's power? It doesn't matter if I hope for it or not. The Lost Clan's power is unique, and it's already good enough to be able to enter the sect. No one can compare to the members of the Lost Clan. The others did not refute his words. The Lost Clan's power was indeed unique, and it was a test of one's temperament. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 16 days passed. The Void Tao Academy's Void God's power frantically poured into Lu Yin's body for a total of 16 days. He watched the fates end in his heart, and the river of Void God's power on the continent grew much stronger. Finally, it stopped on the 17th day. When he opened his eyes, he saw that everyone outside the Void Tao Academy was staring at him in shock. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 25:19. Lu Yin looked down at his hands, wondering if he was being too much of a bully. With his power level as a half-ancestor, his cultivation speed was so fast that others would not be able to cultivate. Fortunately, no one could tell how old he was, but he was not much older than them. He stood up and stretched his body. His bones creaked softly. Luo Lauer probed, "You're not cultivating anymore." Lu Yin looked over, "Why aren't you cultivating? It's not good to slack off." Everyone was furious, as it was clear that Lu Yin could not cultivate. However, no one dared to say anything to Lu Yin, as Su Xiangyin's attitude was terrifying. They were afraid that Lu Yin would complain, and Su Xiangyin would directly destroy them. It was not impossible, as there was nothing they could do about it. The crowd dispersed, and Luo Lauer hurried over to praise Lu Yin. Su Xiangyin tossed Luo Lauer aside and sized Lu Yin up with an undisguised look of admiration and envy. "How do you feel, Xian Qi?" Lu Yin smiled, "Excellent. With the void god's power entering my body, I feel much stronger." "Ha ha ha, that's only natural. A 16-day void god tide is equivalent to a few years or even a dozen years of cultivation for someone else." "How did you do it?" Su Xiangyin asked. Lu Yin felt conflicted. "I don't know either. I just felt that the void god's power was easy to absorb, so I wanted to absorb as much as I could. That's how it ended." Su Xiangyin was envious. "I'm almost jealous of you. You're the one who triggered the void god tide. There have only been a few void god tides in the history of the void god civilization, and they were all caused by people who had achieved supreme enlightenment. Every one of them achieved supreme power, and your situation is exactly the same as theirs." Lu Yin did not understand. "Senior, this is a good thing, right?" "Of course. I've already reported this matter to my superiors. Your future will definitely belong to the void god spacetime." Lu Yin raised his head. "No one can stop me from joining the void god spacetime." Su Xiangyin was pleased. "Very good. Unfortunately, my abilities are limited and I cannot meet the void master. Otherwise, I would definitely recommend you to him and give you a chance to become his disciple." "What a pity." He then continued, "You should have quite a bit of void god's power in your body. How about it? Which void god do you want to try attracting?" Lu Yin looked up at the sky, his eyes shining with confidence. He raised a hand and pointed up, "The biggest one." Su Xiang smiled sinisterly. 2.5 months. You want to attempt the Void Tao Academy's biggest test in just 2.5 months. Are you confident? Yes. Alright, then let me see how you create this miracle. I can tell you that even the most talented disciple of the virtual god civilization, Su Ji, might not be able to attract such a huge virtual god within 2.5 months. I hope you won't disappoint me, Su Xiangyin said. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. This junior will begin. After speaking, faux god energy surged out of his body and into the sky. At this moment, Su Xiangyin wasn't the only one watching. Many people were watching from outside the Void Land, and they were all from the Void Tao Academy. When they heard Su Xiangyin's words, they all looked at Lu Yin in shock. 2.5 months after entering the sect, he wanted to lead an entire village. Was this for real? Xia Wu's eyelids twitched. He had been in the Void Tao Academy for 2 years, but he had only tried to lead the round virtual god from before. That virtual god was ranked in the top 10 of the academy, and there was a huge distance between them and the village. This Xian Qi was really abnormal. I remember that the last person who tried was Xiao Qingfeng, right? It was he. Shoo. Luo Zong seems to have tried as well. Basically, all the geniuses who joined the Great Path Academy have tried. The only one who succeeded was Xiao Qingfeng, but he stayed in the academy for almost a year. 1 year and 2.5 months. That's a bit of a difference. How could he succeed? I heard from Luo Zong that not only does the village have boundless virtual god energy, but it also has roads, houses, courtyards, and even living creatures. That's why he gave up. If he wants to succeed, he'll have to spend at least a year in the academy. It's not worth it. This Xian Qi is just relying on his innate gift to lead an entire village. It's impossible. Everyone was discussing amongst themselves. Lu Yin was completely focused, as he had already touched the village with his virtual god energy. As soon as he touched it, he felt that something was amiss. The village's virtual god energy was not as uniform as it had been in his previous attempts. Instead, it was scattered. The houses, the courtyards, and even the small animals in the courtyards all had their own virtual god energy. If he wanted to lead an entire village down, he would need to expend more than just virtual god energy, he would also need to control it. This kind of control required a long period of tempering, and it could not be accomplished in a single day. Su Xiangyin smiled, as he realized that Lu Yin was still too young. Did he really think that the strongest virtual god in the Void Dao Academy would be so easy to lead? Then wouldn't the virtual god civilization be too simple? This kid's innate gift was too high, and he could cultivate virtual god energy without any hindrance. Su Xiangyin's appearance had also made him a bit arrogant. This was a good thing, as Su Xiangyin had taught him a lesson and suppressed his temperament. Otherwise, if he really thought that the virtual god civilization was that easy to cultivate, it would not be good for his future. How do you feel, Xian Qi? Su Xiangyin asked. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. It's very difficult. Virtual god energy is scattered, and it's difficult to lead the entire village. It's like using a needle to move a mountain. Even if the needle breaks, it won't move the mountain at all. It's already pretty good that you can see this. Then give up. If you can't do it this time, you should be able to do it after cultivating for half a year. With your innate gift, half a year at most, Su Xiangyin said. Outside the Void Lands, the crowd was shocked. Half a year. This was what Su Xiangyin was expecting from Lu Yin. Back then, Xiao Qingfeng had taken an entire year. The difference between the two was obvious. Lu Yin said, this junior would like to continue trying. It should be possible. Su Xiangyin raised his brows. What did you say? Should be possible. Yes, Lu Yin replied, and then he stared at the sky. Su Xiangyin laughed. This young man was unwilling to admit defeat. Interesting. All right, then I'll wait and see. Lu Yin laughed inwardly. Was it difficult? Of course it was. Even if someone with such innate gift had cultivated in the virtual god civilization and wanted to lead an entire village, it would still be impossible. But for Lu Yin, it was a piece of cake. Of course, he still had to put on an act and not be too relaxed. Time ticked by, and everyone stared at the sky. They did not understand why Lu Yin had not given up yet. Su Xiangyin's eyes were filled with admiration. Although he had not been able to lead the village, this person had persisted for so long, which was quite rare. Although Lu Yin's control of virtual god's power was crude, he had still displayed his extraordinary innate gift. Not bad at all. Su Xiangyin really wanted to take Lu Yin as his disciple, but unfortunately, he did not have the qualifications. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise. It's moving. Everyone stared at the village in the sky. Su Xiangyin was flabbergasted, and he looked up. He had not believed that Lu Yin would succeed from the very beginning, so all of his attention had been on Lu Yin himself. He had not paid much attention to the village's situation. Now, the village had actually moved. As long as it moved, it meant that there was a chance of success. How could this be? Su Xiangyin did not understand. This kid should not have been able to do it. Su Xiangyin stared at the village, and his expression changed to one of disbelief. He looked at Lu Yin again and saw that the youth's forehead was covered in sweat. The shock in his eyes became even more obvious. This kid had actually broken through all of the virtual gods in the village and then merged them into one. Was this something that a mere beginner could do? Lu Yin roared, "Get down here." The next moment, the village moved and slowly descended. Everyone's jaws dropped. It had really moved. Outside of the void lands, no one noticed that Siyu had arrived as well. When she saw the village descend, she also gaped in shock. This. She stared at Lu Yin in astonishment. Had he done this? The village had been a test from the Void Dao Academy, and it had been easy for Siyu. However, how could a mere beginner accomplish this in such a short period of time? How long had it taken her to reach this step? There was a loud boom as the village crashed into the ground, causing the entire area to tremble. Su Xiangyin stared at Lu Yin in a daze, once again shocked by his innate gift. Lu Yin let out a long breath and sat down on the ground, completely powerless. "Senior, I was fortunate enough to not disappoint you." "I did it," Lu Yin said. Su Xiangyin's eyes flickered, and he forcefully suppressed his shock. He looked at Lu Yin. "How did you do it?" Lu Yin panted heavily. "I broke through the barrier between the virtual god's power and merged them into one." Su Xiangyin didn't know what to say. It sounded simple, but it was difficult to do. Was breaking through the barrier something that a mere beginner could do? However, he immediately recalled the virtual god tide from before. This person's affinity with virtual god's power was extraordinary, and he had caused a virtual god tide as soon as he had entered the Void Dao Academy. This was a genius that was difficult to explain. Perhaps the virtual god civilization would be able to continue its current glory under Lu Yin's leadership in the future. Su Xiangyin felt like he was witnessing the rise of a great era. "Congratulations, Xian Qi, you've done it," Su Xiangyin praised sincerely. Outside of the void lands, everyone looked at Lu Yin with admiration. Regardless of whether they viewed him as an enemy, at least at this moment, Lu Yin had done something that ordinary people would never have been able to do. He had suppressed the absolute geniuses like Xiao Qingfeng and the others, as they had all witnessed a miracle. Lu Yin shook his head with a bitter smile. "It's too difficult, senior. The virtual god civilization is vast and profound. I need to work hard and cultivate even harder." Su Xiangyin's eyes lit up. "Not bad, you're not arrogant. That's good. You were able to guide the village purely because of your innate gift. I hope that you can guide it down with your own abilities." Lu Yin stood up and earnestly replied, "Junior understands. I will not disappoint senior." Su Xiangyin was satisfied with Lu Yin's attitude. He could see that this person was sincere, unlike some people who would get carried away with just a bit of innate gift. Su Xiangyin didn't see this in Lu Yin's eyes, which made him feel more at ease. "Xian Qi, you must remember that there is always someone better than you. Even in the six paths, there are people with innate gifts that surpass your imagination. Some people might look ordinary, but they can use various methods to obtain power that ordinary people would never be able to obtain in their lifetime. That's not innate gift, but status," Su Xiangyin said seriously. "Status can change everything, including innate gift. Innate gift is a ladder, and the higher your innate gift, the higher the ladder, and the higher you can climb. However, status doesn't need a ladder, as it already stands at the very top." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 25-20. Su Xiangyin felt that he hadn't said enough, so he continued, "You're from a hyperspace world, so you should know the advantages of a hyperspace energy source. As long as your body can keep up, even if you don't train much, you can still obtain a power level in the millions. This is status. You've heard of He Shu, right? As long as he wants to, he can obtain a black energy source. You still have a long way to go." Lu Yin bowed deeply to Su Xiangyin. This time, he was sincere. Although this person had treated him differently because of his talent, or perhaps he had other motives, his words could not be faked. Lu Yin had understood this principle when he had been thrown onto Drift-Charge Planet like a piece of white meat. That was why he had constantly sought status, unifying the outerverse, the innerverse, the above-heaven sect, and then obtaining the astral tree. All of this had been based on this realization. A young man with extraordinary talent might not have been moved by these words, but Lu Yin was deeply moved. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior," Lu Yin said. Su Xiangyin nodded. "It's good that you understand. All right, continue cultivating. I'll remind you one more time that a powerful senior from the Void God universe will come to test you. It might be Senior Su Wuwei or someone else, but no matter who it is, remember to perform well. I look forward to your future." Su Xiangyin left after giving Lu Yin a few more instructions. He couldn't stay by Lu Yin's side forever, so he warned the others before he left. Everyone was numb to this. Ever since Lu Yin had arrived, they had been constantly threatened, and Su Xiangyin was the one who had threatened them. This made them feel rather indignant, but they couldn't do anything about it. Luo Lao rushed over. "Brother-in-law, you're too ruthless. You even brought down an entire village. Is there anything you can't do?" Although Lu Yin didn't understand what Luo Lao had said, he assumed that it was an exaggeration. "How much do you know about the other civilizations?" Luo Lao didn't understand. "A little." "Brother-in-law, do you want to know?" Lu Yin replied, "I still need to know. Isn't there a large training ground?" "That's right, Luo Zong is at the Great Tao sect, and so is Xia Wu's master, He Shu. That's a gathering place for geniuses, and there are all the famous princes and princesses of the Six Direction sect. Brother-in-law, if you go there, you'll definitely dazzle them," second brother Luo flattered. "Brother-in-law, why don't I bring you to a place where you can learn more about the Six Direction Society?" "Where is this place? Can we leave the Void Tao Academy?" Lu Yin was curious. According to the Jade, one had to stay in a certain academy if they wanted to join it. Only those who had entered the academy could apply to join other academies. Luo Lao said mysteriously, "Cliff Town." Lu Yin frowned. Cliff Town is the place where the 6 great Tao academies meet. It's located under a cliff in a starry sky. On the surface, the 6 great Tao academies have stated that the people of the academies are not allowed to leave, but those who join the 6 great Tao academies are all young people, so how can they possibly stay here peacefully? This is also the reason why Cliff Town is a place that can accommodate everyone in the 6 great Tao academies. In fact, the 6 great Tao academies have tacitly agreed to it. After all, the forces of the 6 great Tao academies are gathered here, and they have to communicate with each other. As long as one has the ability to enter Cliff Town, no one will care, Luo Lao said. Lu Yin was interested. "Interesting. Let's go take a look." "All right." He then paused. Brother-in-law, do you have any money?" Lu Yin subconsciously touched his cosmic ring. Money? It wasn't a question of whether or not he had money, but whether or not he had enough. Ever since he had embarked on the path of cultivation, he had more than enough money. He had surpassed everyone else, including the 4 great Tao academies. The amount of money he had consumed was rather exaggerated, but that was in the form of star essence. The 6 great Tao academies' money definitely wasn't in the form of star essence. No. Luo Lao was helpless. Alright, then we can only watch. Cliff Town's biggest use is to dispose of stolen goods. There's no safer way to dispose of stolen goods than to sell them to a parallel universe. Regardless of whether it's an ordinary cultivator with extraordinary talent or a powerful second generation with a strong background, there are more or less things that they can't sell. In Cliff Town, they can sell them to a parallel universe, and very few people will be able to trace them. It's very safe. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This was not a bad idea. Does that mean that there will be many good things in Cliff Town? That's too many. The 6 Great Tao Academies aren't sealed off, so you can apply to leave. As long as you're willing, you can help some people sell things in Cliff Town. This is tacitly agreed upon, and no one cares, Luo Lao replied. Lu Yin became even more interested in Cliff Town after hearing this. There was no need to wait, and with Luo Lao leading the way, they headed straight for Cliff Town. Cliff Town lived up to its name, and it was indeed built at the bottom of a cliff. Beyond the cliff was the starry sky. The tiny void had the peak as its center, and it was scattered across the 6 continents that represented the 6 Great Tao Academies. Cliff Town was located at the center of the 6 Great Tao Academies, which was beneath the peak. From the peak, one could directly reach Cliff Town. The peak represented the highest point of the 6 Great Tao Academies, which meant that Cliff Town was the lowest point. When they arrived at Cliff Town, Lu Yin looked up and saw a rock that covered the starry sky. Cliff Town seemed to have been carved out from the rock, and the starry sky surrounded it. Who made this place? Lu Yin was curious. Luo Lao lowered his voice. I don't know, but it shouldn't have been the first batch of people to join the 6 Great Tao Academies. They don't have the ability to do so. In fact, the outside world is saying that this place was made by the big shots of the 6 Great Tao Academies in order to allow the people here to interact with each other. It's also a way to dispose of stolen goods. You have to cover your face to enter Cliff Town, and the people you meet might not be here to learn. They might be big shots from the 6 Great Tao Academies or even the 6 Great Tao Academies. For example, Su Xiangyi might appear here. Lu Yin looked ahead. Because it had been carved out from the rock, the entire Cliff Town seemed dim. There were lights everywhere, and it looked rather quaint. Cliff Town was actually very large. After all, those who could come here were not ordinary people, and they could cross the starry sky with a single step. It would be inconvenient if the area was too small. Brother-in-law, look, there's a big tree in front of us. It's filled with fruits, and those fruits are like dough that can be kneaded into various shapes and used as masks. Only those who wear masks can enter Cliff Town. Otherwise, they won't be able to enter, Luo Lao explained as he walked towards the tree. Lu Yin was amazed. The universe was truly vast and filled with all sorts of strange things. Can't I just change my own appearance? Why do I have to use these fruits? Lu Yin looked at the fruit in his hand and pinched it. It was indeed very soft. Luo Lao laughed strangely. This is to prevent people from using others to kill others. He then leaned closer and whispered, in a place like this, if you casually disguise yourself as an enemy and offend someone, wouldn't that person be in trouble? This has happened too many times. Although these fruits can also be molded into someone else's face, it's very easy to tell. Lu Yin blinked. He had done this before, and Luo Lao's thought process was quite meticulous. Luo Lao molded the fruit into a handsome face. It was quite charming, and even his hair was molded out. Once he put it on his head, normal people would definitely not be able to tell if he was wearing a disguise or not. Brother-in-law, am I handsome? Lu Yin replied, change the way you address me. You're the only one in the 6 Great Tao Academies who calls me that. Luo Lao slapped his head. Right, how about this? I'll call you 7th Bro, Lu Yin nodded. Many people called him Seventh Bro. As he thought about it, he molded the fruit into the shape of a fish. He had just thought of despicable fish. Luo Lao was puzzled. Seventh Bro, this mask of yours has quite a personality. Lu Yin raised his head. Let's go. The two then entered Cliff Town. The moment they passed the tree, an invisible ripple spread out, allowing them to enter without any obstructions. Lu Yin turned around. If he hadn't worn the fruit mask, the ripple would have prevented him from entering. Cliff Town was a rather large market with a dusky atmosphere. After they entered, they saw many people setting up stalls. None of them spoke, and all of them wore masks as they cultivated by themselves. Lu Yin's gaze swept past the masks. He could see their faces, so how could these masks block his vision? As long as he willed it, he could sweep his domain, and everyone in Cliff Town would appear in his mind. No one would be able to escape. They arrived in front of a stall that had all sorts of strange items on display. This is a specialty of planet Pearl Rain called the 1,000 Water Drops. Throw it out, and it'll envelop the entire area like a water droplet. It's quite powerful, and according to Transcendence's standards, it has a power level of 300,000. Swoli, you're from the 3 Sovereign Space, right? The stall owner looked up. Are you trying to break Cliff Town's rules? Luo Lao waved his hand. It's just a joke. He then straightened up. 1,000 water drops aren't commonly seen on planet Pearl Rain, but this. Before he could finish, the stall owner took the item away and left without looking back. Luo Lao pursed his lips. It really is him. Did you discover his identity? Lu Yin asked. Luo Lao replied, more than 10 years ago, the 3rd prince of planet Pearl Rain died, and one of his valuables was a 1,000 water drop. It has a unique symbol, and it's not an ordinary one. It's the same one you just saw. It seems that the unlucky 3rd prince died at this guy's hands. This person should be part of the first batch here. Looks like his talent isn't bad. My father thought highly of him and threw him here. They then continued walking around Cliff Town. The next stall was quite far away. Those who set up stalls here didn't want to interact with others, and since that person had been recognized by Luo Lao, he probably wouldn't return for a while. There's quite a lot of people here. They had already seen quite a few groups of people along the way, and there were at least 100 of them. Luo Lao replied, they're all seniors leading newbies. Brother-in-law, no, 7th bro, you've been cultivating all this time, so no one told you about this. Then how did you find out? Have you forgotten about this little brother's special ability? Lu Yin recalled Luo Lao's ability to gather information. He was indeed amazing, and he had even found out that Zijing had brought a man back. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past, and a wooden stick was inserted into the wall. Luo Lao picked up the stick and saw that it was pointing in the right direction. 7th bro, there's a secret auction. We're really lucky. These secret auctions are concentrated in a certain area, and only those in that area will be notified. Not everyone in Cliff Town will be notified. Whether or not you can participate depends on your luck. This is the ticket. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 25-21. The two quickly followed the stick and arrived in front of a stone. Luo Lao inserted the stick into the stone with practiced ease, and the stone slowly disappeared to reveal a long corridor. The two entered, and the stone reappeared to seal off the corridor. Walking along the corridor, they soon arrived at a spacious and gloomy cave. There were only a few lamps in the cave. Up ahead, a girl walked over and gestured for them to enter. She led the two to a secluded mountain wall on 3 sides, which was equivalent to an auction room. There were only about 100 of these mountain walls. Lu Yin looked around and saw people continuously entering. These kinds of secret auctions are very secretive. No one will know who won the item, let alone where it came from. The items that appear in these kinds of secret auctions don't come from legitimate sources, but their value isn't low, Luo Lao said softly. Lu Yin was confused. Aren't they worried that we won't be able to afford it? Secret auctions are only targeted at people within a certain range. There might be a lot, but there's no need to verify it. It's more about luck, and it doesn't affect the reputation of the auction. It doesn't even matter if it's not sold, because you don't even know who organized it. Just treat it as a gathering of strangers. Someone was also conversing in a mountain wall not far from Lu Yin. Sister Hong, how many times have you participated in these auctions? No less than 10 times. That many? You must have bought a lot of good stuff. How could there be that many good things? Before you came, there weren't many people in the entire 6-direction training hall. It's only increased now. That's true. Stop talking, it's starting. Someone quickly walked out and bowed to all the mountain walls, speaking in a hoarse voice, "Thank you for your support. There are 7 items in this auction, and the auction will now officially begin. The first item is a blue energy source." Lu Yin raised his brows. A blue energy source represented a power level within 1,000,000, which was equivalent to 6 origin tribulations. It would be considered an absolute expert in the 5th mainland, but there were only a few envoys in the entire 5th mainland. It could actually be auctioned here. This was hyperspace, where power levels were digitized and scaled. Lu Yin wondered just how many energy sources they had. The blue energy source was quite attractive to everyone present. After all, they would instantly become an expert if they used it. And this was the first item to be auctioned, which piqued their interest in the following items. We're in luck. 7th brother, the scale of this secret auction isn't small. The person who organized it is quite capable, Luo Lao said. The blue energy source was quickly taken away. Each of the 6 guilds had their own resources, and the price depended on what kind of resources the auction house accepted. Generally speaking, the auction house would specify the resources of a certain civilization, which meant that the auction house belonged to that civilization. If the resources of all 6 civilizations could be accepted, it would be extraordinary. This meant that the auction house could exchange resources, and the power it represented would be quite huge. Not everyone could freely travel to and from the 6-direction association civilization. This secret auction was to accept the resources of the 6 civilizations. Next item, battle skill, Chief Star descends. This battle skill is mainly based on, Luo Lao praised, this battle technique is very powerful. 7th bro, are you interested? Lu Yin asked, you have money? No. Is your father Luo Jun? He abandoned me. I'm just a hostage. This battle technique was not bad. It came from the reincarnation spacetime, and it had been created by someone who had become an immortal. This was equivalent to the 5th mainland's half-ancestor. A battle technique created by a half-ancestor was naturally very valuable, but it was meaningless to Lu Yin. Next item, 4-handed tree. It comes from the wood spacetime. Those who cultivate in the wood spacetime can obtain the innate gift of 4 hands through this tree. Lu Yin leaned forward and looked at the strange tree. Was it a 4-armed tree? This was the strangeness of the wood spacetime. Anyone who cultivated in the wood spacetime could obtain the innate gift of the tree. It was not an exaggeration to say that everyone in the wood spacetime was an innate gift cultivator. Luo Lao was disdainful, 4 hands. Disgusting. Who wants 4 hands? 4 hands means that the same palm technique can be used twice at the same time. It's very tempting, Lu Yin said. 7th bro, do you want it? Not interested. They were not interested, but there were many who were. and it was bought in the blink of an eye. One item after another appeared, and they were all bought. In the blink of an eye, 5 items had been sold. They came from various civilizations and represented the strangeness and uniqueness of each one. The 6th item is a little special. I don't know if anyone is interested. As he spoke, the void distorted and a figure fell down. It was a woman, and when she landed on the ground, many people exclaimed. Luo Lao was shocked, demi-human. Lu Yin frowned. Demi-human did not refer to a particular race, but rather a group. This group could be called the losers. In the universe, there were wars between civilizations, and in addition to their own spacetime, there were also wars between parallel spacetimes. For example, the drifting cloud space had lost to the hyperspace spacetime, and some of its people had been captured by the hyperspace spacetime as slaves. Slaves were demi-humans, and demi-humans were a more civilized term for slaves. Everyone looked at the woman below. She looked no different from an ordinary person, but she was twice the size of a normal person. She was like a small giant, and she was quite beautiful. Otherwise, she would not have been auctioned. Right now, everyone was not thinking about the woman, but rather who had brought her in. This was the Hexagon training grounds, and only those with permission could enter and learn from the Hexagon Society civilization. Anyone who wanted to enter the training grounds without permission would be strictly checked, and no one would be allowed to enter without permission. Otherwise, how could they guard against the everlasting race? But under such circumstances, someone had actually brought a demi-human in and was openly bidding for her. This was inconceivable. It was already difficult enough to bring her in, let alone bring her here to be auctioned. Luo Lao sucked in a breath of cold air. Ruthless, it's definitely ruthless. Someone has a supreme treasure that can store living people in their cosmic ring. Whether it was the Fifth Mainland or the Hexagon Society, spatial rings were called cosmic rings. In fact, ever since he had arrived in the hyperspace spacetime, Lu Yin had discovered that the Hexagon Society was similar to the Fifth Mainland in many ways, and many of these similarities had originated from the main space. The Fifth Mainland represented the primordial space, and there must be something between it and the main space. Even the cosmic tree could not join the Hexagon Society. "Seventh bro, you don't seem surprised," Luo Lao asked. Lu Yin replied, "It's beyond my knowledge. What's there to be surprised about?" He had Mount Supreme, which could store countless people, but there was only one such supreme treasure in the entire Fifth Mainland. He had never heard of anyone else being able to store a living person in a cosmic ring, so he was curious as to what kind of supreme treasure it was. Luo Lao thought about it and agreed, "It's beyond my knowledge. I've heard of people being able to store living people in cosmic rings, but even my father doesn't have such a treasure. I'm really curious as to which ruthless person can do it." Next. Just as that person was about to bid for the woman, a voice rang out, "I wonder who brought this demi-human here. Are you planning to sell a supreme treasure that can store living people? If you're willing, come find me, Jiang Xiaodao. The price will definitely satisfy you." Someone immediately spoke up, "Jiang Xiaodao, don't break the rules." Jiang Xiaodao disdainfully replied, "So what if I do? Who can do anything to me?" "He's too arrogant," someone else said. Lu Yin was curious, "Who is this Jiang Xiaodao?" Luo Lao whispered, "He's the son of Jiangxing from the reincarnation realm. He's definitely a top figure, and there aren't many people in the 6 paths who can compare to him. He's completely unscrupulous and doesn't care about anyone." Lu Yin looked at the distant Jiang Xiaodao, who had stepped forward and even removed his mask. He looked like a child, baring his teeth as he spoke, but no one could do anything to him. "I'll say it again. Sell that supreme treasure to me, and I'll definitely be satisfied with the price. You can ask around in the reincarnation realm about my reputation. If I say you can touch my hands, I won't touch her legs. If I say you can kiss her face, I won't kiss her. Everyone was speechless. What was there to brag about? Shut up, Jiang Xiaodao. Don't embarrass yourself, a woman shouted from the other side. Jiang Xiaodao raised his brows. Moo moo. Are you looking for trouble with me? Stop embarrassing yourself, the woman said. Jiang Xiaodao sneered. Who do you think you are to order me around? He suddenly thought of something and widened his eyes. You want to fight with me? I'm warning you, don't fight with me, or I won't let you off. So what? Selling it to me is more trustworthy than selling it to you, the woman said. Jiang Xiaodao was furious. Bullshit, you don't even have a man chasing you. There must be something wrong with you. Your feet must be smelly. Shut up. The woman was furious. She stood up and removed her mask as well, revealing a delicate face that could topple countries. Luo Lao was envious as he listened to the two arguing. If it wasn't for that bastard Luo Zong, I would have been able to argue with them. But now, I'm crying. The two argued, but they didn't fight. Not long after, they stopped arguing under the persuasion of others. However, the demi-human girl had become a new point of contention. Jiang Xiaodao was arguing with the woman called Moo Moo, and they were now facing each other. The auctioneer was definitely happy, but the others were shocked by their wealth. Moo Moo, why are you fighting with me over a woman? There's definitely something wrong with you. Do you like women? She's too pitiful to be in your hands. I want to take her away. Bullshit, I'm just trying to get on the good side of the person who sold her to me. Are you sure they sold her to you? Who else would they sell her to if not me? Maybe some big shot brought her in. They might not even use a cosmic ring, Moo Moo said. Many people had thought of this as well. Lu Yin had naturally thought about it as well. Half-ancestors had their inner worlds, while progenitors had their ancestral worlds. It might not be impossible to bring someone in. That's impossible. They don't need a cosmic ring to bring someone in. Only those old fellows would openly auction off a demi-human. They're just looking to die. Not necessarily. The white energy from the hyperspace dimension can do that too. That's true. The hyperspace dimension occupies the drifting cloud space, so who knows if this demi-human came from there. Speaking of which, there's someone in the hyperspace dimension who's been very dazzling recently. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 25-22. It's that guy called Xian Qi, right? I heard that he's even more talented than Xiao Qingfeng in the Void God civilization. He's ruthless, but I don't know if he'll go to the Great Path. It won't be that easy to go to the Great Path. Maybe he'll go to another academy first. Jiang Xiaodao shouted, surpass Xiao Qingfeng. He's quite capable. I hope he comes to the Lost Academy. I'll reluctantly accept him as a follower and show him off in front of Xiao Qingfeng. Moo Moo sneered, Xiao Qingfeng will probably beat you up. Piss off. You can have this woman. She's so big, I'm not interested, Jiang Xiaodao said. In the end, the demi-human woman went to Moo Moo. In the distance, Luo Lao whispered, "Seventh bro, don't mind him. He's just like that. He's a typical hothead who dares to scold and offend anyone. If it wasn't for his father, Jiang Xing, protecting him, he would have died a long time ago." Who's that Moo Moo? Lu Yin asked. How could he care about Jiang Xiaodao? That guy was obviously the same as Ku Wei. If he wanted to beat someone up, he had to beat them into submission. Otherwise, he would go around shouting. Luo Lao replied, I haven't heard anything about him, but he's definitely a ruthless person who has someone like Jiang Xing behind him. Lu Yin looked at Jiang Xiaodao and then at Mu Mu. He rubbed his chin and decided to find a chance to lock them all up in Mount Supreme. The Six-Direction Society would probably explode. Interesting. Next up is the last item of the day, a piece of calligraphy. After that, the cloudy stone lifted up and an image appeared. It was indeed a piece of calligraphy. It was filled with words, but it was different from what the crowd had imagined. The words on it were ugly, extremely ugly. It looked like the scribbles of a child. When they saw the handwriting clearly, it immediately attracted a wave of curses, especially from Jiang Xiaodao. Are you guys crazy about money? Even my handwriting is more beautiful than this. Also, what the hell are you writing? I can't understand a single word. That doesn't stop it from being ugly. The handwriting is indeed ugly. The person below smiled bitterly. Everyone, please listen to me. Although the handwriting is ugly, it contains a unique artistic conception. Every stroke and every drawing has a charm to it. Anyone who sees the actual copy will unconsciously have an epiphany, and the scene they see will be different. Some people can see battle techniques, some can see the artistic conception of mountains and rivers, and even some can see strange things. In short, this copy is today's finale. Just because you say so. What evidence do you have? Jiang Xiaodao shouted. The person below was helpless. If you don't believe me, there's nothing we can do about it. We can only let it go unsold. Fortunately, the previous 6 items were enough to make everyone happy. It was not a waste of everyone's time. If no one bid for it, it would naturally be left unsold. It was normal for a copybook with such ugly handwriting to be left unsold. Luo Lauer, do you have money? How much? He stared at the copybook. Although the words on it were ugly, he really wanted to obtain it. This was because the words on it were ancient characters, which were similar to the Wen family's literary prison and the Daosaur sect's golden characters. He did not expect to encounter the 5th continent's ancient language here. If it could be written in ancient language, it would definitely be extraordinary, and he really wanted to obtain it. Luo Lauer flipped through it. 7th bro, I really don't have much money. I'm not lying to you. Take as much as you have, Lu Yin said. Luo Lauer sighed. 7th bro, don't even think about it. Every item here has a starting price. Otherwise, Jiang Xiaodao could threaten everyone and casually take everything away with a bit of money. Lu Yin had not considered this possibility. Luo Lauer said, the starting price of this copybook is definitely higher than the previous 6 items. Think about the starting price of the first energy source. I don't even have enough money on me to buy that energy source. Lu Yin was disappointed, and he stared at the person below. At the same time, he used his domain to make a mark on the person's body. He had to get his hands on this copybook, and it seemed like this wasn't the first time he had done something like this. He had originally thought that the copybook would be left unsold. No one knew what was going on, but Jiang Xiaodao and Mu Mu were at odds with each other again, and they started bidding for the copybook. The price of the copybook continued to soar, and Lu Yin raised his brows. If star essence could be used, then he could just casually name a number and scare them silly. The bidding between the two grew more and more intense, and it was no longer just a competition for the copybook, but also a battle of personal feelings. In the end, Mu Mu lost the bid because he had previously bought the demi-human girl, and the copybook went to Jiang Xiaodao. Ha, a woman is still a woman. I didn't fight with you before, but you still took advantage of me. I just had to move a finger, and you were already kneeling. Jiang Xiaodao was pleased with himself. Mu Mu snorted. You used this price to get such an ugly copybook. Jiang Xing will beat you to death when we get back. Jiang Xiaodao glared. I'll go beat up that freak of yours and teach him a lesson. I'll show him who he can't afford to offend. Jiang Shaodao, don't you dare. Moo Moo shouted. Do you dare to come and see? Alright, you're itching for a beating. I'll teach his son a lesson for Jiangxing. Come if you dare. I'll come. Soon enough, the two left the cave. The crowd hurriedly followed, as there was a good show to watch. Luo Lao was excited. Seventh bro, it's going to be fun. Jiang Shaodao and Moo Moo are fighting. Let's go and watch the show. One was a descendant of a progenitor from the reincarnation spacetime, while the other was from the wood spacetime. They had studied at the Six Direction training rites for a long time and had dabbled in various civilizations, which would allow him to better understand the Six Direction Association. There were too many empty places in Cliff Town, and there was no atmosphere of gathering together to set up stalls like in ordinary markets. They were all far away from each other. Not long after they left the cave, many of the people participating in the secret auction headed in the same direction. Some were fast, while others were slow. Lu Yin didn't make it too obvious and followed behind the crowd. However, the fastest person had already disappeared without a trace. Bang! There was a loud bang, accompanied by a rippling wave of energy. This wave of energy was as gentle as water, causing Luo Lao to retreat a few steps. The people around him were also sent flying. Lu Yin was surprised and looked into the distance. He saw a graceful figure flying up and down, attacking crazily like a tyrannosaurus. Every move was accompanied by palm shadows that contained the Tao of transformation. Was this a half-ancestor battle technique? The woman's palm shadows seemed simple, but they were all linked together. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see the changes, and if they couldn't, they would be hit. Even if this wasn't a half-ancestor battle technique, it was still a battle technique on the level of an emissary at the Sixth Tribulation origin stage. Stone Gate 8 Hands. How many times have you learned it? Jiang Shaodao's irritating voice sounded out, and he kept retreating as he spoke. The graceful figure was Moo Moo. Her expression was calm during the battle, but there was a crazed look in her eyes. Her attacks were even fiercer. Guess. Another change appeared in her palm. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The second change was the Stone Gate 8 Hands? That meant that there were 8 changes. The first and second changes already displayed the power of a half-ancestor battle technique. This meant that the Stone Gate 8 Hands was likely a progenitor battle technique. Luo Lao panted heavily and finally managed to shake off the remaining force. You almost threw me off. Seventh bro, let's just watch from here. We can't get too close. The people in front of him kept retreating. Moo Moo and Jiang Shaodao were not weak, and they had already displayed the power level of a peak enlighter. In Lu Yin's eyes, they both had the power level of an emissary, and once they displayed their power level, the people around them wouldn't even be able to get close to them. Shi Hong was considered pretty good in the hexagon training rites, but she only had the power level of an enlighter at most. She was far from being a peak enlighter, and this was the difference between them. On the other side, Shi Hong led Zuiyu further away from Jiang Shaodao's battle. Zuiyu wanted to get closer, but he was stopped by Shi Hong. I don't know what Jiang Shaodao's cultivation is, but Moo Moo's power level is definitely between a green and blue energy source. She's not someone you and I can contend against. Jiang Shaodao dared to fight her, so he might be at that level as well. Don't get too close, it's too dangerous. Zuiyu's eyes lit up as he stared into the distance with longing. This was what it meant to be a cultivator, and this was what it meant to fight. In comparison, fighting with an energy source was too monotonous. Moo Moo's strong attacks caused Jiang Shaodao to retreat continuously. It seemed that Jiang Shaodao was being suppressed, but there was always a gentle force around Jiang Shaodao. It was this force that dissolved Mumu's palm shadows and softened Mumu's strong attacks. Otherwise, Luo Lauer and the others would not have been thrown out, but would have vomited blood. 2 moves. You've only grasped 2 moves. That's boring. I'll deal with you. Jiang Shaodao's power level suddenly increased, and a terrifying power spread out from him. It was visible to the naked eye as it continued to expand, causing the void to crack and reveal the might of an emissary. He took a step forward and disappeared in front of Mumu. Mumu was not to be outdone, and a similarly terrifying force rose up and shot into the sky. It attracted the attention of everyone in Cliff Town, and many people were shocked. Not everyone in the Hexagon training rites had such power level, and this level of power was considered top-notch even among the Hexagon training rites. Jiang Shaodao appeared behind Mumu, a stream of water appearing in his palm. Try my astral river. Mumu turned around, and the vegetation around him flew into the air. Tree bark suddenly appeared and spun around his body, forming the shape of a wheel. Wooden wheel. The river in Jiang Shaodao's palm surged violently, and although it was only the size of a palm, anyone who saw it would feel like they were looking at a surging river that was enough to drown out the heavens. The spinning wheel around Mumu's body also replaced the heavenly cycle and collided with the astral river. A huge impact spread out and instantly reached Lu Yin's group. They were caught off guard and were sent flying by the force. Lu Yin pretended to be sent flying, but his gaze remained fixed on the 2 youths. Whether it was the astral river battle technique or the wooden wheel, both were quite good, and they were definitely progenitor battle techniques. These were the geniuses of the Hexagon Association with progenitor backgrounds, and no one else could compare to them. Luo Lauer screamed as he was sent flying, but Lu Yin grabbed him and stabilized him. In the distance, Shi Hong continuously retreated with Suiyu. They were very far away, but even so, they were still pushed back. Suiyu's heart was suppressed, and he could not help but pant violently. He almost couldn't catch his breath, and he looked at Jiang Shaodao's group with fear. Mumu and Jiang Shaodao retreated at the same time. Mumu took several steps back and placed his left foot on the ground. A 3-colored sovereign aura appeared around his body and imprinted itself onto his wooden wheel. Let's try again. Jiang Shaodao raised a brow. Stupid woman. Once again, thank you for your support, brothers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 25-23. Mumu was furious and took a step forward, but she suddenly felt that something was wrong. She looked down and saw that a card had appeared beneath her feet. Her heart sank. This was the Lost Races method. Just as she thought this, a strange vortex appeared beneath her feet and pulled her in. Lu Yin was shocked. That's the Lost Races card. Luo Lauer replied, yes, the Lost Race has the skills and ability to create cards. Each card represents a killing trap that suits the card's owner the most. The card's owner will constantly research a suitable killing trap and seal it within the card. It's a nightmare for any enemy, including the everlasting race. I've seen the Lost Race fight on the battlefield. They use the card as a trap, and any everlasting race monster that falls into it will have a hard time coming out. Only 1 out of 10 Lost Race cultivators will come out alive. In all of the 6 Direction Society's battles, it seems like the Void God civilization is the safest to hide behind, but in reality, the Lost Race has always had the lowest mortality rate. Jiang Shaodao laughed when he saw Mumu being dragged in. He entered the card at the same time, but the card disappeared. Lu Yin subconsciously used his domain to search for the card, but he could feel that it was still in that space. It was as if it was in a parallel universe, and he couldn't find it. His domain had reached the empty God realm, and he could eavesdrop on the conversations of half-ancestors with his envoys. Even so, he still couldn't find the card. At this moment, he was very interested in the Lost Races card, just like when he had first encountered the rune lines. The people who had been sent flying by the collision slowly recovered. Moo Moo is in danger now that she's been brought into the card, someone in the distance said. Someone nearby said, not necessarily. How long has it been since Jiang Xiaodao joined the Lost Race? He didn't have time to set up a killing trap, and Moo Moo still has room to fight back. The wood dimension's power can't be underestimated. Every cultivator from the wood dimension has an innate gift, but Moo Moo hasn't used it yet. It's said that her innate gift is to nurture a bird called the golden crow. I've heard about it too. It's a tree from the wood dimension that can withstand high temperatures. More and more people arrived, and people were watching the battle from all directions. The people who came later gradually understood what had happened, and they watched with fervent gazes. Many people wanted to learn the Lost Race's power, but it was too difficult. Many people had already been chased away because they hadn't started, and not everyone could learn it. Not long after, under everyone's gaze, the card suddenly appeared. It turned red and burst into flames. Two figures appeared at the same time. Moo Moo's entire body was burning with flames. On his shoulder, a bird the size of a palm raised its head. The flames were coming from its body, burning through the sky, causing Cliff Town to become extremely hot in an instant. On the other side, Jiang Xiaodao's clothes had been burned quite a bit. Even half of his eyebrows had been burned off. Moo Moo, you're really treacherous. You spread the word that the golden crow couldn't be used for the time being, but you could have used it long ago. Moo Moo sneered, who are you calling stupid? I think you're the stupidest. Jiang Xiaodao snorted coldly. Do you think you have it easy? Those arrows didn't feel good, right? Due to the flames, the light was too dazzling, so no one noticed that Moo Moo was also injured. There were several red spots on her body, which were obviously bloodstains. No one knew what had happened inside the card, but it was clear that neither of them was feeling well. Moo Moo glared at Jiang Xiaodao. I'm not Moo Moo if I don't burn you until you're deformed. After saying that, the flaming bird melted, forming a layer of magma-like red substance that flowed over Moo Moo's body. It was as if she was wearing a flaming battle robe. On the other side, Jiang Xiaodao stretched out his palms and said, "You can try." After that, a river gushed out from his palms. As he raised his palms and struck out, the river surrounded him and Moo Moo, trapping them within. Moo Moo suddenly rushed out and slapped at Jiang Xiaodao. It was still the stone gate's 8 hands, but with the support of the flames, it made Jiang Xiaodao extremely wary. Stupid woman, behind you. Moo Moo suddenly turned around. An arrow had appeared out of nowhere and was extremely close to her. It was so close that she could touch it. She hurriedly dodged it. The arrow passed through her shadow and hit Jiang Xiaodao. However, it swept past Jiang Xiaodao and fell into the surrounding river. Immediately after, another arrow was shot out from the other side of the river. The arrow seemed weak, but it still made Moo Moo rather wary. Outsiders might not be able to discern the power of the arrow, but Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. It was a secret technique, and Jiang Xiaodao had used it. The river arrow seemed weak, but when it neared Moo Moo, even the flames on her body were suppressed. Although it wasn't obvious, it was still a threat. Moo Moo's alertness was high, and she was able to sense it and quickly evade it. Fortunately, she had managed to dodge, or else she would not have been able to handle the secret technique. Who would have thought that a progenitor from the reincarnation realm would have created a secret technique as well? It was becoming more and more similar to the fifth mainland. The river arrow continued to move faster and faster. At first, Moo Moo had been able to dodge while attacking Jiang Xiaodao, but as the arrow moved faster and faster, it became more and more difficult for her to dodge. When the river arrow brushed past her and left a bloody mark on her shoulder, Moo Moo's expression changed. She pushed out with both palms and used a third transformation. Jiang Xiaodao shrieked, a third technique. You're really sinister. Moo Moo's 3 hands merged into a single palm. The monarch's aura was imprinted on it, and the outermost layer was covered in lava-like flames. She combined all sorts of techniques and grabbed the arrow that was flying towards her. Moo Moo firmly grasped the arrow in her hand. Although it still left a bloody mark, it had been neutralized. When Jiang Xiaodao saw that his secret technique had been neutralized, he turned around and fled without hesitation. The river dissipated and turned into 4 heavenly rivers that surged towards Moo Moo. Without Jiang Xiaodao, the 4 heavenly rivers were no longer a threat to Moo Moo. Moo Moo burned the 4 heavenly rivers and immediately chased after Jiang Xiaodao when she saw him fleeing. Jiang Xiaodao, stop! Jiang Xiaodao shouted, stupid woman, no discord, no concord. I'll give Moo Shi face and stop. Shameless, I'll burn your eyebrows. Moo Moo shouted as the 2 gradually disappeared into the distance. The crowd was still unsatisfied. Lu Yin was also not satisfied. Although the battle between the 2 had been exciting and had allowed him to see the battle methods of various civilizations, their level was still too low. How good would it be if they were fighting 2 half-ancestors? The crowd slowly dispersed. Cui Yu was envious. Sister Hong, I'll be able to do that one day, right? Shi Hong replied, of course, you'll be able to do it one day. Cui Yu clenched his fists. One day, I'll be able to fight those 2. Shi Hong was stunned, as that was not what she meant. Although those 2 were currently stronger than them, they would be able to reach that realm one day through cultivation. However, those 2 would definitely be even stronger by then. Even she did not have the confidence to stand on the same level as those 2, so where did this brat's confidence come from? It's good to have confidence. Work hard. Shi Hong did not discourage her and left with Cui Yu. Lu Yin walked over to where Moo Moo and Jiang Xiaodao had fought. Fong looked at the cracked ground and the unstable void. He looked in a certain direction, where the card had been placed. 7th bro, are you interested in the Lost Tribe's power? Luo Lauer asked. Lu Yin nodded. A very interesting power. Luo Lauer hurriedly said, you should give up on that idea. Many people want to learn the Lost Tribe's power, but they can't. There were 12 people in the first batch who joined the Lost Dao Academy, but only 3 managed to gain entry. Senior Su Xiangyin probably won't agree to you going there to study. Lu Yin did not say anything else. Although he was curious about the Lost Tribe's power, there were too many civilizations in the universe, and the Hexagon Society might not be the strongest in a parallel universe. There were definitely other parallel universes that did not share a border with the Hexagon Society or even the Everlasting Tribe. Who knew what kind of civilizations had developed there? It was impossible for him to learn all of them. If you want to go to the Grand Dao Academy, you need to learn 4 civilizations. I've already gained entry to the Void God civilization, so the Sovereign Aura isn't difficult. I still need to find at least 2 more civilizations to learn from. After all, I'm still unfamiliar with the Hyperspace Academy, so I can't go there. Luo Lauer replied, of course not. Actually, gaining entry to the Hyperspace Academy isn't much easier than the Lost Dao Academy. They don't need cultivation, but brains. If you want to gain entry to a hyperspace civilization, you need to have some achievements in research and cultivation techniques. Lu Yin had already guessed that this was the case. Otherwise, anyone could also gain entry to the Hyperspace Academy. Luo Lauer saw Lu Yin staring at the ground, and his eyes flashed. Going to the Grand Dao Academy was a good idea. Otherwise, once he left and went to the Void God spacetime, how would he be able to meet Zi Jing through this person? The longer he could stay in the Hexagon training grounds, the better. Seventh bro, there are two more civilizations. Which one do you want to choose? The Reincarnation Academy, the Hyperspace Academy, the Wood Academy, and the Lost Academy. I advise you to give up on the Lost Academy, it's too dangerous. The Reincarnation Academy is the most suitable for you. After all, you came from a cultivation civilization, so it shouldn't be difficult for you to gain entry. The Wood Academy seems to be the only one left. Luin thought of Mu Mu's battle. It said that every cultivator in the wood spacetime has an innate gift. How do they get it? Luo Lauer coughed. This involves the cultivation system of the wood spacetime. It said that the wood spacetime has fruits that allow people to get close to trees and turn them into wood. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 25-24. Lu Yin was surprised. Why is that? Luo Lauer whispered, it's because of the seats. The 3 venerables and 9 sages in the reincarnation spacetime don't refer to 12 people, but 12 seats. Anyone who meets the requirements can inherit this seat. Once they inherit the seat, they can obtain the power that the seat represents. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. How is that possible? Luo Lauer smiled bitterly. It's unbelievable, right? My father had the same expression when he mentioned the reincarnation spacetime, and it's the same expression every time. Envy, jealousy, all of it. Lu Yin frowned. 12 seats meant 12 progenitors. How could one obtain the power of a progenitor by obtaining a seat? He could accept that the black energy from the reincarnation spacetime had given the human progenitor power through the use of energy, but how could a cultivation civilization bestow the power of a progenitor? Absolutely impossible. Luo Lauer whispered, 7th bro, this is the secret of the reincarnation spacetime. Of course, many important people know about it, but it can't be spread. Do you know why Jiang Shaodao is so arrogant? If nothing unexpected happens, Jiang Xing's seat will be his in the future. You can think of him as a quasi-saint. Many people want to flatter him and follow him. Because of this, no one wants to offend a quasi-saint. Lu Yin exclaimed, are there any other seats besides the 3 venerables and 9 sages? Luo Lauer nodded. Yes, the seat of immortality. One can also obtain power through the seat. Lu Yin looked in the direction of the Reincarnation Dao Academy. What was going on with this civilization? How could they do such a thing? If that was the case, then it would explain why the 3 venerables and 9 sages had never failed. It would also explain why the Grand Empyrean was the master of all the 3 venerables and 9 sages. This Grand Empyrean definitely possessed unimaginable power. No wonder the Yuan sage was so arrogant and made them kneel in front of the Grand Empyrean. No wonder he looked down on the 5th mainland so much. Ever since the secret of the reincarnation space was discovered, many people have entered the reincarnation space in an attempt to obtain a seat. However, too few have obtained it. Some seats can be competed for, while others can never be obtained, Luo Lauer lamented. You know quite a lot, Lu Yin said. Lauer smiled. After all, my father is Luo Jun. Lu Yin glanced at him. His relationship with Luo Jun was definitely not as simple as it seemed. If Luo Jun didn't care about him, then she wouldn't have told him all this. Just as he had guessed before, the reason why he was left in the hyperspace as a proton was more likely to protect him. Luo Lauer would be protected by the hyperspace as a hostage, which was much safer than being in the 3 monarch space. He walked around Cliff Town and saw many things from various civilizations. He also saw other people fighting fiercely, but compared to Mu Mu and Jiang Shaodao, the difference was too great. Just as he was about to return with Luo Lauer, his expression changed as he saw something unbelievable. Was that Saruzin. Saruzin, along with Zhang Dingtian, Bai Shui, Su San, and Lu Yin, had left Earth in the same batch to enter outer space. However, they had all disappeared along the way. They had been taken away by Hai Dalu of the hidden Earth in hopes that one of them would be able to reach the peak. He had found Zhang Dingtian, Bai Shui, and Su San, but there was still no sign of Saruzin. After all, so many years had passed, and his name had spread throughout the universe. If Saruzin was still alive, there would have been news of him. He didn't expect to bump into him here. Seeing Saruzin stall in front of him, Lu Yin almost went over to greet him. Even with his years of cultivation, he almost couldn't control himself. He was very curious as to why Saruzin had come to the Hexagon training hole. This was not a place that ordinary people could enter, and the man was already very old. Not counting Lu Xiaoshuan's generation, Lu Yin was about the same age as Zhang Dingtian and the others. In the above heaven, he was considered a member of the younger generation, but Saruzin was not. Lu Yin stared at Saruzin and was surprised to find that the man actually had the power of an enlighter, which was quite good. His body had also undergone some strange changes, but Lu Yin couldn't tell what they were. The changes were especially obvious when he raised his withered arm. Seventh bro, seventh bro. Luo Lauer called out a few times. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and walked over to Saruzin's stall. Luo Lauer followed. Saruzin's eyes were closed, and he didn't care about their approach. Lu Yin glanced at Saruzin and then looked down at the items in his stall. They're all very ordinary. Seventh bro, what are you interested in? I'll give it to you. Luo Lauer was very generous, but he couldn't say this in a private auction. Lu Yin asked, brother, can you introduce what you're selling? Saruzin opened his eyes and met Lu Yin's gaze. He spoke in a hoarse voice, we've met before. Lu Yin raised his brows, you can see my face. Saruzin replied, no, but we've met before. Where? Luo Lauer was curious, as he still didn't know which parallel universe Lu Yin had come from. Saruzin thought about it, I've met too many people, so I can't remember, but I'm sure I've met you before. Lu Yin smiled, isn't this method a little too old-fashioned? Saruzin stopped talking and closed his eyes again. Luo Lauer was dissatisfied, hey, why are you sleeping when I asked you to introduce something? Saruzin replied, if it's meant to be, then I'll buy it. If it's not meant to be, then I'll leave. Luo Lauer sneered, don't give me that. You make it sound so mysterious, as if you have something good. If you force me, I'll take it all away. At this moment, Lu Yin looked to his left and saw a figure rushing over, slamming into Lu Yin and Luo Lauer. Luo Lauer was about to curse, but shut up when he saw who it was. It was Jiang Xiaodao. Stupid woman, your freak is here. Burn him if you can, Jiang Xiaodao shouted. He was standing behind Saruzin, and Lu Yin almost couldn't help but kick him. Lu Yin was speechless, these two weren't done yet. Mumu arrived, panting heavily as she glared at Jiang Xiaodao, hostages. Did Jiang Xing teach you that? Self-taught. Jiang Xiaodao shouted. Mumu waved, scram, I'm not going to bother you today. Jiang Xiaodao snorted, I'm the one who let you go. Jiang Xiaodao, I think you're asking for a beating. Mumu's body burned with flames. Jiang Xiaodao threatened, your freak is in the Lost Dao Academy. If you show your teeth to me again, I won't let him in. Saruzin spoke calmly, I've already entered. Jiang Xiaodao blinked, since when? That's not important. Stupid woman, if you show your teeth again, I'll make sure you can't find your card. Saruzin looked up, I've already found my card. You found it? Jiang Xiaodao was surprised. However, he gritted his teeth, then I'll destroy your card. My card was burned by that stupid woman anyway. Come on, let's hurt each other. Moo Moo's head hurt. She looked at Saruzin, then at Jiang Xiaodao, and glared at him. You better be careful, don't fall into my hands. With that, she turned and left. Jiang Xiaodao was pleased. Stupid woman, aren't you arrogant? Come on, let's see who's more manly. Ha ha ha. When Lu Yin saw this scene, he really wanted to go up and kick him. Even Luo Lauer couldn't stand it. This guy was asking for a beating. If he inherited Jiang Xing's legacy and became the new Jiang Xing, who knew how many people would suffer? Moo Moo completely disappeared. Jiang Xiaodao heaved a sigh of relief and patted Saruzin's shoulder. Thank you, weirdo. Without you, that stupid woman would have forced me out of Cliff Town. I would have lost all my face then. Saruzin calmly replied, we're both in the same boat, so I'll help if I can. Jiang Xiaodao's eyelids twitched. What nonsense are you talking about? You're the one who's in the same boat. I don't even know if you're cursing her or not. Alright, I'm leaving. It was only then that he noticed Lu Yin and Luo Lauer close by. He coughed. Did you see my aura just now? Luo Lauer was speechless. Yes. Jiang Xiaodao was satisfied. That's good. What do you say when you get out? Yes. Luo Lauer was very obedient. He didn't want to provoke this guy. Jiang Xiaodao smiled. Smart. Which academy are you from? Luo Lauer subconsciously replied, the Void God Academy. He regretted it as soon as he said it. He had actually exposed his identity. Jiang Xiaodao had only asked casually, but the mention of the Void God Academy had piqued his interest. I heard that there's a guy from the Void God Academy who's been very active lately. People keep comparing him to Xiao Qingfeng. What do you think? Is he stronger than Xiao Qingfeng? Luo Lauer was helpless. He had already been exposed, so he could only say, that's what I heard. We don't understand the world of you geniuses. Jiang Xiaodao praised him. You sure know how to talk. Go, tell that Xian Qi that I admire him. I'll give him a chance to work for me. This is an opportunity that countless people can only dream of. It's a chance that Jiang Xing will give him in the future. He patted Saruzin's shoulder again and walked away arrogantly. Luo Lauer looked at Lu Yin. Brother-in-law, did you hear that? Lu Yin replied, I'm going to the Lost Dao Academy. Luo Lauer was astonished, but he advised, brother-in-law, don't bother with that idiot. He's just a sh*t stir who can spit at anyone he sees. It's not worth it. Lu Yin naturally wouldn't argue with Jiang Xiaodao. He wanted to get closer to Saruzin. Since he had to learn from two more civilizations, why not learn from the lost tribe? This power also interested him, and no one had said that the Hexagon training grounds could only learn from 4 civilizations. As long as he was willing, he could learn from all of them. This wasn't the right time to speak with Saruzin, so Lu Yin and Luo Lauer left Cliff Town and returned to the Void God Academy. This trip to Cliff Town had piqued his interest in the Hexagon training grounds, and it also confirmed that he was going to the Lost Dao Academy. If he wanted to go there, he would have to apply through the Void God Academy, which shouldn't be a problem. The only obstacle was Su Xiangyin. Lu Yin's guess was right. Su Xiangyin was the highest-ranking person the Void God civilization had placed in the Hexagon training grounds. When he heard that Xian Qi had applied to go to the Lost Dao Academy, he immediately came. You're going to the Lost Dao Academy? Su Xiangyin asked Lu Yin directly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 25-25. Lu Yin respectfully replied, yes, senior. I would like to go to the Lost Dao Academy next. Su Xiangyin vetoed, no, you're extremely talented in the Void God Dao, and it's a waste of time to learn from other civilizations. Even that old fogey, Xi Bing, would not agree to it. Lu Yin replied, I went to Cliff Town and saw the Lost Clan's battle style. Senior, you should know that there are occasional epiphanies in the path of cultivation, and I confirmed that the Lost Clan's battle style gave me some inspiration for my cultivation and allowed me to gain some epiphanies. Su Xiangyin was suspicious. What does the lost race have to do with my void god civilization? Did watching them battle give you an epiphany? Lu Yin replied, I'm not sure either, just like how I don't know why I'm so talented in the void god Tao. Su Xiangyin thought about it and felt that Lu Yin was right. Was this kid lying or something? He couldn't tell, but if he didn't lie, could the lost race's civilization really give him inspiration? Ordinary people could not understand the world of geniuses, and in many people's eyes, there was only a fine line between a genius and a lunatic. Su Xiangyin admitted that he was just a normal cultivator and was far from being a genius, so he couldn't understand what these geniuses were thinking. Lu Yin continued, I heard that Su Ji is at the Wood Dao Academy. Perhaps the academy's power can give him inspiration. Su Xiangyin was stunned, but then he nodded. That's true. When Su Ji wanted to come to the Six Direction training rites, I found it very strange. With his talent in the void god civilization, there was no need for him to learn from other civilizations. Now, it seems like that might be the reason. He then looked at Lu Yin seriously. Are you sure that the lost race's civilization can give you inspiration? Absolutely, Lu Yin said confidently. Su Xiangyin hesitated. But it's very difficult to learn the lost race's civilization. Do you know how low the success rate is? Lu Yin smiled. If I fail to learn the lost race's civilization, wouldn't it be better for me to focus on the void god civilization instead? Su Xiangyin sighed. Alright, you've made sense. I'll go talk to Xi Bing and let you go to the Lost Dao Academy to see if you can learn the lost race. We've already agreed that if Xi Bing determines that you can't learn the lost race, then no matter how long you've studied there, even if it's just a day. Lu Yin replied, I understand. Thank you, Senior. Cultivate here for now. You'll be able to go to the Lost Dao Academy soon, Su Xiangyin instructed. Actually, the Void God Dao Academy could only allow Lu Yin to cultivate by absorbing Void God's power, but Lu Yin had surpassed others by a few years in just 2 months of cultivation. Staying in the Void God Dao Academy was a waste of time. Su Xiangyin really wanted to take Lu Yin away and wait for the higher-ups' decision. Soon, Su Xiangyin found the Lost Dao Academy. What? You're letting that treasure of yours come to the Lost Dao Academy? On the opposite side of Su Xiangyin, a thin and shriveled old man exclaimed. Su Xiangyin said, he applied for it himself, saying that he was inspired by watching the lost race fight. I don't even know where he got that inspiration from. The shriveled old man's name was Xi Bing, and like Su Xiangyin, he was the person in charge of the lost race's 6 direction training rites. He sized up Su Xiangyin. Of course you won't understand. My lost race is the essence of the human race's development. You guys are just collateral damage. Su Xiangyin grew impatient. Alright, let Xian Qi go to the Lost Dao Academy to learn for 2 days. Help me take a look, and if he can't be initiated, then let him come back as soon as possible. You should know how talented he is in the Void God Dao. Humans cannot lower their guard against the threat of the everlasting race. Xi Bing was dissatisfied. How is learning my lost race's battle techniques a waste of time? Even so, he still agreed to Su Xiangyin's request. Although they argued, there were some things that they shared the same goal. It wasn't just them, the entire 6 Direction Association shared the same goal. This was also why hyperspace was willing to let go of Lu Yin and why the 6 Direction training rites had been established. The 6 Direction training rites had not only been established to integrate the various civilizations and increase their overall strength, but also to find the most suitable cultivation geniuses for each civilization. Lu Yin was one of the rare geniuses who was extremely suitable for the void god Tao. This was one of the greatest gains the Six Direction Training Rites had made since its establishment. This was what Su Xiangyin believed. Not long after, Lu Yin received a notification that he could go to the Lost Tao Academy. Luo Lao was reluctant. "Brother-in-law, what will I do in the Void God Tao Academy if you leave?" Lu Yin replied, "Then hurry up and enter the academy, then go to the Lost Tao Academy." "Are you sure you can stay in the Lost Tao Academy? Senior Su Xiangyin probably won't let you waste time. If he's sure that you won't enter the academy, then he might just leave in a few days," Luo Lao guessed. Lu Yin smacked him on the head. "Curse me." Luo Lao felt wronged. "I wouldn't dare." "Brother-in-law, if the Lost Tao Academy leaves, where will you go? Will you return to the Void God Tao Academy or another academy?" Lu Yin hadn't even considered this question. He stood up and looked back at the void. Although he had created a miracle in the Void God Tao Academy and shocked everyone there, causing Xia Wu and the others to not dare to cause trouble for him, he had never visited the academy before. He had only cultivated in the void, and this place still felt unfamiliar to him. He didn't know what the Lost Tao Academy was like. With his own cultivation, it shouldn't be difficult for him to enter the Lost Tao Academy. In the distance, Xia Wu and the others watched Lu Yin leave the Void God Tao Academy and heaved sighs of relief. This person had been suppressing them all this time, and they didn't even dare to come to the void. "I heard that he went to the Lost Tao Academy. We don't have anyone there who can deal with him. How many people are there in total?" Someone was unwilling to accept this. Xia Wu frowned. They still wanted to deal with him. That was just asking for trouble. Unless this person went to the Great Path sect and Sir Hishu could act, it would be difficult for anyone to deal with him, especially in a place like the Lost Tao Academy. "Wait, the Lost Tao Academy." His eyes lit up. Wasn't that idiot Jiang Shaodao in the Lost Tao Academy? When he thought of this, he muttered to himself, if Jiang Shaodao knows that Xian Qi went to the Lost Tao Academy, he should be very interested. Xiaofei, who was beside him, heard this and raised her head. "That's right, Jiang Shaodao. Xian Qi, let's see if you can have such a good time in the Lost Tao Academy." Many people from the Void God Tao Academy sent Lu Yin off with the same person who had brought him to the Six Direction Training Rites. This person was the one who had brought Lu Yin to the Six Direction Training Rites, and now he was going to the Lost Tao Academy. This person glanced at Lu Yin from time to time. He hadn't expected this kid to be so talented in the Void God civilization. He was probably more than just a genius. "The Lost Tao Academy is rather unique, so I'll send you here. Take care." Lu Yin was grateful. "Thank you, Senior." The Lost Tao Academy was much more sinister than the Void God Tao Academy. The air was filled with a thick, dark gray fog, and the ground beneath his feet was muddy. Countless sharp weapons were stabbed into the ground, leaving only the handles exposed. From time to time, huge creatures would fly past, and all that could be heard were some strange noises. If the Void God Tao Academy was a very ordinary continent, then the Lost Tao Academy was the worst. It was like the harshest environment on land, and everything could be found there. At that moment, a ray of light flashed past and shot towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin caught it and saw that it was a jade stone. He immediately checked it. He quickly put his hand down and headed in a certain direction. The Void God civilization's entrance was in the Void Lands, and only by seeing the power of a Void God could one be considered a beginner. The entrance to the Lost Tao Academy civilization was similar to the Void Lands, and it was called Punching Card. Punching Card was a strange name, but it really was a punching card. Lu Yin arrived at the Punching Card area, which was a large, withered meadow. The ground was covered in withered yellow weeds that swayed in the wind, and the sky was an unnatural dark yellow. There was also a black smoke-like aura that soared into the sky from afar, making the place even more austere. There were dozens of people on the meadow, some sitting, some standing, and even more chasing after something as they struck the air with all sorts of weapons. If it weren't for the jade stone, Luin wouldn't have understood what they were doing. In fact, they were indeed punching cards. The Lost Dao Academy's civilization used cards to fight, and Luin had seen Zhang Xiaodao in action. Once his card dragged Mu into it, it would be hidden in the void. The entrance to the Lost Dao Academy's civilization was to find the card hidden in the void, and this was punching cards. A gust of wind came from behind, and Luin dodged. A person holding a huge drumstick brushed past Lu Yin's side, almost hitting him. "Sorry, brother, I didn't notice." "I'm really sorry," a man greeted Lu Yin apologetically. Lu Yin smiled, "It's fine. This person didn't do it on purpose, and the drumstick didn't have any killing power. Its only advantage was that it was big. I've been here for more than a month, and I haven't even hit a single card. I don't know if there really is a card here, or if we're in the wrong place," the man said helplessly as he put down the drumstick. Many people were hitting the air, trying to find a card. Lu Yin shook his head. It was hidden in the void, and it wasn't easy to find. He looked around and found that these people couldn't find a card, but he could. There were cards flying all around him, and even if these people used their weapons to hit a card, they would pass through it. This was the void. "Let's continue," the man said as he stood up and encouraged himself. He then picked up the drumstick and started hitting. The grassland was huge, and Lu Yin observed it for a while before finally finding a familiar face, Mudo. Mudo looked at Lu Yin in shock. "Why are you here?" Lu Yin replied, "Same as you." Mudo's eyelids twitched. "I heard about what happened at the Void God Dao Academy, but isn't that too fast?" "It's all right, the Void God civilization is quite easy to learn," Lu Yin replied. Mudo was stunned. Was that so? This grassland wasn't just filled with newcomers, there were also people from the first batch of Hexagon training rites who had learned from the Void God civilization. He had heard from that person that the Void God civilization wasn't much easier than the Lost Dao Academy, so why did this person make it sound so easy? "You haven't hit a card yet?" Lu Yin asked. Mudo grumpily replied, "I can't find one, it's too hard." Lu Yin nodded. The Lost Dao Academy wasn't a place to teach, but rather a place to eliminate people. There was no help at all, and it just let people hit a card. How could someone who didn't understand the void succeed? Most people would be eliminated. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 25-26. From Lu Yin's point of view, these cards were not hidden too deeply, and they were far from where Zhang Xiaodao's card had been hidden. Even Lu Yin had not been able to find that card, but the cards here were as dazzling as torches. With that in mind, he reached into the void of space and took out a card. Mudo's mouth fell open as he stared blankly. Is this even possible? Look, it's quite simple, Lu Yin said before heading in a certain direction. There was a second patch of grass in that direction, and there was an even deeper card hidden there. According to the Jade, there were 3 places to check in. Newcomers had to successfully check in at the first patch of grass before they could proceed to the second patch, and only then could they proceed to the third patch. If one managed to check in at all 3 patches of grass, they would be considered a beginner. Most people were eliminated from the first and second patches because there were too few people who went to the third patch. Lu Yin grabbed the card and headed to the second patch of grass, leaving Mudo dumbfounded. He had been here for more than 2 months, but he still had no clue. How had this guy managed to catch it? What the hell? Many people in the area saw this as well, and they all stared blankly. The person with the giant drumstick was stunned. He seems to have just arrived. Lu Yin walked past the first patch of grass and noticed that the void had changed. He turned around and saw a large group of people staring at him blankly. Actually, the void of this first patch of grass was very weak, and anyone with a bit of cultivation or innate talent could check in. Unfortunately, transcendents were not suitable, as they did not cultivate and could not compare to other civilizations. Lu Yin gradually disappeared under everyone's dazed gazes. Mudo was bitter. Was this the difference? Why was it so huge? That guy had clearly displayed an extremely monstrous innate talent in the Void God civilization, so why was it the same in the Lost Tao Academy? There were clearly fewer people in the second patch of grass, and there were almost no transcendents here. Everyone had come from other parallel universes, and most of them were from cultivation civilizations. Most of the people here were equivalent to explorers or cruisers. It was not difficult for them to check in at the first patch of grass, but it was not so easy for them to check in at the second patch. Lu Yin looked at the void and hit himself even deeper. Even enlighters might not be able to hit it, and this was the result of elimination. I got it! I got it! An ecstatic voice rang out. Everyone looked over to see a woman holding a dagger and stabbing it into a card in the air. The card continuously trembled, but it couldn't break free from the dagger. Congratulations, you've hit your card. You can go to the third patch of grass now, someone said enviously. It's only been a little more than 4 months, he's really a genius of the wood spacetime. He transferred from the Monarch Tao College, and he's already learned a second civilization. He's really talented. The woman happily listened to the flattery around her with a smug look on her face. As long as she learned the Lost Clan's civilization, she would be able to go to the Reincarnation Tao Academy and the Transdimensional Tao Academy next. With her cultivation talent and intelligence, she would definitely be able to get started. When the time came, she would be able to join the Great Tao sect. That was where she should go. Letting go of her hand, the card disappeared into thin air, and the woman walked towards the third patch of grass. As she walked, she noticed a shadow approaching her from behind. She turned around and looked at Lu Yin. Why are you following me? Let's go to the third patch of grass. The woman raised her eyebrows. You've successfully punched in. You just got here, right? I know everyone on the second patch of grass. Lu Yin smiled. I just got here. I was lucky and managed to punch in. He's already punched in as soon as he arrived. She was shocked. Which spacetime are you from? Transdimensional, Lu Yin replied. She frowned. Nonsense, how can a transdimensional person punch in so easily? Lu Yin suddenly raised his hand, and the woman couldn't react in time. She could only watch as his fingers approached her face. He was about to take liberties with her, and she suddenly thought of something. This person actually dared to touch her face. He was courting death, but he was too fast. Suddenly, Lu Yin's fingers stopped in front of her eyes with a card between his fingertips. Her pupils shrank, and she was shocked. You! How is this possible? Lu Yin smiled. Seems like a lot of people like to say those words. He then walked towards the third patch of grass. The woman looked at Lu Yin's back with a bitter expression. She had spent more than 4 months to punch in, but this person had succeeded as soon as he arrived. How was this possible? Was he a genius on the same level as Mumu? She quickly chased after him. Hey, what's your name? Which spacetime are you from? Don't tell me you're from Transdimensional, I don't believe it. Xian Qi, Lu Yin replied indifferently. The woman was stunned. Xian Qi, Xian Qi. She had heard of this name before. Wasn't that the name of that genius from the Void God Tao Academy? The genius who had surpassed Shao Qingfeng and had been forcibly taken away from the transdimensional civilization by the Void God civilization had long since spread throughout the six-direction training rites. He was Xian Qi. At the same time, in the Lost Tao Academy, Jiang Shaodao had received the news and laughed maniacally. Xian Qi actually came here. That's great. I want to see what this fellow who surpassed Shao Qingfeng looks like, ha. News of Xian Qi's visit to the Lost Tao Academy quickly spread throughout the six-direction training rites. Sui Yu's gaze was resolute. He had gone to the Lost Tao Academy so quickly. In just 2 months, he had not only joined the Void God civilization, but he had also surpassed Shao Qingfeng and He Shu. Just how much talent do you have, Xian Qi? Shi Hong also received the news, and her sword danced in the air. The next time we meet, I won't let you break my swimming dragon flash. In the six-directional dojo, in a secluded paradise, 2 figures sat facing each other in a pavilion. One of them was Mu Mu, while the other was the bespectacled man who had followed the Yuan sage to the above heaven sect. His name was He Shu. Why are you angry with Jiang Shaodao? You know what kind of person he is, He Shu said as he poured a cup of tea for Mu Mu. Mu Mu snorted. I'll beat him up sooner or later. He then looked at the tea in his cup. Since when did you like drinking tea? You want to participate in the Great Heavenly Venerates tea party? He Shu shook his head and laughed. How could I be qualified? I just want to get closer to the Great Heavenly Venerate to a certain extent. Mu Mu said, everyone wants to get closer to the Great Heavenly Venerate, but it's too difficult. He Shu took a sip of tea with a calm expression. Mu Mu thought of something and said, I heard that a genius has appeared in the transdimensional civilization. He's extremely talented in the Void God civilization and even surpassed Shao Qingfeng. He Shu said, he's not from the transdimensional civilization. He then put down his cup and looked into the distance. But he's still considered half of one. He went to the Lost Tao College, Mu Mu said. He Shu was startled and laughed. That's interesting. Jiang Shaodao won't let him go. Mu Mu moved closer to He Shu and exuded a comfortable aura. Tell me honestly, how strong is that guy? Don't tell me you don't know. He Shu was helpless. I really don't know. Your sister definitely knows. I won't ask her. I shouldn't bother her with this kind of thing. I hope he's strong enough to beat Jiang Shaodao up, Mu Mu said through gritted teeth. He Shu smiled. Jiang Shaodao's strength is close to yours. He can't do it. Mu Mu was helpless. There are too few people at our age who have this kind of cultivation. I just hope that this guy has some backbone and doesn't get hurt by Jiang Shaodao. After all, it's not easy to cultivate to the peak in a certain civilization. Maybe humanity will have another powerhouse in the future. He Shu's eyes flickered, but he didn't care about Xian Qi. No matter what, this person still hadn't matured. He Shu thought of a man who had stood beside the above sky sect, scolded Yuan sages, and didn't fear the Great Heavenly Venerates. That person wasn't old, but he had reached that level. That person was his goal. Although he didn't want to admit it, no one in the Six Direction Assembly had surpassed that person. Even Yuan sages sighed. If that person hadn't been from the Lu family, he would have been accepted as a disciple by the Great Heavenly Venerates and qualified to participate in the tea party. Tell me, is there anyone around my age who can control a spacetime, scold the 3 Venerates and 9 sages, and ignore the Great Heavenly Venerates? He Shu suddenly asked. Mu Mu was surprised. It can't be. It's only possible if they go from a super strong spacetime to a weak parallel spacetime. Any spacetime, regardless of whether it's strong or weak, can determine one's status. At our age, if we grew up in a weak spacetime, we wouldn't have the combat strength we have today. What if it's a spacetime that's not weaker than the main space? Shu muttered to himself. Moo Moo was puzzled. What's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly saying something like that? She looked at Shu's side profile and thought of something. Are you thinking about those people? Don't think about it. Those people took a shortcut. Although they're around our age, they're comparable to powerhouses. They didn't cultivate by themselves. Isn't your sister the same? Don't think so much. Shu's eyes narrowed. There were a few monsters in the Hexagon Association, but those monsters had all taken shortcuts. However, that Liu family kid was different. He wanted to walk the Liu family's path and not take this shortcut, but it was too difficult. It was so difficult that he couldn't see the direction. Perhaps he should go to the primordial space. Only there would he have a direction. Back in the Lost Tao Academy, Lu Yin walked from the second grassland to the third. There were very few people here, and there were only a dozen or so as far as the eye could see. More than half of these people gave him a similar feeling, as if they were from the same space-time continuum. When they saw someone approaching, they all looked over. It wasn't easy to reach the third meadow. They knew what it meant to be here, so they paid attention to anyone who came. Lu Yin calmly walked up to the third meadow, but his gaze turned cold. It was a bit difficult. Just like Jiang Xiaodao's card that was hidden in the void, the one on the third meadow couldn't be seen at a glance. However, it would only take a bit of effort. At this point, the girl caught up. Oh, Axian, you're here. It's only been 4 months, but you're already here. Not bad, someone exclaimed when they recognized her. Some of the others recognized her, while others didn't. The girl named Axian looked deeply at Lu Yin and then smiled at the others. It wasn't easy to find a card. I don't know how long it'll take. Don't worry, you still have half a year. With your talent, you'll definitely find one, but we might not. Axian, give us some soft water when you have time. Cultivating here is tiring and turbid. Axian smiled. No problem. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 25-27. By the way, did you just come because you're unfamiliar with this place? Someone asked curiously when they noticed Lu Yin. Everyone else looked at him as well. Lu Yin nodded. It's been a while. How long is a while? A girl with a mole on her eyebrow asked. Lu Yin thought about it. Not that long. This was a vague answer that couldn't even be considered an answer. The girl's expression turned ugly, but she didn't say anything. Not everyone liked to stir up trouble, and the fact that Lu Yin had come to the third patch of grass was proof of that. The third patch of grass wasn't as large as the first two, so Lu Yin found a corner and sat down. He closed his eyes and began to search for the card. The others discussed this matter from time to time. Axian, how long did that guy stay in the second patch of grass? He's pretty arrogant, someone asked a man who wasn't far from the girl with the mole on her eyebrow. Axian replied, he was just passing by. The others were confused. What do you mean, passing by? He came here without finding a card. Someone's tone turned sour. If that was the case, then that person would definitely be chased away. Not everyone had the right to come here. Axian didn't know what to say either. He found the card as soon as he arrived at the second patch of grass. He didn't stop, and it was as if he was just passing by. Everyone was stunned, and they all looked at Lu Yin in shock. How could he find a card in an instant? I remember that Senior Jiang Xiaodao found the card in an instant at the first patch of grass, but he stayed in the second patch for 5 days, the girl with the mole on her eyebrow said. The man beside her said, I remember that too. Senior Jiang Xiaodao's results were quite impressive, and perhaps only a few people can compare to him. This person found the card directly. Xian, are you sure? Maybe you were too focused on finding the card and didn't notice him. By the way, do you know what his name is? Xian glanced at Lu Yin. Xian Qi. Xian Qi. The crowd exclaimed. The one who created a miracle at the Void God Academy and surpassed Senior Xiao Qingfeng. Xian replied, it should be. There's no one else named Xian Qi. Everyone stared at Lu Yin in a completely different light. Most of them had come from the reincarnation spacetime and knew how terrifying Xiao Qingfeng's innate gift was. To their knowledge, those with extreme gifts were the same no matter what they cultivated, but this person had surpassed Xiao Qingfeng. Unbelievable. Knowing that this person was Xian Qi, the crowd stopped talking and looked at him from time to time. Their initial dissatisfaction had also dissipated. Some people were born with the right to be arrogant, they had the right to be. Jiang Xiaodao came to the first patch of grass and started looking for Lu Yin. Where's Xian Qi? There were many people on the first patch of grass. When they saw Jiang Xiaodao, they all bowed in unison. Greetings, Senior Brother Jiang. Jiang Xiaodao shouted, where is Xian Qi? Didn't he say it already? They haven't arrived yet. Mudwa replied, Xian Qi went to the second patch of grass. Jiang Xiaodao raised his eyebrows and smiled. Interesting. You found a card as soon as you arrived. With that, he leaped towards the second patch of grass. I'm barely as impressive as I was back then. Soon, he arrived at the second patch of grass. Where's Xian Qi? The people on the second patch of grass were confused. Xian Qi. Was Xian Qi here? That Xian Qi who created miracles in the Void God Dao College. Jiang Xiaodao glared at him. What are you looking at? I'm looking for Xian Qi. Xian Qi, come out. Everyone looked at each other blankly. Jiang Xiaodao grabbed one of them. Where's Xian Qi? The person was terrified. Senior Brother Jiang, there's no Xian Qi. Jiang Xiaodao barked, he just arrived. Are you blind? Didn't you see him? The person was on the verge of tears. Senior Brother Jiang, I really didn't see him. Suddenly, he thought of something. Right, someone passed by the third patch of grass. It's a guy. Could he be Xian Qi? Jiang Xiaodao was surprised. He went to the third patch of grass. Senior Brother Jiang. A pretty girl walked out and bowed towards Jiang Xiaodao with a smile. I saw someone pass by here and follow Mu Xinxin to the third patch of grass, but I don't know his name. He didn't stop here and only spoke a few words with Mu Xinxin. We couldn't see him clearly because he was too far away. Jiang Xiaodao snorted. He actually went to the third patch of grass. How arrogant. I stayed here for 5 days before. He then leaped towards the third patch of grass. Soon, he arrived at the third patch of grass. Where's Xian Qi? The people on the third patch of grass were startled by Jiang Xiaodao and were about to scold him, but when they saw him, they all stood up and bowed. Senior Brother Jiang. Greetings, Senior Brother Jiang. Greetings, Senior Brother Jiang. Jiang Xiaodao's gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on a corner where Lu Yin was sitting. He walked over and looked down at Lu Yin. You must be Xian Qi. Lu Yin opened his eyes and looked at him. Yes. Jiang Xiaodao clasped his hands behind his back. I'm Jiang Xiaodao. Have you heard of me? Never heard of it, Lu Yin answered indifferently. Jiang Xiaodao flipped his hair. My father is the reincarnation era's Jiang Xing. I'm the future Jiang Xing, the current quasi-saint. Do you understand now? Lu Yin grunted. Yes. I heard that you created a miracle in the Void God Academy and surpassed Xiao Qingfeng. Who's Xiao Qingfeng? Jiang Xiaodao flipped his hair again. A guy who looks like he deserves a beating. He's dressed in gold and acts all noble. I don't know him. I don't need you to know him. Just tell me if you surpassed him, Jiang Xiaodao said impatiently. I don't know, Lu Yin replied. Jiang Xiaodao's eyes widened. No one told you? No. Senior Su Xiangyin didn't tell you either. You can ask him, Lu Yin said casually. In the distance, the crowd retreated. This Xian Qi was really arrogant, he was completely ignoring Jiang Xiaodao. Jiang Xiaodao could tell, kid, you're pretty arrogant. You deserve a beating just like Xiao Qingfeng. Don't you know that the Six Paths training grounds don't prohibit fighting and death? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have Senior Su Xiangyin's protection. Behind me is Jiang Xing, the 3 sovereigns, the 9 sages, and the exalted celestial. Lu Yin closed his eyes and continued looking for cards. Jiang Xiaodao was furious. You're ignoring me. Kid, get up. I'll beat you up and show you who's the boss of the Lost Dao Academy. Get up, don't think that you can ignore me just because you have some achievements. Even Su Xiangyin wouldn't dare to do this to me. Get up. The crowd retreated once more. Xian Qi was in trouble, and no one could help him. Mu Xinxin watched curiously. She knew that Jiang Xiaodao was a scoundrel and difficult to deal with. What was this Xian Qi thinking? He really dared to offend this quasi-saint. Lu Yin's eyes widened and he stood up. Jiang Xiaodao shouted, make your move. I'll let you make one move first. Lu Yin made his move, tearing the void apart and grabbing something from the void. He grabbed a card. Jiang Xiaodao blinked. Punch in. Everyone behind him was stunned. Punch in. Wait, how long had it been since he punched in? Mu Xinxin was stunned. She hadn't even started looking, but Xian Qi had already gotten a card. How could he be so fast? The third patch of grass was silent. Jiang Xiaodao stared blankly at the card in Lu Yin's hand. It had taken him more than a month to punch in the third patch of grass, but this guy. Lu Yin touched the card in his hand. It was the same as the one he had gotten from the first 2 patches of grass. He let go of the card, and it disappeared into the void. The first patch of grass eliminated those who couldn't cultivate the Lost Clan's civilization. The second patch of grass allowed people to unconsciously determine the approximate location of the card hidden in the void. The third patch of grass allowed people to truly search for the card. Each patch of grass had its own purpose. If Lu Yin had been searching in the third patch of grass from the beginning, he would have spent more time to find the card. It was mainly because the second patch of grass had guided him through the void. In that case, once the Lost Clan's card was activated, would it be hidden in the void? If it was, then it would be too easy to find it. However, Lu Yin felt that this shouldn't be the case. The Lost Clan wasn't stupid enough to reveal their trump card. Hey, you're still here, Lu Yin said as he looked at Jiang Xiaodao. Jiang Xiaodao's expression kept changing. He was angry, shocked, and in disbelief. He couldn't figure out how the guy in front of him did it. He actually found the card so quickly. It took him more than a month. Even Xiao Qingfeng spent half a month. Wait, not only had this guy surpassed him, but he had also surpassed Xiao Qingfeng. He had also created a miracle in the Lost Dao Academy. Jiang Shaodao was about to say something when the void beside him distorted and a figure walked out. It was a shriveled old man who looked at Lu Yin in surprise. He casually pushed Jiang Shaodao aside and said, "Don't block the way." Jiang Shaodao was furious, but when he saw the shriveled old man, his mouth twitched. He snorted and took a few steps back, clearly a little afraid. "Kid, how did you find the card?" The shriveled old man was Zhibing. He had been entrusted by Su Xiangyin to help see if Lu Yin had any chance of entering the Lost Clan's civilization. If it wasn't possible, then Lu Yin should leave as soon as possible to avoid wasting time. Lu Yin instantly found the card in the first patch of grass. He wasn't surprised, as many people could do it, including Jiang Shaodao. Lu Yin instantly found the card in the second patch of grass. He was surprised, but there were also people who could do it, so it wasn't a miracle. However, Lu Yin also instantly found the card in the third patch of grass. This didn't allow him to remain calm, as this was a miracle. Even a native of the Lost Clan might not be able to find the card so quickly, let alone these people. This required a certain level of understanding of the void, and it was almost instinctive. Lu Yin wasn't just a simple genius. Lu Yin couldn't help but walk out. Lu Yin was very clear that someone had been watching him ever since he had arrived at the Lost Dao Academy. It seemed like this shriveled old man was the same level as Su Xiangyin. Junior Xian Qi greets senior. Lu Yin respectfully bowed in a sincere manner. Zhibing nodded and asked, "Kid, how did you find the card?" Zhibing asked. Jiang Shaodao looked on curiously from the side, and the group behind them unconsciously approached and watched with even greater curiosity. "I saw the card flying around randomly," Lu Yin said. Everyone was speechless. Zhibing was astonished. "You saw the card flying around randomly?" Lu Yin nodded. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 25-28. Zhibing raised his hand, and his fingertips slowly disappeared into the void. "Do you know where my finger is?" Jiang Shaodao's eyes widened, but he couldn't see it. The others naturally couldn't see it either. Lu Yin pointed at Zhibing's head. "He's scratching his head." Everyone looked over. Zhibing's arm slowly reappeared, and his finger was on his head. He was indeed scratching his head. The arm then disappeared again. "What about now?" Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he hit it even more deeply. If his domain hadn't reached the void god realm, he wouldn't have been able to sense it. However, he couldn't use his domain either, so he could only roughly sense it. "It should be on that guy's head." Lu Yin pointed at Jiang Shaodao. Jiang Shaodao was annoyed. "That guy. I'm here." "Ha ha ha, not bad." "Keep looking," Zhibing said. Jiang Shaodao's mouth fell open, and he subconsciously touched his head. He immediately moved even further away from Zhibing. Lu Yin was helpless. "I can't feel it." Zhibing's arm recovered, and he looked at Lu Yin. "If you can feel it, then it's not a problem with your innate gift. There's something wrong with you." Lu Yin didn't understand. "I don't understand what you mean." Zhibing waved a hand. "Nothing. I was just asked by Void to see if you could enter the Lost Race's civilization. It seems like you're very suitable. Work hard, kid." With that, he vanished. Lu Yin bowed. "Farewell, senior." In the distance, the crowd was shocked. This guy had actually lured Senior Zhibing out, and he'd spent less time here than anyone else. He was definitely a genius. What had they heard? Since Void had asked him to come here, it meant that one of the elders of the Six Paths training rites was constantly watching him. This person's future achievements would definitely be extraordinary. Jiang Xiaodao approached Lu Yin and circled him. Lu Yin walked away. Hey, kid, you want to leave? Do you think I've forgotten about your disrespect? Jiang Xiaodao blocked Lu Yin's path. Lu Yin was calm. What do you want? Jiang Xiaodao wanted to beat Lu Yin up, but then he thought about Ji Bing's attitude. That old bastard might still be watching him, and he didn't know what to do. Lu Yin didn't say anything else and left the third patch of grass. He was about to begin the second step of the Lost Tao Academy, which was to find a card. Anyone who entered the Lost Tao College would be able to find their cards. After finding their own cards, they would be able to set up a trap inside. That was the Lost Tao College's way of fighting. Lu Yin wanted to find the card, and then he would look for Saruzin. He wanted to see what the man had experienced and why he was here. He also wanted to know why Mumu was paying attention to him. Senior brother Jiang, he left, someone reminded him. Gone. Xian Qi, stop. Jiang Xiaodao chased after him. On the third patch of grass, everyone looked at each other and remained silent. It was obvious that they had been dealt a heavy blow. This was especially true for Xian. She had finally made it to the third patch of grass from the second patch of grass with great difficulty. Her good mood was immediately doused with cold water. News of what happened here quickly spread. On the other side, Su Xiangyin found Ji Bing. How is it? Is it possible for Xian Qi to join the sect? Ji Bing looked at Su Xiangyin with a strange expression. Not bad, old friend. You've unearthed a genius. Su Xiangyin was confused. What do you mean? Ji Bing recounted what had happened, and his tone was full of admiration. 3 grasslands, not including the walking time, adding up to less than half an hour, and he has successfully punched in. Even in the inner circle of the Lost Clan, this result is top-notch, equivalent to Su Ji. Your Void God civilization's results are the same. Su Xiangyin was shocked. That kid's talent is that good? Ji Bing replied, some people are just like that. Their talent is so good that it drives people crazy. Su Ji's performance in the Wood Dao Academy and the Transdimensional Dao Academy also surpassed ordinary people. Xiao Qingfeng and He Shu are all top geniuses, and this Xian Qi is the same. He won't be lacking in any aspect of his cultivation. Su Xiangyin stared at Ji Bing vigilantly. Old man, you're not thinking of snatching him away, are you? Ji Bing smiled. Do I need to? Of course not, a voice answered. This person was the one who had brought Lu Yin and the others from the Transdimensional Dao Academy to the Lost Dao Academy. He was called Yuteng, and like Su Xiangyin and Ji Bing, he was the Transdimensional Dao Academy's representative in the Transdimensional Dao Academy. Yuteng arrived and faced Ji Bing. I heard about it. Is it true? Ji Bing nodded. Yes, the news spread quickly. It even reached you. Yuteng clasped his hands behind his back. He's from the Transdimensional Dao Academy, after all. Not anymore, Su Xiangyin interjected. Yuteng did not mind. The Lost Clan is xenophobic. Unless this Xian Qi shows an incomprehensible talent, they won't try to snatch him away. Am I right, Senior Ji Bing? Ji Bing smiled. It's not that they're xenophobic. It's just that our Lost Clan's cultivation is too complicated, and even the geniuses from the outer realms find it difficult to accept. Su Xiangyin said, that's good. Anyway, no one can snatch Xian Qi from us. This kid's talent in the Void God civilization is too high. It's a pity that he wasn't born in the Void God spacetime. Otherwise, he would definitely be at the top of the world. Yuteng sighed. I never thought that there would be such a genius in the second batch of people who came to the Transdimensional Tao Academy. News of the Transdimensional Tao Academy spread quickly. After all, there were less than 10,000 people in the Transdimensional Tao Academy. Aside from those who were deep in cultivation, everyone else knew about this. Xian Qi's reputation had reached the same level as He Shu, Xiao Qingfeng, and the others. Jiang Xiaodao put down the cloud vision stone. Mu Mu had contacted him and ridiculed him, causing his expression to turn ugly. Everyone had said that he had failed to cause trouble for Xian Qi and had been slapped in the face. Ji Bing had also ignored him, causing him to lose face. No, he had to regain his face. The Lost Tao Academy had 3 grasslands, and the search area could be found anywhere within the Lost Tao Academy, just like how there were many items in the sky above the Void God Academy. Jadestone had also recommended that the search area be a quiet place. Otherwise, it would be bad if someone found a good card and coveted it. Lu Yin had cultivated for a long time, so he understood this principle. However, he didn't care about this. He just wanted to find Saruzin and get close to him once he found the card. Xian Qi, stop right there. Jiang Xiaodao chased after him. Lu Yin stopped and looked over. Jiang Xiaodao leaped in front of him. I want to compete with you. Lu Yin was confused. Compete with me? Compete with what? Jiang Xiaodao raised his head. Search. Lu Yin laughed. Why should I compete with you? Why don't you compete with me? Jiang Xiaodao glared at Lu Yin. Aren't you a genius? Didn't you surpass everyone? Then compete with me. Lu Yin was speechless. I didn't say that. But you did. Jiang Xiaodao's expression was cold. Don't think that you can find a good card just because you're fast. I want to compete with you. If you lose, you'll have to follow me. What if I win? Lu Yin asked. Jiang Xiaodao was the successor of one of the 9 sages of the reincarnation spacetime, so he had some value. Unraveling the reincarnation spacetime. Jiang Xiaodao sneered. Win? You really think you can beat me? Yes, Lu Yin said. He had never searched for a card before, but since it was a competition, he could at least prevent Jiang Xiaodao from finding a card. Jiang Xiaodao gritted his teeth. You're crazy. Fine, if you win, I'll make a detour around you whenever I see you in the 6 direction training grounds. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. What does that have to do with me? I don't get anything out of it. What do you want? Lu Yin thought about it. How about this? If you lose, tell me about the Grand Empyrean. Grand Empyrean. Jiang Xiaodao's voice softened. Grand Empyreans were supreme existences in the reincarnation spacetime. Lu Yin said, the Grand Empyrean of the reincarnation spacetime should be the strongest human. I'm curious about what kind of person a Grand Empyrean is. As the son of Sage Jiang, you should have some understanding of them. Jiang Xiaodao's gaze turned solemn as he said in a low voice, of course, the Grand Empyreans are peerless powerhouses that we all revere. Fine, if I lose, I'll tell you everything I know about them. Lu Yin smiled. Deal. Let's begin. Wait. Jiang Xiaodao flicked his hair and looked at Lu Yin with disdain. How can we begin now? This is a very important competition. He then used the cloud stone to contact someone. Gather everyone in the Lost Tao Academy. I want to compete with Xian Qi in card searching. Lu Yin was confused. You want everyone to see. Jiang Xiaodao was pleased. What, scared? I want everyone to know that I, Jiang Xiaodao, am not someone you can compare to. Let me tell you, it's too late to back out now. Word has already spread, and once you back out, you won't be able to raise your head for the rest of your life. The void god spacetime will look down on you. It's not as serious as you make it sound, but don't worry, I don't plan on backing out. Jiang Xiaodao's lips curled up. Good. Soon, the news of Jiang Xiaodao and Xian Qi's card-searching competition spread throughout the Lost Dao College. Many people rushed over. Some were interested in the competition, while others were interested in the card-searching competition. Everyone in the Lost Dao College gathered there. Mudo had arrived as well, and he shook his head when he saw Lu Yin standing with Jiang Xiaodao in the distance. This kid was too arrogant, actually daring to compete with Jiang Xiaodao. Jiang Xiaodao's strength aside, he was someone who had already searched through the cards, and someone who had not done so would definitely lose to someone who had searched through the cards. Mu Xinxin and the rest also arrived and watched in silence. More and more people gathered, and Lu Yin realized that there were many people in the Lost Dao Academy as well. More than 1,000 people from the hyperspace dimension had come at once, and people from other spacetimes had also arrived. That was why the Lost Dao Academy had so many people. However, compared to the other academies, there were still too few people. After all, it was too difficult to enter the Lost Dao Academy, and only 4 people from the first batch had entered. Little Sister Xiaolian. Little Sister Xiaolian, you're here too. Look over here. Jiang Xiaodao suddenly became excited and waved in a certain direction. Many people in that direction felt awkward, and the men retreated. Among them, there was a girl who was petite and cute. Her face was rosy, making people have the urge to pinch her. She looked like the little sister next door. Brother Xiaodao, I'll leave if you continue like this. The girl lowered her head in embarrassment. Jiang Xiaodao quickly put down his hand and flashed what he thought was his kindest and most charming smile. Little Sister Xiaolian, don't go. Watch how Brother Xiaodao teaches Madman a lesson. He pointed at Lu Yin. Look, this is Madman. Brother Xiaodao is going to teach him a lesson. Lu Yin wanted to slap him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 25-29. The girl called Xiaolian looked up at Lu Yin and smiled bashfully. She then looked at Jiang Xiaodao and glared at him. I don't look like a bad guy. You can't bully me. Jiang Xiaodao quickly said, he's called Xian Qi, and he's a maniac. He says he's more talented than everyone else. Not only did he surpass Xiao Qingfeng, he even wants to surpass me. Watch, I'll teach him a lesson. He then turned to Lu Yin, come on, Xian Qi. Let's fight it out. Lu Yin pursed his lips, can we begin? Jiang Xiaodao was curious, you know a lot about the Lost Dao Academy. Why do you ask? Lu Yin didn't understand. Jiang Xiaodao was curious, do you know how many cards can be found in the Lost Dao Academy and how valuable they are? How many of them are ordinary? What are their stars? Do you know? I don't, Lu Yin replied. He really didn't know. Since you don't know and don't even have a witness, how dare you start? Even if you get a good card, can you recognize it? Jiang Xiaodao mocked. Lu Yin remained silent. He didn't plan to recognize the cards at all. As long as Jiang Xiaodao couldn't get the cards, he would win. Or he could just snatch Jiang Xiaodao's cards. The only problem was that he would have to reveal a little bit of his cultivation. His power level in hyperspace was 270,000, and Jiang Xiaodao had the power of an emissary. He would have to reveal something if he wanted to defeat Jiang Xiaodao, and he had been thinking about what he should reveal. As for defeating Jiang Xiaodao fair and square, he didn't even think about it. Jiang Xiaodao had been in the Lost Dao Academy for a long time, and he knew better than anyone which cards were valuable and which ones needed to be found. I've already found a witness, and I won't bully you. I'll beat you fair and square and then beat Xiao Qingfeng, Jiang Xiaodao declared. Someone in the distance muttered, what does beating Xian Qi have to do with beating Xiao Qingfeng? Jiang Xiaodao turned around angrily, Who dares to question me? Quiet down, brother Xiaodao. Xiaolian rolled her eyes and glared at Jiang Xiaodao. Jiang Xiaodao's expression changed, and he smiled, Don't be angry, Xiaolian. I'll be quiet. Lu Yin rubbed his head. It was really embarrassing to compare himself to this guy. 4 hours later, Lu Yin frowned. The witness you invited hasn't arrived yet. Jiang Xiaodao stared at him. What's the hurry? I've never seen anyone in a hurry to lose. Just wait, it'll be over soon. Lu Yin looked around and saw Saruzin. He had come as well. Saruzin was looking at Lu Yin with a strange expression. This person looked familiar. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. Now was not the right time to reunite with Saruzin, and he had never intended to do so anyway. After all, so much time had passed, and who knew if Saruzin would betray him? Even if he couldn't do so at his current level. Another hour passed, and the onlookers couldn't wait any longer. Finally, a man arrived. He wasn't very tall, and he was quite thin. He looked listless, and his face was pale as if he had been injured. I'm sorry for making you wait, said the man. It's Shi Xiao. I didn't expect Brother Jiang to invite him. Shouldn't Ji Xiao be in the Reincarnation Tao Academy? Why are you here? Some rules don't apply to them. He must have passed through Cliff Town. No wonder he waited for so long. Lu Yin looked at the newcomer. Ji Xiao. His name was very similar to Ji Bing's. He must be from the Lost Clan. Jiang Xiaodao rolled his eyes. What took you so long? Ji Xiao was helpless. Do you think it's easy to pass through the academy? All right, since you're here, introduce yourself to that guy. Otherwise, he'll say I'm bullying him. Jiang Xiaodao waved his hand. Ji Xiao looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked back at him. You're Xian Qi. You've become quite famous in the 6 paths recently, Ji Xiao said with a pale smile. Lu Yin smiled. You're from the Lost Clan. Lost Clan, Ji Xiao. This is the first time I've met you, but I've heard a lot about you. Alright, cut the crap. My little sister Xiaolian is still waiting to teach him a lesson, Jiang Xiaodao urged. In the distance, Xiaolian spat and glared at Jiang Xiaodao again. Ji Xiao shook his head and said to Lu Yin, the Lost Clan's cards are divided into seasonal cards, ancient cards, primeval cards, and primeval cards. You should know this from the Jade. Each card is divided into 7 stars, with 1 star being the lowest and 7 stars being the highest. It represents the card's quality. It's easy to identify the star level, as it's left behind when the cards were made. You don't need to know this, it's a method unique to the Lost Clan. You should know that there are a total of 135 cards in the Lost Tao Academy. 120 of them are seasonal cards and 15 are ancient cards, ranging from 1 star to 7 stars. You'll compete to find the cards, and I'll determine which one is better. Don't worry, although I'm familiar with Jiang Xiaodao, I won't be biased towards him. Jiang Xiaodao was unhappy. I, Jiang Xiaodao, need anyone to be biased. Beating him is child's play. Ji Xiao looked at Lu Yin. Any other questions? Lu Yin replied, that's all. Thanks. Ji Xiao nodded and retreated. Gentlemen, you may begin. Jiang Xiaodao looked at Lu Yin with a smug smile. Kid, let me remind you that the key to finding a card is to identify the star level. Of course, it's not that simple, and it's rather difficult to do so in the void without holding the card in your hand. Don't think that you can see it clearly. There are only 1 or 2 people in the entire 6 paths who can compete with me. It's over. Jiang Xiaodao's eyes widened as he looked up into the void. A gentle power spread out, similar to the one Lu Yin had felt during his battle with Mu Mu. He was using his own strength to find a card. Everyone held their breaths as they watched the scene unfold. The outcome of the competition had already been decided. No matter how talented Xian Qi was, he would not be able to defeat Jiang Xiaodao. They were mainly trying to learn from Jiang Xiaodao's method of finding cards. Everyone had their own way of exploring the void, and although it was impossible to copy everything, it could still give them inspiration. Lu Yin also began, but he did not release his domain or astral source. Instead, he released his void god's force. To him, both astral source and void god's force were the same. More importantly, his grasp of space was far superior to Jiang Xiaodao's. Plan, reversal move had improved his understanding of space, and reversal move had even allowed him to interact with time. Was it difficult to see the star level on a card? Lu Yin believed that it would be difficult, but that was only true for others. He had originally thought that he would not be able to find a card better than Jiang Xiaodao, but he had not expected it to be so simple. He only needed to find a few stars, and the competition would be over. Soon, Jiang Xiaodao found a card and looked at it. Ji Xiao raised a brow. Not bad, it's an ancient card. Jiang Xiaodao threw it away and the card disappeared into the void. It's just a 1 star, I don't want it. Ji Xiao frowned. Please show some respect to this card. If you want to learn from the lost tribe's civilization, you have to respect our beliefs. These cards are our beliefs. Jiang Xiaodao pursed his lips. Alright, sorry. He continued searching. Not long after, he found another card. A 2-star ancient card, Ji Xiao said. Jiang Xiaodao shook his head. He still did not want it, but he did not throw it away. Instead, he opened his hand and the card disappeared into the void as he continued searching. Jiang Xiaodao continued to find cards after that. There were ancient cards and token cards, but he was not satisfied with any of them. On the other hand, Lu Yin did not find a single card. Gradually, no one paid any attention to him. Mu Xinqin looked at him. This guy looks very serious. He's acting like he can see the star level on the card. Even Ji Xiao might not be able to see it, let alone him. Mu Xinqin thought about it and agreed. Not long after, Jiang Xiaodao cheered, "Ha, I found it." He pulled out a card from the void. Ji Xiao looked over and his eyes lit up. A 5-star ancient card, not bad. The crowd was in an uproar. It's actually a 5-star ancient card. There are 15 ancient cards, and there are 3 cards from 1 star to 4 star. Then, there is 1 card from 5 star to 7 star. The card that Brother Jiang found last time was a 4-star card, right? I didn't expect that he would find a 5-star ancient card this time. Senior Jiang got a blessing in disguise. His 4 stars card was burned during his battle with Mu Mu, so he got a 5-star card instead. Jiang Xiaodao was pleased. There was only 1 5-star ancient card in the entire Lost Dao Academy. Only 6 stars and 7 stars cards could surpass him, but those 2 cards were even harder to find. He had almost gone blind, but he had only found a single 5-star card. He had reached his limit, and he could not help but look at Lu Yin. You still haven't found a card. Ji Xiao came to Jiang Xiaodao's side and looked at the card in his hand. He praised, "It's not bad at all. It's even better than the one you had before." If you use this card against Mu Mu, Jiang Xiaodao thought that Lu Yin would say that it would not be burned. It can last longer, Ji Xiao said. Jiang Shaodao rolled his eyes. You mean it can still be burned? Ji Shao replied, of course. Moo Moo isn't weak, and she's using a wood-type golden crow. If you want to use a card, you'll need at least a 7-star card. If you have the ability to use an ancient card or something close to it, then a 1-star card will be enough to deal with Moo Moo. Jiang Shaodao was speechless. Why would I use a card if I'm that strong? I could kill her with a single finger. Ji Shao agreed. That's true. You're strong enough to use an ancient card, but you can't use an ancient card. You'll need to train for another 1,000 years to reach that level. Not necessarily. A white energy source is enough. Jiang Shaodao's eyes lit up. Ji Shao nodded. That's one way. He still hadn't found a card. Jiang Shaodao was displeased. I forgot to mention that if this guy keeps looking for a card, are we going to keep waiting? Ji Shao added, it's your fault for not setting a time limit. Jiang Shaodao wanted to urge him, but he was stopped by Ji Shao. He could not disturb others from searching for cards. Before the competition, he had planned to make sure that Jiang Shaodao wouldn't be able to find a card, but ever since he found out that a card could be identified by its star level, he had stopped doing so. He had to spend time explaining his strength, so he could win fair and square. However, these cards were flying around the Lost Tao Academy, and he was fixed in place. It would take some time for him to find a 7-star card, so he had to wait for the card to fly over. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.